Section 48 of A Fair Mystery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Marcia Payne. A Fair Mystery by Bertha M. Clay. Only one other person knows my secret. Then, with the gallantry that was always natural to him, the earl placed his daughter in a chair. He turned with a smile to Mark. "I was a coward," he said, "for the second time in my life. I was afraid to look at her. Now I do not see how I can look anywhere else. How am I to thank you? You have brought me the fairest and most graceful daughter in England." "Well," said Mark, with an air of great consideration, "you see, my lord, we had nothing to do with her grace and beauty, but my wife has certainly done her best to teach the young lady little tidy ways and such like." "I hope she has learned them," said the earl, kindly. "Mrs. Brace looks as though she could teach all goodness. And this is my daughter. Child, how like you are to me!" "I am very glad, papa. Am I not like mother, too?" "No," he replied, gravely, "not in the least. Thank Heaven for it!" When they heard those words, they thought that he had certainly married beneath him, that his marriage had not turned out happily. "There are some necessary legal forms to be gone through," said the earl, "and as business is always disagreeable, it will be well, perhaps, if we settle that at once. My lawyer is in attendance. It will be necessary for you and Mrs. Brace to make an affidavit stating that this is indeed my daughter, the infant placed under your charge." "That will be easy enough," said Mark. "If someone does the writing, I will sign." Lord Linleigh laughed. Mrs. Brace looked a little scandalized at the very free and easy speech. The earl said, laying his hand caressingly on the girl's shoulder: "This becomes a very important lady now. We must be careful what we do about her. She is Lady Doris Studleigh, and that is one of the oldest titles in England." "Who could have thought it?" said kindly Mrs. Brace. "Lady Doris Studleigh. Let me be the first, your ladyship, my dear, to wish you health and strength to enjoy your good fortune." The earl was pleased when he saw his daughter clasp her arms round her foster mother's neck. "She has a loving, grateful heart," he said to himself, "and that is rare enough in a Studleigh." He little dreamed that in those first few minutes Doris had read his character accurately, and that the action was performed entirely to please him. The bell was rung, and the lawyer appeared. The affidavits were soon drawn out. Mark and his wife each swore solemnly that the young lady they brought to the earl was the child who had been left under their charge. Mark was greatly relieved when he found that he had nothing more to do than to sign his own name. "Affidavits were certainly never less necessary," said the lawyer. "The Lady Doris has a true Studleigh face." How the girl's heart beat with high pride and gratified vanity as she heard her title from strange lips. Then the lawyer was dismissed, and the earl led the way to the hall. To the surprise of the three strangers, all the servants of the household were assembled, evidently by the earl's desire. He stopped one moment, looked at them, then taking his daughter by the hand, led her before them. "My good friends," said the earl, "I have a few words to say to you, and those few words are better said in public. You are, most of you, aware, I suppose, that years ago I was a captain in the army, without any expectation of ever being an earl. I married before I went to India. Some of you know it, some do not. One daughter was born to me, and I lost my wife. My daughter has lived under the charge of her worthy foster parents, and I trust you will pay all obedience, all respect, all honor to Lady Doris Studley." There was not a heart present which was not touched by emotion. All eyes were fixed on that beautiful face turned half wistfully toward them. "Long live Lady Doris Studley!" said some of the more enthusiastic. "Long life and happiness!" said the others. The earl looked pleased. Then he led the way to the dining room, where a grand banquet was prepared. Mark never forgot that dinner. The plate, the wines, the fruit, the exquisite dishes, the number of well trained servants. His embarrassment was at times something dreadful, but the earl was so kind, so considerate. He helped him at such critical periods, keeping during the whole time an observant eye on his daughter. He was charmed with her grace, her dignity, and her perfectly easy manner delighted him even more than her marvelous beauty. He saw that she was quite familiar with all the little details of table etiquette, and while he inwardly thanked Heaven that it was so, he secretly wondered how she had acquired it. Evidently the good farmer and his wife had not taught her. When dinner was over, the earl would not hear of their return, as Mark wished. He declared that they must remain and see all the sights of Linleigh, to the secret annoyance of Doris. The sooner she had finished with these vulgar people, she said to herself, the sooner she should be able to take her own place. But she was quick enough to take her cue from the earl's kindly behavior to them. Lord Linleigh had indeed quite sense enough to appreciate a noble, sterling character like Mark's. He made them happy as possible all the evening, and when they had retired, he drew his daughter to his side. "I have made no arrangements for you, my darling. Shall we discuss them now?" "No," she replied quickly, "not until Mr. and Mrs. Brace are gone away. I want to think of nothing but them while they are here." He was so delighted that he drew her closer to him, saying: "You are a treasure, you are indeed, my darling. The housekeeper has a niece who will act as your maid until you choose one. The blue room has been prepared for you. Tomorrow you shall choose a suit for yourself." She thanked him, and then bade him good night. He watched the graceful figure and beautiful face until the door closed. Then he sank back in his chair in unutterable relief. "Thank Heaven," he said, "that is all over. I must write to Estelle and tell her how well it has all passed off." He sat musing for a short time with a smile on his face. "I ought, most certainly, to think myself a very happy man," he said. "In all my life I have seen nothing to compare with that girl's face. Estelle will be very proud of her." Meanwhile, his daughter was rehearsing her first lesson in the dignified retirement of her own room. She had found in the pretty chamber known as the Blue Room a pretty, rosy maid waiting for her. A bright fire was burning, the lamps were lighted on the toilet table. The room looked the very picture of luxury and comfort. The maid greeted her with a most respectful courtesy. "If you please, my lady, the housekeeper desired me to remain here at your service." "Draw that easy chair to the toilet table," said Lady Doris. "Find me a footstool, and give me from my box there a book bound in yellow paper." Her orders were obeyed with a quickness and dexterity that amazed her, imperious as she was. "Now," said Lady Doris, leaning back in her chair so as to enjoy the fire and bright pearly light, "you can brush my hair, but be very careful. I am very particular over it." It was certainly a sight to be seen, that long, rippling, golden hair, bright as the sunbeams, soft as silk, fine, abundant, full of natural waves. The girl looked at it admiringly as it hung over her arms in a great shower. "It really does seem a pity to sleep in it," she thought. "If it were my hair, I should like to take it off at night." When sufficient of that ceremony had been gone through, Lady Doris turned around. "Will you go to the housekeeper and say I should like some wine and a bunch of grapes if she has any?" The maid complied. The housekeeper, all anxiety to please my lady, sent a bottle of finest Burgundy, with a bunch of rich grapes that were tempting enough. "My mistress is as beautiful as an angel," said the maid, "but she knows how to look after her own comforts." "So do all ladies," was the housekeeper's reply. "What else have they to do? But when you have lived as long as I have, Emily, you will know how to wait upon people without making comments upon them." The maid returned to the room. Her lovely young mistress still sat reading by the fire. "What shall I do for you in the morning, my lady?" she asked. "See that I am not called too early. Let me have some chocolate just after I awake, and see that the water of my bath is both warmed and perfumed." Emily opened her eyes in wonder, but thought it better to say no more. She contented herself by thinking again that Lady Studleigh knew how to study her own comforts. "Is there anything more I can do to night, my lady?" "Nothing more," was the reply, given with a smile that won the maid's heart for ever and ever. She hastened to the housekeeper's room to make her report. "So beautiful, kind, and gracious, but so thorough, lady. No nonsense, no freedom. A lady who looked as though she would keep the whole world in its place." And the servants crowded round her to listen and admire. Lady Doris was impatient to be alone, impatient to lock the door between herself and all humankind, in order that she might give some little freedom to the emotions pent up in her heart. She had controlled herself so well, she had won surprise, admiration, and wonder by simply refraining from expressing any of the three. Now no curious eyes were gazing at her, no curious ears were listening to what words in her triumph escaped her. She locked the door, then stood before the large mirror and steadfastly looked at herself. "All this is mine," she said. "I have every wish of my heart at last. I have luxury such as I never dreamed of, magnificence suited for a queen. I have a title that makes music in my ears. I have one of the noblest earls in England for my father. Ah, how near I have been to losing all this! Even now I might lose it. If that terrible secret of mine became known, it would be taken from me. My father would forgive me many things, but never that." She stood still. The color faded from her beautiful face. A cold chill seized her. "How foolish I am," she said. "What need have I to fear? Only one other person knows my secret, and he would be the last, I know, to make it known. If ever he attempts it, he shall die." Then she laughed, but there was something dreary in the laugh. "I shall never see him again," she said to herself, "and if I did, if he declared that he knew me, I should look quite steadfastly in his face and swear, if necessary, that in all my life I had never met him before. I am Studleigh enough to have nerve for that. Who was my mother, I wonder? Someone of whom the earl is evidently ashamed, therefore she can have little interest for me." End of section 49. Reading by Marcia Payne. Section 50 of A Fair Mystery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Marcia Payne. A Fair Mystery by Bertha M. Clay. A Nobleman's Generosity. Notwithstanding all the kindness and hospitality that the earl had shown to Mark, it was some relief to the farmer to know that when the morning dawned he was that day to return home. The grandeur of Linleigh Court oppressed him. He longed to be with his laborers and his cattle at work. The earl took breakfast with them. Lady Doris was not down. She was tired, the maid said. "I was afraid it would be too much for her," said Mrs. Brace. "I am sure, my lord, the more I think of it, the more wonderful it seems." "Yes, it is quite a romance," laughed the earl; but neither he nor those with whom he spoke dreamed how that romance was to end in tragedy. The morning being fine, though cold, the earl asked them to visit the conservatories. By this time Doris had come down and was ready to join them. While they were going through one of the large conservatories, Lady Doris suddenly caught sight of the Indian plant she had admired so much at Downsbury Castle, the plant with scarlet bells and sweet, subtle perfume. She hastened to it and clasped a spray in her white hands. "That is like the face of an old friend," she said. "Why?" asked the earl, amused by the action. "I saw some flowers like them at Downsbury Castle," she replied. The earl looked keenly at her. "Downsbury Castle," he said. "I know the Duke of Downsbury. What took you there, Doris?" "What takes half the world everywhere," she replied. "Curiosity. I wanted so very much to see the interior of a castle, and to see if the people living there really led fairy lives." "And what did you think?" he asked, still in the same voice. "I liked it very much, but, papa, I like Linleigh Court better. It is more Italian, more sunshine and flowers everywhere." "So you saw all the flowers at Downsbury Castle?" he continued, in the tone of one who asks a question. "Yes, and beautiful enough they were, but I saw something even fairer than the flowers, papa." "What was that, Doris?" "I saw listen gravely, I remember the whole of the name I saw the Lady Estelle Hereford, only daughter of his serene and mighty highness the Duke of Downsbury." He laughed, but there was something forced and unnatural in the sound. "I know her," he said, trying to speak calmly. "They are very dear friends of mine. What did you think of her, Doris?" It was wonderful how he learned to appeal to and rely on the judgment of this fair young daughter. "I thought her perfectly beautiful, perfectly graceful, perfectly gentle, but tame, papa." "Tame, child? What do you mean?" he asked. It was such a novel and not over pleasant sensation for him to hear a mother called tame by her daughter, although it was done in supreme ignorance. "I cannot explain the word, papa, if you cannot understand it by instinct. Earle would have, if he were here. I liked her very much, but she puzzled me. Her face kept changing color. She was proud yet familiar, haughty yet gentle. She talked to me about love and marriage just as Mattie would have talked." "Poor Estelle," murmured the earl. Then he said aloud: "How would Mattie have talked? Give me an example." "My lord!" cried Mrs. Brace in alarm, "I am quite sure that Mattie never said a wrong thing in her life." "I am equally sure of it," said the earl, kindly. "Mattie, like Lady Estelle, has great notions, papa. Duty and all those disagreeable things were first." "That is right," said the earl. Even to himself he did not own how the introduction of Lady Estelle's name had startled him. Doris hastened on among the flowers. Lord Linleigh lingered behind, while he said to Mark and his wife: "You are tenants of the Duke of Downsbury, are you not?" "Yes," replied Mark. "Then I do not mind telling you, in all confidence, that you will probably hear or read something about Lady Hereford and myself which will please you." Mrs. Brace understood him at once. "My lord," she said, "I am so sorry that Lady Doris called her tame." He laughed good naturedly. "She speaks her mind frankly," he said, "and that, at least, is a recommendation. Lady Estelle would only be amused if she heard it." "He means to marry her," said Mark to his wife, as the earl hurried after his daughter, but Mrs. Brace had the strangest expression on her face. "What is it?" asked Mark. "Surely you are not ill?" "No, I am not ill; but I will say this, Mark, it is a most awful world. No one can understand it." "Do as I do, my dear. The world never troubles me, because I take no notice of it." But that philosophy was not in the way of Mark's wife. "Doris," said the earl, when he overtook his daughter, "I wish to consult you." "I am not a very wise person to consult," she replied, with a charming little smile; "but what little wit I have is quite at your service, papa." "My dear child," he said, "between ourselves, the Studleys have never been deficient in wit, but there has hardly been one steady head in the whole race." "That is deplorable enough. We must try to alter it," she said, laughingly. "To begin with, I will steady my own. What do you wish to consult me about, papa?" "I want to do something substantial and handsome for your foster parents," he said. "What shall it be?" "A steam plow for Mark, and a black satin dress for his wife. That is the highest ambition of both." "Then you shall present them those gifts. But I mean something substantial. What do you think of £1,000 as a dowry for his daughter, and 1,000 to be spent in improvements on the farm?" "I think you are very fortunate to have thousands to spare, and I think also that it is very charming of you to give them so much," she replied. Lord Linleigh looked wistfully at her. "Money could never repay such a benefit as Mark Brace and his wife have conferred upon me, Doris," he said. "I am an aristocrat, it is true, but I shall be more proud of reckoning that honest farmer among my friends than I should of calling a king brother." "That is a very grand sentiment, papa," laughed Doris. "It is almost worth printing in a book. I must confess I would rather have a king for my brother than any man for a friend. I think Mark will be delighted with the steam plow. After all, what you are pleased to call the benefit they conferred on you was not without its reward. Mark Brace was very fond of me. He always said I made the sunshine of Brackenside." The earl looked amused at this fashion of making matters straight, but before they went away he gladdened the hearts of the farmer and his wife. £1,000, said Mark, looking in the most bewildered fashion at the check he held in his hands. £1,000, my lord, to spend as I like! It is impossible. It cannot be true. I must not take it. I have done nothing to deserve it. But Lord Linleigh greeted his scruples with, "You have done for me and my daughter that which few would have done so well," he said. "I did my duty, my lord, no less, no more, and £1,000 for doing my duty is an enormous reward." But his surprise was redoubled when, added to this, the earl insisted that he should take £1,000 for Mattie's dowry, and would not hear of any refusal. Then, indeed, the tears stood, warm and bright, in Mark's eyes, and Mrs. Brace wept like a child. A dowry for Mattie! The brightest hope, the maddest dream they had ever entertained. Mattie to have a fortune! Not that it would make her a wealthy heiress, but it would at least secure her from all want. Let them die now, whensoever Heaven pleased. Their daughter would never want. Lord Linleigh could never forget the thanks that were lavished on him, the gratitude, the warmth of emotion. "And now," said the earl, "there is one thing more that I wish you to do for me. It relates to my daughter's engagement with Earl Moray." Mark looked at him with anxious eyes. "We have been speaking of that, my lord, my wife and I. It may not perhaps seem much of a match for her, now that she is a lady, but if you were to search the wide world over, you would never find anyone who loved her so dearly as Earl, no one so honest, so good and true. It will be but a poor chance for her, my lord, if she finds a fortune and loses Earl." "So I believe," said the earl. "It is about that I wish to speak to you. You will see Earl on your return. Tell him from me that the change in my daughter's position need make none in her engagement to him. Tell him from me that as far as my consent can ratify and approve it, I most freely give that consent. Tell him also that I will do my best to push his fortune." Mrs. Brace looked at him with grateful approval. "My lord," she said, in her simple fashion, "they speak truthfully when they call you a noble man." Lady Doris, proud of her name, her fortune, her position, did not feel quite so pleased when she heard this. It had been all very well when she was Doris Brace. It had been all very well in Florence. When Earl had become tiresome, she had been compelled to repeat her promise of marriage and pledge herself to him over and over again. But there had been a faint hope in her mind that when she was once with her father, under the shelter of his roof, he would never allow her to fulfill the engagement. She never dreamed that he would chivalrously exact its fulfillment. Still, she was wise enough to be silent, and not say what was in her mind. She had learned that great lesson women so often fail in, when to be silent and when to speak. When they were once more alone, Mrs. Brace expressed her great sense of the earl's kindness and real goodness. She thought it so noble of him that he should wish the engagement to continue. "It would break Earl's heart to lose you," she said. "When you went away abroad, I mean I thought he would have died." Lady Doris raised her head with the lofty air natural to her. "You do not understand," she said. "The earl could not break his word, or persuade another person to break a promise. Noblesse oblige." "Ah, my dear girl," said the kindly woman, "you are far ahead of me. I never did quite understand you. You are clever and learned. You have speech of your own that I cannot follow. But however great or grand you may be, you will never find any one to love you so truly as Earl does." "I am sure of that," she replied, then turned hastily away. She was growing tired of hearing of nothing but Earl. Surely they were all in a conspiracy, all plotting for Earl. Yet, despite her impatience, she owned to herself that all the love she had to give away was given to him. End of Section 50. Reading by Marcia Payne. Section 51 of A Fair Mystery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Marcia Payne. A Fair Mystery by Bertha M. Clay. Be kind to her as though you were her own child. The atmosphere seemed clearer to Lady Doris Studley when the kindly farmer and his wife were gone. She wanted nothing to remind her of what she chose to call that miserable period of her life. She was always vexed that the earl had spoken so frankly of them as her foster parents. There was no need, surely, for all the house to know that she had been brought up at a farm. She would have been surprised if she could have known the amount of respect that the servants, one and all, felt for Mark Brace. No person could know him without feeling for him the greatest possible liking. His honesty, the simple, rugged grandeur of his character attracted all. She, who measured men by the length of their pedigree and purses, was quite unable, even in her own mind, to do justice to Mark Brace. He might be as chivalrous as Bayard, self-denying as Sir Philip Sidney, brave as the Black Prince, but, for all that, he was only a farmer. Therefore, it was a relief to her when he was gone. She felt more at ease in her father's house when they were gone. When Lord Linleigh, after seeing them off from the station, had returned to the court, he sent for his daughter to the library. "Now, my darling," he said, "it is quite time we had a little serious talk together. How strange it seems to me to have a grown up daughter like you. Sit down, I have so much to say to you. To begin with, do you find yourself at home?" "I have never felt more at home in my life," she replied calmly, "and I think it is because I am in my right place at last." "Most probably so. Now, Doris, there are several things that you want and must have at once: a Parisian waiting maid, and a wardrobe suited to your position. Do you ride?" "Yes, it is one of my favorite amusements." "That is right. You must have a horse and a groom. There will be a carriage also at your disposal. But over your wardrobe we must have some advice. You will require everything, just as though you were being married." "That is certain," she replied, with a quiet smile. "But I do not think I need advice. I am quite competent myself to select what I want." "But, my dear, how can you be? You forget that I went out as a governess, and so had the opportunity of studying those things. Trust me and see. I shall go at once to Madame Francois, the head court milliner, and you will be satisfied, I am sure, with the result." "I shall be delighted, I am sure, if that be the case," said the earl. "Then you will want jewels. Studley jewels are very fine ones. I suppose we have the finest jewels in the world." "Why will they not do for me, then?" she said. "Because they must go to my wife. The family jewels are always the property of the reigning Countess of Linleigh." "But, papa, there is no reigning Countess of Linleigh," she said, with a little laugh. "No, my dear, not just at present, but I hope that there soon will be." His face flushed slightly, and he looked confused for a few minutes. Then he said: "That is another of the things I want to speak to you about. I ought, perhaps, to tell you that I think of marrying again." There was a few minutes of dead silence. She did not quite like it. It was not what she had expected. She had anticipated being mistress of Linleigh Court. The earl continued: "It will be much happier for me, Doris, and decidedly better for you. You labor under great disadvantages at present, although I acknowledge your beauty, your grace, and your tact to be perfect. Still, you require, before you make your debut in the great world, to spend some little time in the society of a well trained woman of the world." She was quick enough to know that this was perfectly true. "You are right, papa," she said, and the admission pleased him. "It will also be greatly to your advantage, Doris," he continued. "When you make your debut in the great world, you will find the chaperonage of a lady essential to you. Still, my child, although there are many advantages for you, do not let me mislead you. It is not for your sake I am going to marry, it is for my own, because I really love the lady who will soon, I hope, be Countess of Linleigh." She made a violent effort to conquer herself. There was nothing to be gained, she knew, by opposition, everything by cheerful acquiescence. She went to him and clasped her arms around his neck and kissed his face. "I hope you will be happy, papa," she said. "I hope you will be very happy." "Thank you," he replied cheerfully. "I do not doubt it, darling. I think we shall all be happy together. Guess, Doris, who it is that I hope soon to bring here." "I can't guess, papa. I do not know the ladies of your world." "You know this one," he said laughingly, while she, half frightened, said: "How can I?" "You have been to Downsbury Castle, have you not?" A sudden light came over her face, then she laughed. "Can it be Lady Estelle Hereford?" she cried. "Oh, papa, you will never forgive me for calling her tame." "I have forgiven you. Do you not think that you will be happy with her?" "I am sure I shall like her very much. She is so fair, so well bred, so gentle. How little I dreamed, papa, on that day I was sitting so near to her, that she would be my stepmother, that I should ever live with her. I am so glad." She did not understand why his face quivered as with pain. He drew the bright golden head down to his breast. "My darling," he said gently, "you shall have all the love, the care, the affection that a father can show his child. You shall have everything your heart desires and wishes for, if you will do one thing in return." "I will do anything in return," she said. And for once there was something like deep feeling in her voice. "I want you to be kind to this wife of mine, Doris. She is not very strong. She has been petted and spoiled all her life. Be kind to her as though you were her own child, or her own younger sister. Will you, Doris? Promise me that, and you will give me the greatest happiness that is in your power to confer upon me." "I do promise," cried Doris. "I cannot say that I will love her as my mother, but I will be everything that is gentle and obedient." "Thank you, my darling. Only do that, and you will see what return I will make to you. There is another thing, Doris, I wish to speak to you about. You heard and agreed with what I said to Mrs. Brace, that I wish your lover, Earl Moray, to understand that I shall consider the engagement between you as binding as though you had always remained at the farm." "You are very kind, papa," she said, but this time there was no ring of truth and tenderness in her voice. "It is but just, Doris. I shall make his advancement in the world my chief study. Money can be no object in your marriage. You will in all probability have a large fortune. Still, I should like the man you marry to hold some position in the world. From what you tell me of Earl Moray, I should imagine that he is a man of great talent. If so, there will be little difficulty." "He has something more than talent," said Doris, proudly. "He has genius." "My dear child, you will know, when you are as old as I am, that talent and industry are worth any amount of genius." "I am sure that he has industry, papa," she said. "Then, if he has industry and genius, his fortune is sure," said the earl. "As soon as we have a Countess of Linleigh to do the honors, we must ask Earl Moray to come and see us." Of all things, that was what she desired most, that he should see her in her true place, surrounded by all the luxury and magnificence that belonged to her station. It was the strongest wish of her heart. "Can we not ask him before then, papa?" "No. There, you see, Doris, the laws of etiquette and ceremony step in. Until you have some lady to chaperon you, we cannot receive any young gentlemen visitors. That will be one convenience to a stepmother." "Yes," she replied, "but the traditional stepmother generally interferes in the love affairs of the household. However, I feel sure Lady Estelle will never interfere with mine." "The Duke of Downsbury goes to Paris this week," continued the earl, "with the Duchess and Lady Estelle. I thought of following them." "That will be very nice for you, papa," she said. "It is really some comfort to have a daughter whom one can consult about such matters. I want to marry as soon as I can, but marrying a duke's daughter in England is a tremendous undertaking, Doris. The amount of ceremony and form to be gone through with is something dreadful. I should not mind about that, but, you see, the great embarrassment is this: the duke is very particular, and he would naturally think it too soon after the late earl's death for me to make any great public sensation. That is the difficulty." "Yes, that is a difficulty," said Doris. "All that would be obviated entirely if I went to Paris, and could obtain their consent to a quiet ceremony at the embassy, or something of that kind." It would be a very wise course, papa. So I think, my dear, and I shall start for Paris next week. I may be a month absent. Now comes the great difficulty for us, Doris. What is to be done with you? I can remain here, she said. Not alone, my dear, not alone. It would not do. I thought if I were to ask that nice daughter of Mark Brace's, she would stay with you. Then I should feel quite at my ease. I should be much pleased, said Doris. It would indeed be a triumph to show Mattie, upon whom she had always looked down, the difference that really existed between them. Then all our difficulties are silenced, said the earl. I have often heard people say how difficult their daughters are to manage, but if they are like you, Doris, there cannot be such great difficulty. She laughed, wondering to herself if he would say the same in a year's time. You understand, Doris, that it will not do for you to go into society at all just yet. You must neither receive or pay visits. No young lady does anything of that kind until she has been presented at court. When does my presentation take place, papa? If all goes well, I think next May. Lady Estelle or the Duchess will present you. Then you may consider yourself fairly afloat. Until then, solitude. You can spend the intermediate time in the acquisition of all kinds of little accomplishments. Not that you are deficient, for you are a perfect wonder to me. The next thing to be done, Doris, is that you must choose a suit of rooms for yourself. I give you permission to choose which you will, and when we go to London, you shall go to Mantle and Braird's, the famous decorators and house furnishers, and choose anything you like. It will amuse you during my absence to superintend the fitting up of 4 rooms. It will give me a fair idea of your taste. They went together through Linleigh Court. Until then, Doris had no just idea of the immense extent of the place. She was amazed at it. And the rooms were all so light, so sunny, so bright, she was quite at a loss which to choose. One suit delighted her very much. 4 large, lofty rooms, with ceilings superbly painted, looking south, so that the warmth and brightness of the sun was always on them. The windows were built after the French fashion, long, reaching from the floor to the ceiling, and opening on to balconies filled with flowers. The great charm to Doris of these rooms was, that the boudoir opened on to the balcony, and a small flight of steps led from the balcony to the ground, so that she could go from her own rooms to the garden without passing through the house. This is very nice, said the earl, for young ladies who love the early dew and flowers. Do you think it safe, Doris? Suppose you forget to fasten the door leading on to the balcony. It was an evil fate that led Lady Doris to choose that suit of rooms. End of section 51. Recording by Marcia Payne. Section 52 of A Fair Mystery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Marcia Payne. A Fair Mystery by Bertha M. Clay. A young lady pleasantly occupied. A few days afterward, the Earl of Linleigh with his daughter went to London. He had decided not to go to his own house, which was one of the most beautiful mansions in Hyde Park, Hyde House. They were going simply on business, and would spend the greater part of their time driving from one store to another. The first visit, of course, was to Madame Francois, to whom the earl explained that his daughter required, in one word, everything needful for a young lady of rank and position. "It will take many hours, Doris," said the earl. "Such things cannot be hurried. I can leave you here while I drive on to my lawyer's to transact some business with him. Remember, my darling, you have carte blanche, every whim to be gratified." Then he drove away, leaving her with Madame Francois. How forcibly it recalled to her the time when Lord Vivianne had done the self same thing. Truly, she laughed to herself, history repeats itself. How little then did I foresee this! So little that if even in a dream she could have been warned of it, she would never have spoken to Lord Vivianne. "Never mind," she said to herself, with the light hearted insouciance of her race. "Never mind, no one knows, nothing will come of it. But it would certainly be a relief to me to hear that Lord Charles Vivianne was dead." The pity of it was that Lord Charles could not hear the remark. It would have given him a lesson that he would not have forgotten. Madame wondered what had brought so grave an air of preoccupation over the beautiful young face. Surely, if any human being was to be envied, it was the young girl who had carte blanche in her elegant establishment. "She must know what she is about, though," thought Madame. "Dreaming is useless here." She little knew Lady Doris. Going up to her with a book of patterns in her hand, she was almost startled by the clear, keen gaze that met her own, by the perfect judgment and cool, clear, calm sense of the earl's daughter. "There will be some few things, madame," said the clear, haughty voice, "that you will understand far better than I do, others in which I shall prefer to please myself." And Madame found that Lady Studleigh had a taste and artistic sense of what is beautiful far superior to her own. The next few hours were delightful to Doris. The rarest and most costly laces, the most beautiful embroidery, the finest silks, the richest velvet, there never were such purchases made. She did not limit herself either as to quantity or quality, and nothing was forgotten. Tiny slippers fit for Cinderella, dancing shoes, fans, gloves. She might have been a practiced old dowager, selecting a trousseau for her youngest daughter. The sum total was something enormous. Even Madame, accustomed as she was to large accounts, looked slightly frightened. "My Lord Linleigh placed no limit," she said to Doris. "No, I must have all I require. I shall not return to town until the season begins," was the perfectly self possessed answer. Then Lord Linleigh returned, and Madame watched his face intently as that wonderful account was placed before him. "It takes 4 figures," he said, with a smile. "That is quite right, my darling. I hope that you have everything you want. Tomorrow we will pay a visit to Storr and Mortimer's, the jewelers. These packages, madame, are all to be sent to Linleigh Court." Doris was in the highest spirits. She said to herself, and it was probably true, that no girl in England, not even a royal princess, had such a trousseau. But she had too much good taste to show any undue elation over it. When they had dined, she said to her father: "Papa, you will not care to spend the evening here. It will be dull for you, and I cannot go out. Should you not like to go to your club?" "Yes, but what of you, my dear?" "I am tired, and shall be very glad to take a book and go to my own room with it." "My dear Doris," said the earl, who had slightly dreaded the long, lonely evening, "you are a most sensible girl. If you treat Earle as you treat me, he ought to be the happiest husband in the world." "I hope he will be, papa," was the quiet reply. And she wondered what her father, the Earl of Linleigh, would say if he knew from whom she had taken her early lessons in the art of managing men. "If you want a man to be really fond of you, Doris," he used to say, "to feel at home with you, and never to be bored in your society, let him have his own way. Offer him his liberty, even when he does not seem inclined to take it. Suggest to him a game at billiards, a few hours at his club. You have no idea how he will appreciate you for it." She had found the charm work perfectly in the case of Lord Charles, and now her father, too, seemed to admire the plan. What would he say if he knew who had instructed her? She went to her room. Lady Doris never traveled without a pleasant little selection of light French literature. It prevented her from forgetting the language, she said. The earl, inwardly hoping his wife would be as sensible as his daughter, went off to spend a quiet evening at his club. The day following was one of genuine delight to Lady Doris. The first visit the earl paid was to the establishment of Messrs. Storr and Mortimer. There she was to select for herself what jewels she would. She had glanced once wistfully at the earl. "Jewels are not like dress, papa. It is a dangerous thing to leave me unlimited powers here." "Lady Doris Studleigh must have jewels fitting her position," he said. "Dress wears out, but jewels last forever." So Lady Doris stood in that most tempting place, almost bewildered, while sets of pearls, of diamonds, of rare emeralds, of pale pink coral, then case after case of superb rings were placed before her. She thought of those so securely packed in her box, and wondered what would be thought of their history should it be known. She chose some magnificent pearls. There were none fairer, even in that place where the finest stones abound. Then she chose a set of emerald, golden green in their beautiful light, a set of pearls and rubies mixed, rings until she had more than enough to cover the fingers of both hands, golden chains of rare workmanship and beauty, watches of great value, and when she could think of nothing else she could desire, she looked up in the earl's face with a smile. "That is not bad, my dear, for a beginning," he said, laughingly. "Not bad at all." "You do not think I have purchased too much, papa?" "No, my dear, you have not enough yet. I merely said it was very well for a beginning." What the amount of the bill was, or how many figures it took, she never knew. The earl had said good naturedly to himself that it did not matter. He had many thousands to spare. "There is yet another place," he said. "We must go to Parkins and Gato's. You require many things from there. You must have a dressing case, a lady's writing table, and all kinds of knickknacks for your rooms." The day following was spent at Mantle and Braird's, where Lady Doris gave such orders for the fitting up of her 4 rooms as made even those gentlemen open their eyes in undisguised wonder. Nothing was spared, no luxury, no comfort, and that evening, when they sat together, Lady Doris said to her father: "I wonder if, in all the wide world, there is another girl in my position." "What position?" he asked. "Why, it is a positive fact that I have not one single wish left ungratified. If a fairy were to come and ask me to try and find one out, I could not. I have not one." He stooped down to kiss the beautiful face. "I am glad to hear it," he replied. "I certainly do not think any one could say quite as much. I could not." It was not of herself alone that Doris had thought that day. She had been with the earl to give orders respecting the steam plow. She had chosen such a dress, such a shawl and cap for Mrs. Brace, that she knew would bring tears of delight into that lady's eyes. She had chosen a box full of millinery, with pretty ornaments, for Mattie. She had chosen for Earle a box full of books such as she had often heard him long for. And Lord Linleigh, while he admired her goodness of heart, her affectionate memory, never for one moment thought that her quick study of him had led her to do these different things. She longed for the hour in which she could return to Linleigh. She wanted to see all the magnificent purchases she had made placed at her own disposal. The Parisian waiting maid was found, and one bright, clear, frosty morning they returned to the court. "This looks like home," said Lady Doris. Her heart warmed to it, and beat faster with a thrill of pride. It was her own home, from which nothing could dislodge her. She had had one fright in London, and though her nerves were strong, her courage high, it had been a fright. She was driving with the earl through New Bond Street, when on the pavement she saw Gregory Leslie. There was no avoiding him. Their eyes met. His were filled with recognition and surprise. Hers rested on him with calm nonchalance, although her heart beat high. Then he smiled, bowed, and half stood still, but the calm expression of her face never wavered. "Is it someone who knows you?" said the earl. "It is someone who has made a great mistake," she replied. And then they passed out of sight, not, however, before Gregory Leslie had seen the coronet on the panel. "What a mistake I have made," he said to himself. "I certainly thought that was my beautiful Innocence. How like her! It cannot be such an uncommon type of face after all, when there are three now that different people have seen, all so much alike. What would my Innocent do in an earl's carriage? That is, if all be well with her." And Earl said all was well. She would not recognize him, for the simple reason that she feared to do so. He was a man of the world, always in London, familiar with all the little rumors at the clubs, and she dreaded what he might say afterward. If by chance she should meet him when she was with the earl and countess, she would recognize him, but not just then. "It was an unfortunate thing for me," she said to herself, "having that picture painted. If I had known then what I know now, it never would have happened. Mark Brace and his wife were foolish to allow it." But she had forgotten the whole matter when they reached Linleigh Court. All the packages were there, and she was as happy as a queen superintending the arrangements, the unpacking, the stowing away in beautiful old wardrobes made of cedar. Even the Parisian waiting maid, who rejoiced in the name Eugenie, owned to herself that not one of the great ladies with whom she had lived had a wardrobe like Lady Doris Studley's. Then came the day for the earl's departure. He would not go until Mattie had arrived. "You cannot be left alone, my dear," he said, so decidedly that Doris had not dared to urge the matter. Mattie came and was delighted. She cried a little at first, for, despite all her faults, she had most dearly loved the young girl she believed to be her sister. The story of Doris had been a great trouble to her, and she had felt it bitterly. But after a time she forgot her grief in the wonder excited by the magnificence of Linleigh Court. Lady Doris was very kind to her. Nothing of patronage or triumph was to be detected in her manner. The first time they were left alone together, in what was to Mattie the bewildering glories of the drawing room, the brown eyes were raised timidly to the fair face. "Doris," said Mattie, "who could have believed that you were such a great lady after all?" "I had faith in myself, my dear," was the superb reply, "and that is a great thing." End of section 52. Reading by Marcia Payne. Section 53 of A Fair Mystery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Marcia Payne. A Fair Mystery by Bertha M. Clay. I must bear it for his sake. The great world did own itself to be surprised, not angry, nor shocked, nor even vexed or offended, but surprised. It had not taken newspaper rumors for gospel truth. It had prided itself on superior knowledge, and had seen nothing of the kind. But this fine spring morning it was taken by surprise. The fashionable morning papers all told the same startling story. The Earl of Linleigh was married, and married to Lady Estelle Hereford, the Duke of Downsbury's only daughter. They had defrauded the fashionable world of a grand spectacle. The marriage of a duke's daughter with an earl would naturally have been a grand sight, such a grand duke, too, as the Grace of Downsbury. Then private rumor came to the rescue, and told how it would have been impossible for the marriage to have been celebrated with any degree of ceremony in England, owing to the fact that the late earl had not so very long been dead. Rumor added also how, long years ago, when he was a penniless captain, Lord Linleigh had been hopelessly attached to the duke's fair, proud daughter, and how, on his accession to the estates, he had instantly renewed his suit; how he had followed them to Paris, would take no nay, and had married Lady Estelle in spite of all obstacles. There was one singular omission, though it was not of the least consequence. None of the papers said where the marriage had been performed, or by whom. Those who noticed the omission thought it would be supplied next day, then forgot all about it. The earl had been absent 6 weeks, and Lady Doris had spent them very comfortably, with the help of Mattie. There was nothing in Mattie to be ashamed of. True, she was only a farmer's daughter, but for all that she was a well bred girl. Her politeness and natural grace of manner came from that best and sweetest of all sources, a good heart. She might be deficient in some little matters of etiquette, but she was always true, sincere, kind, and good. Not even in outward appearance would the fastidious Lady Doris find the least fault with her foster sister, while her thoughtful consideration made her liked and esteemed by everyone in the house. Indeed, there were some who compared the two unfavorably, and wished that the haughty Lady Doris had some of her foster sister's gentleness. The suit of rooms were finished, and Doris had taken possession of them before the earl returned. The fair spring was coming. Already the cuckoo had been heard in the woods. The first sweet odors of spring seemed to fill the air. The green buds were on the hedges. Such a fair, sweet, odorous spring! It seemed to have touched the heart of Earl the poet, and have turned his poetry into words of fire. He wrote such letters to Lady Doris that, if it had been in the power of words to have touched her heart, he would have done so; but it was not. And one morning, when the sun was shining more brightly than usual, when the first faint songs of the birds were heard, Lady Doris received a letter to say that day the earl and countess would be home. The earl gave many directions how his beautiful and stately wife was to be received, and how the Adderley church bells were to ring, the servants be ready; how a grand dinner was to be prepared an hour later than usual, so as to make allowance for any little delay in traveling. "I trust everything to you, Doris," said the earl, "and I know that I may safely do so. You will keep your promise." He trusted well. Her energy and quickness were not to be surpassed. Every arrangement was made, every trifling detail attended to, and the astonished servants, looking at each other in wonder, owned that their young lady was a regular locomotive when she liked. Great fires were burning in the dressing rooms, the bedrooms, every place where she thought a fire would be pleasant. "The Countess of Linleigh shall have 3 things that I like best to welcome her home," she said, laughingly. "What are those?" asked Mattie. "Warmth, light, and flowers. Those are 3 grand luxuries, Mattie, and if people either appreciated them better or cared more about them, the world would be a much more comfortable dwelling place than it is now." Lady Doris took especial pains over her own toilette that evening. The Countess of Linleigh was a duke's daughter, and her good opinion was worth having. She wished to impress her favorably, and she knew that she must choose the happy medium. She must not be too plain, that would seem like rusticity, nor too magnificent, that would seem ostentation. "I wish now," she said to herself, that I had never gone near Downsbury Castle. It was one of the most unfortunate things I ever did in my life. I wonder what she thought of me that day." She did look exceedingly beautiful when she was dressed. She had chosen a costume of pale lilac silk with golden ornaments. The silk was shaded by fine white lace. Nothing could have suited her better. The ripples of golden hair were drawn loosely together and fastened with a diamond arrow. The lovely face, with its dainty flush and bright, deep eyes, the lovely mouth, so like the soft petals of a rose, the white, graceful neck, the polished, pearly shoulders, the rounded arms, all made up a picture not often seen. Mattie looked at her in honest amaze. "You are very beautiful. You dazzle my eyes, dear," she said. "What shall you do with your beauty, Doris?" "Enjoy it," was the laughing reply. But Mattie looked grave. "It seems to me," she said, "that beauty such as yours is full of peril." "I do not see it," was the laughing answer. "Now, Mattie, it is time we went to the drawing room. In 1/2 hour from this my lord and my lady will be at home." Faster and faster they seemed to drive, and with every minute that brought them nearer, Lady Linleigh grew paler. "It is an ordeal, Ulrich," she said, in her clear, sweet voice. "It seems to me that all I have gone through is for nothing compared to this. It is very hard, papa, very hard." "He meant it for the best, Estelle, and we must bear it, love. It might have been much worse." "Yes, but to hear her speak, to be with her every moment of the day, yet never once to call her child, or hear her say mother, it will be very hard, Ulrich. You do not know how hard." "I can guess, my dear. But why dwell on this, the darkest side? Think of the happiness in store. Your father and mother, both friends with us, having quite forgiven us, and, I venture to think, growing quite fond of me, they will come to see us, and we shall visit them, and you will always have Doris with you. Think of all these things." "Do you think I shall betray myself, Ulrich?" she asked, simply. "No, my wife, I do not. You kept your secret when you saw her at Downsbury Castle, and you will keep it now. As for loving her, indulging her, saying all kind and gentle words to her, that will be quite natural in your position. Try to be happy, my darling wife. There are happy days in store for us." "I will try," she said. At that moment they heard the chiming bells of Anderley Church, filling the air with rich, jubilant music. "Listen, Estelle," said Lord Linleigh. "This is our welcome home." Listening to the joyous bells, watching the last golden gleam die out in the western sky, no dream of tragedy to come disturbed them. "Home at last," said the earl, as the carriage stopped. "I really think, Estelle, I am the happiest man in the world." He looked wistfully at his wife's face. It was white as death. "My darling," he whispered, as he led her into the house, "for my sake, try to cheer up. Do not sadden the happiest hour of my life." She made a violent effort to arouse herself. She returned with her usual high and gentle courtesy the greetings of the domestics, and walked with graceful steps to the library. Then she hardly knew what took place. She saw a face and a figure before her lovelier than the loveliest dream of an artist. She saw 2 white arms around her husband's neck, while a voice that made her heart thrill said: "Welcome home, dear papa, welcome home." "I must bear it," she thought, "for his sake." Then the beautiful face was looking in her own. Oh, heaven, that she should bear such pain, such joy, yet live. A soft voice said: "Welcome home, dear Lady Linleigh. I hope you will let me love you very much." She felt as though she held her heart in her own hands when she kissed the white brow, saying: I am sure to love you very much." The earl, who was watching her closely, saw that she had just as much as she could bear. It was time to interfere. So he took Mattie by the hand and led her to the countess. He introduced her in a few kindly words, and then Lady Linleigh replied: "I remember you, my dear, though you probably have forgotten me. I saw you when you were quite a little girl." "I do remember you," said Mattie, gratefully. Then Lord Linleigh interfered again. "Estelle," he said, "we are just 10 minutes behind our time. You would like to change your traveling dress." She looked at him like one roused from a dream, hardly seeming at first to understand him. Then she walked slowly from the room. Lord Linleigh followed her, leaving the two girls alone. "I think she will like me," said Lady Doris, "and it will be really a boon to me to have such a graceful, high bred lady in the house. I shall study her, imitate her. Now, Mattie, does she not, as I said before, seem to move to the hidden rhythm of some sweet music?" "Yes, she gives me exactly that impression. But how pale she is, Doris, and her hands trembled. She looked as though she was going to faint." "She is not strong. Papa told me so, and traveling has perhaps tired her. Do you think she will like me, Mattie?" The tone of voice was very anxious. Mattie looked up quickly. "You will say I am full of foolish fantasies, Doris, but do you know I could not help thinking that she loved you. She looked as though she did. Her eyes had quite a strange light in them as they rested on your face, and the expression on hers was wonderful." "That is certainly all fancy," replied Doris. "I have only seen her twice in my life. It is not possible she can love me. Perhaps she thought I was not so bad looking. She admires beauty and everything, I know. She told me so herself. She married papa, I suppose, for his handsome face." "Hush!" cried Mattie. "You must not say such things. It is wrong." She could say no more. The earl and countess returned, and the dinner bell rang. During dinner it seemed to Mattie that, so far from being mistaken, she was quite right. The countess certainly loved Doris. Her voice took quite another tone when she addressed her. She fancied the earl noticed it too, and was pleased. When Mattie was near, and Lady Linleigh was arranging some presents she had brought home for the girls, he said: "The countess will be quite happy now. She is so fond of young girls, and she has two to spoil." "I don't think I shall spoil either of them," said his wife, with a happy light in her eyes. "They are both too good to be spoiled." End of section 53. Recording by Marcia Payne.
Section 54 of A Fair Mystery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Gabby Cowan. A Fair Mystery by Bertha M. Clay. Chapter 54. My Queen Rose of the Rosebuds. The Countess of Linleigh sat anxiously watching the fair face of Lady Doris. All was going on well at Linleigh. The gentle, stately countess was already half worshipped there. The earl considered himself the happiest of men. One conversation had both pleased and touched Lady Linleigh. When she had been at home some days, she fancied Mattie looked grave and almost sad. She had been thinking seriously about the girl, whether it was advisable to ask her to remain with Lady Doris as friend and companion, or whether it would be better to permit her to return to Brackenside. The earl had spoken of their going to London in May. If they did so, could Mattie go with them? Would it not be rather cruel than kind to give her notions, or accustom her to a life which it would be impossible for her to lead? The Countess saw Mattie walking one morning in the early spring alone, with a most thoughtful look on her face, and she went to her. "I have been looking for early violets," said Mattie, glancing with a smile at Lady Linleigh. "In that pretty little dale, Thorny Dale, Doris calls it. The air is filled with their fragrance, yet I cannot see them. At Brackenside, at this time, the woods are full of them." The Countess laughed. "There is no place like Brackenside, is there, Mattie?" "No," replied the girl earnestly, "none, at least it seems to me, because I love my home so very dearly." Then Lady Linleigh placed her hand caressingly on the girl's shoulder. "Mattie," she said gently, "you were looking very sad and thoughtful a few minutes since. What were you thinking of?" "Home and Earle," was the frank reply. Lady Linleigh was half startled. "What about Earle?" she asked. The brown eyes were raised wistfully to hers. "Earle will be so unhappy, Lady Linleigh, without Doris. No one knows, no one can imagine how he loves her. I cannot think what his life is without her." "But he will not be without her long," said the Countess. "Did you not know that he was coming here in February?" She saw a rose-colored flush underneath the brown skin. She saw a sudden warm light in the brown eye, and without a word, almost by instinct, the Countess of Linleigh guessed the girl's secret, and how dearly she loved Earle. "Coming here!" repeated Mattie. "I am so glad." "So am I," added Lady Linleigh. "I have the highest opinion of your friend Earle." She did not know how grateful those words were to the girl, who never heard Earle spoken of save as Doris' own peculiar property, her friend. She could have blessed Lady Linleigh for it. The words seemed to have made that sweet spring sunshine brighter in some strange, vague way. The odour of the hidden violets and the sound of Earle's voice seemed to harmonize. "And you yourself, Mattie," said the Countess, more touched than she cared to own by that unconscious revelation, "could you be happier to remain here or to go home? You shall decide for yourself, and do which you will." "My place is home," was the simple reply. "I have seen my dear Doris happy. I shall always be able to picture to myself what her manner of life is like. I shall know that Earle is content, being with her, so that it seems to me now my place and my duty alike are at home." "I think you are right, dear child," said the Countess. She had read the girl's secret rightly, and knew that from henceforward for Mattie Brace there would be but one consolation, and that she would find in doing her duty. "You would like, perhaps," she added, "to wait and welcome Earle?" But Mattie remembered how many things he would require, what preparations would be necessary for a visit to Linleigh Court, and she divined, with the rapidity of thought natural to her, that she must go home and help Earle. Lady Linleigh was infinitely touched by the young girl's simplicity, her loving heart, her complete sacrifice. Even the Earl wondered how it was that his wife showed such sincere affection for Mattie. Mattie went away, and on this morning, some few days after her departure, Lady Linleigh sat anxiously watching the face of the beautiful Doris. Had she any heart, or was she a true Studleigh, The Countess had been thinking of her all the morning, for at breakfast time the Earl, with a smile of happiness, had given her a letter saying, "This is from Earle. How he loves Doris! He is coming to-day." Lady Linleigh's thoughts had flown back to the time when she sat with Doris in the conservatory at the castle, and had argued so strongly with her on the point of love. She was disappointed, for the beautiful face did not brighten, no warmth came into the lovely eyes when she heard the announcement of her lover's coming. "Coming to-day, is he, papa?" And Lady Linleigh, quick to judge, felt a sure conviction that the tie which bound Lady Doris to Earle Moray, gentleman and poet, was burdensome to her. "Perhaps she is ambitious," thought the Countess. "It may be that with her wealth and title she thinks a marriage with Earle beneath her." Again she felt somewhat reassured when she saw that Lady Doris took some pains to please her lover. He was to reach Linleigh in the evening. When the dressing bell rung, Lady Estelle hastened her toilette in order that she might do what she was very fond of doing, spend a short time in Lady Laurie's dressing-room. She loved to see the shining ripples of golden hair loose and unbound. She liked to watch the glorious face, and to see the graceful figure arrayed in dress of fitting splendour. There were times when Lady Laurie herself wondered at the great tenderness of the Duke's daughter. "As fate ordained me a stepmother," she would say to herself with a smile, "I cannot be sufficiently thankful that she likes me so well." On this evening Lady Linleigh started with surprise. Accustomed as she was to the girl's beauty, it had never seemed to her so striking or so graceful. Lady Laurie had indeed arrayed herself so as to charm the eyes of her lover. A little cry of admiration came from Lady Estelle. It escaped her without her knowledge. Lady Doris looked around with a blush and a smile, and nodded her graceful head. "I am being poetical, Lady Linleigh," she said, laughingly. "Earle is a poet, and I am dressing in character, as a poet's bride, you see." There was the least possible suspicion of mockery in her words and laughter, but looking at her, the Countess could find no fault. The tall, graceful figure seemed to rise from clouds of rich white lace. The white, rounded arms were bare to the shoulder. The graceful neck was clasped by neither diamond nor pearl. On the white breast a diamond glittered like flame. The golden hair, with its shining waves, was beautifully arranged. The little ears were like pink sea shells. A few green leaves were carelessly entwined in the golden hair. She looked like the very spirit of love, beauty, and song. "Then you do care to please Earle?" said Lady Linleigh as she kissed the fair face. "Certainly," was the coquettish reply. "I have no thought of failing either." Even the Earl stood and gazed for a few moments in mute admiration of his daughter's loveliness. Then he shook his head and said gravely, "There was no need for it, Doris, no need." It was characteristic of this father and daughter that they understood each other perfectly. They were so much alike that the medium of words was not always required. They seemed to read each other's thoughts by instinct. While Lady Linleigh stood by, quite ignorant of her husband's meaning, Lady Doris understood it perfectly. It meant that Earle loved her already so dearly, there was no need for her to try to win more love from him. The Earl did not profess to be a man of sentiment. As a rule, he considered love a kind of weakness to which one was especially liable in youth. But this wondrous love of Earle Murray's impressed him greatly. He had decided to drive himself to the station to meet his young guest, to whom he desired to show all honour. Then Lady Linleigh had said it would be less embarrassing for them to meet alone. "What a fund of sentiment you have, Estelle," laughed the Earl. "By all means arrange a tête-à-tête for them. My honest belief is that women never tire of love stories." He did not know how such speeches as these jarred upon the tender, sensitive heart of his wife, but Lady Linleigh was considerate. "Doris," she said to the proud young beauty, "it is some time since you have seen Earle, and he will perhaps feel more restrained in my presence, and not talk to you as freely as he would in my absence. I will leave you to receive him." And Doris laughed with some of the Earl's half contempt for sentiment. Yet she owned to herself that she was really glad there was no one to see poor Earle's extravagant delight and wild worship of her. In the burning intensity of his desire to see her, all other things were entirely lost. It never occurred to him that the Earl of Linleigh had purposely put himself to inconvenience to meet him at the railway station. He never gave even a passing thought to the grand carriage, the liveried servants, the magnificent mansion. He thought only of Doris. The birds sang of her, the wind whispered her name. Lord Linleigh smiled more than once as his remarks were unheard, his questions unanswered. After all, there was something very beautiful, half divine, in such love. He envied the young poet who felt it and the girl who was its object. He understood that all the glories of Linleigh were for the present quite lost on Earle. When they reached the court, the Earl looked at the poet with a smile. "If you were an ordinary visitor," he said, "I should suggest the dining-room and instant refreshment, but knowing you to be far away from all such earthly matters, I merely mention them. My daughter, the Lady Doris, is in the drawing-room there. Will you join her?" Earle had longed with the intensity of longing to see her again. His life had been one long fever, one fire of desire, one constant thought of her. Yet, when he stood once more in her beautiful presence, he was mute, dumb. She smiled at him, and held out her white, jewelled hands to him. "Earle," she said, and at the sound of her voice his whole soul seemed to wake up. "Earle," she repeated, and the next moment he held those white hands in his. He drew her to him. He kissed her face, her brow. It was pitiful to see a strong man's soul so bound down with a mighty love. "Earle," she repeated a third time, "it is certainly an excellent thing that I do not wear chignons. How do young ladies manage, I wonder, with chignons, and such a rapturous lover as you? Look at my flowers and dress. It is not really etiquette to kiss any young lady en grande toilette." He only laughed at the mocking words. What cared he when his arm was round her, and he looked into her face again? "My darling," he said, "my queen rose of rosebuds." She laid her hand on his lips. "That is Tennyson's poetry," she said, "not your own. Are you so very pleased to see me, Earle?" "So pleased that I cannot find words. So pleased that the wonder to me is that I can bear so much happiness." "If you think you are too happy, Earle, I can soon alter the state of things," she said laughingly. "You cannot alter yourself," he replied. "While you are what you are, as you are, I must be the happiest of men. I cannot help it. Mattie told me that I should find you changed. Why, my darling, you are beautiful, graceful, noble as a queen. In all the wide world I am quite sure there is no one like you, none." End of chapter 54. Read by Gabby Cowan. Section 55 of A Fair Mystery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Gabby Cowan. A Fair Mystery by Bertha M. Clay. Chapter 55. When she was young, perhaps she loved someone like me. Dinner was over, and Earle had recovered some little sense and reason. He had hardly looked at Lady Estelle. They had met as perfect strangers, and the earl introduced them. It struck the earl that his wife looked pale and strange, but whenever there was anything about Lady Linleigh that he did not understand, he always attributed it to sentiment. Then, in her calm, high-bred fashion, she bade Earle welcome to Linleigh. She spoke to him several times during dinner. That dinner seemed to Earle more like a dream than a reality. Whenever he looked at her he thought of Quainton Woods and the strange story she had told him there, the truth of which seemed only known to herself and him. He wondered if she would speak to him about it, if she would allude to it in any way. He had never seen her since, although he had so well carried out her commands. After dinner, all wonder on that point was at an end. "Doris," said the countess, "sing some of your pretty French chansons for us. Mr. Murray, will you look over these sketches by Dore?" While Doris' rich voice filled the room, and Earle sat with the sketches in his hand, she, feigning to be interested in them, said: "I have never had a chance to thank you, but I thank you now, with all my heart, with gratitude that words cannot express. Can you understand how grateful I am to you, Earle Murray?" There was a pretty, musical lingering on his name which charmed him. He looked into the proud, fair face and said simply: "A man might be proud to give his life for you, Lady Linleigh. I am happy to think that it was in my power to be of service to you." "Will you keep my secret always, Earle?" "Always, Lady Linleigh, as I would guard my life on my honor." "Even after you are married, when it will be most difficult to keep a secret from Doris? You will keep this, you will never let her know that I am her mother?" "No, you may trust me until death," he said. Then for some minutes there was silence. Lady Linleigh was the first to break it. "Do you know how I shall try to reward you, Earle?" she asked. "I think less of the reward than of the kindness that prompted," he replied gratefully. "I shall do my best to further your interests in life, to help you to reach such a position as shall please Doris. I will hasten your marriage by every means in my power, and I will love you as though you were my own son." "Do not look so grateful. They will wonder what I am saying to you. You understand, once and for all, I shall never allude to this again." The next moment Lady Doris was laughingly accusing the Countess of having asked her to sing in order that she might talk at her ease. "We are quite a family party," said Lord Linleigh. "Earle, do you play billiards?" "No," he replied, "I do not." "Then come at once and let me give you your first lesson. No man can hope to succeed in this world who cannot play billiards." Doris went into the billiard room to see the first lesson given and received, while Lady Estelle pondered over the same problem. Did Doris love Earle, or did she not? On the morning following the earl and the poet had a long conversation. It was a fine spring day, with the odor of early violets and the song of the birds in the air. "Come out with me, Mr. Moray," said the earl. "We can talk more at ease under the broad blue sky." Then, as they walked through the stately domain, the earl talked more seriously than he had ever done before. "Some men," he said, "might object to seeing an engagement of the kind fulfilled. I do not. When Doris, as you knew, had no name, no home, you would have been proud to make her your wife. She, in her turn, should be, as is, I do not doubt, proud to reward your love. Now, it would be very easy for me, Earle, to imitate one of the fathers in heavy comedy and say, 'Take her, be happy. Here are £50,000 and my blessing.' I repeat, that would be easy, but it would be an injustice to you. I prefer that you shall make a position for yourself and win her. You will be happier." "Yes," replied Earle, "a thousand times happier. I love her so dearly, pardon me, my lord, so dearly, that I would work as Jacob did 7 years to win her, and because of my great love they would seem as one day." "I will take your fortunes in hand," said the earl. "As I told you before, it would be easy to give you one, but I will give you what is far better, the means of making one. I will place you in such a position that it shall not be in the power of any person to say, when he hears of my daughter's marriage, that she had made a mésalliance." "I thank you, my lord. My deeds, my life shall thank you," said Earle earnestly. "You have already," continued the earl, "made yourself some reputation as a poet. Now tell me, have you ever turned your attention to politics?" The young poet's face glowed again. It was so sweet to him, for her dear sake, this high hope of fame. "I have studied the leading topics of the day," he replied modestly. "I know you have the gift of eloquence, and my first effort on your behalf shall be that you be returned a member for Anderley. The late member died a few weeks since, and I am repeatedly asked to put forward a candidate. You shall be that candidate, Earle Moray, and you shall succeed. When you are MP for Anderley, we will talk of the next step." "I cannot thank you," said Earle breathlessly. "It would be quite useless for me to try. In the meantime, there is an appointment in London in the civil service vacant, and I think my influence can procure it for you. It will bring you in an income of 700 or 800 pounds per annum. The expenses of the election will, of course, be mine." Earle raised his hand to his head with a bewildered expression. "I think," he said, "I must have had a fairy godmother." "Genius is a fairy godmother," said the earl, laughingly. "We shall all be very happy, Earle. Doris is young, too young to marry yet. A year or two in the great world will not hurt her. I do not think anything will ever take her from you, Earle." "I am sure of it, my lord. I have full faith in my love." That very evening Lord Linleigh wrote to London to secure the appointment of which he had spoken. It was characteristic of him that more than once during the course of that letter writing he laughed to himself for being sentimental. "I should have done better," he thought, "to have given the young man something handsome, and have let Doris marry as my daughter ought to marry." Then again he would reproach himself with the thought, and his heart would warm with the consciousness of doing a good and a generous action. It would have been impossible, even had he desired it, to have kept the household in ignorance over Earle. He had not been there 24 hours before the whole body of domestics were interested in his wooing. He was universally admired. The susceptible portion of the establishment declared that he was as handsome as Apollo, with a voice like real music, while languid footmen and knowing grooms declared him to be the right kind of gentleman. The Lady Doris had said little, but she had watched him with jealous eyes. If he had failed in any little observance of form or etiquette, she would never have pardoned him. If she had heard even the least hint that he was not perfectly well bred, that he was not accustomed to the manners of good society, her angry resentment would have known no bounds. As it was, she was flattered by the universal praise and admiration. Earle might have lived with dukes and earls all his life. It never occurred to him, this terrible distance in rank. He did not think of it. As he once said to Doris, he was a gentleman, a king was no more. She had half anticipated feeling ashamed of him. She found, on the contrary, that she had ample reason to be proud of him. The earl told his wife and daughter what he hoped and intended to do for Earle. He almost wondered that the countess should be so pleased. Her face flushed and her eyes filled with tears. "You are very good, Ulrich," she said very gently. He fancied that it was for her daughter's sake that she felt pleased, but there were no tears in his daughter's beautiful eyes. "I am a deal of trouble to you, papa," she said. "It is not enough that you must have a grown-up daughter, but you must also provide her with a husband. It is rather too hard on you." "But, Doris, you love Earle," he said anxiously. "Oh yes, I love Earle. It is a thousand pities, though, that he has not a ready-made fortune and position. It would save you so much trouble." "My dear Doris, there can be no trouble for me where you are concerned. You know how anxious I am that you should be happy. You will be happy with Earle?" "I am one of those singularly fortunate people, papa, who are happy anywhere," she replied. Then, seeing a very discontented expression on his face, she hastened to add, "Remember how often you have called me a true Studleigh, papa. I find it more in my nature to laugh than to sentimentalize. Indeed, under pain of instant execution, I fear that I could not grow sentimental. At the same time, believe me, no one could be more grateful than I am to you about Earle." And with that the earl was forced to be content. She sat down to the piano shortly afterward, and he heard the gay voice singing of love and flowers. He looked at her. The same puzzle came to him. "Has she any heart?" he asked himself. That was a question which no one yet had been able to answer. "Earle," said Lady Doris, as they sat together in the morning room, "do not read any more to me. I always tell you that reading poetry aloud to me is a waste of time and of talent. I want you to talk." The next moment he had closed the book and was sitting on the little ottoman at her feet. "I am only too delighted," he said. "It is not often that my beautiful queen wishes to talk to me." "Your beautiful queen wishes to know, Earle, what you think of my lady." "My lady," he repeated wonderingly. "Yes, try and not be dull of understanding. Nothing tries me so severely as that. My lady, I mean, of course, the Countess of Linleigh. What do you think of her, Earle?" "I think she is very kind, very beautiful, very stately, and very charming." "I agree with you, but do you not think that she is rather sentimental?" "I hardly know. Why, Doris?" "She has a fashion of dropping into my dressing room at all hours, of taking this long hair of mine into her hands and looking as though she would fain kiss it, or kissing my face and talking about you." "That seems very natural, Doris, and very kind," he said. "When she talks about you, Earle, the tears come into her eyes, and she is so eloquent about love. Do you know what I fancy sometimes?" "No," he replied, "I do not know." "You need not to look so strangely at me, but I do fancy at times that when she was young perhaps she loved someone like me, who is dead. What do you think, Earle?" "It is very possible, darling. I should be so kind to her, Doris, were I in your place. I am kind. I never interfere. I let her do just as she likes with me. I am sure, Earle, it is not possible to be any kinder than that." End of chapter 55. Read by Gabby Cowan. Section 56 of A Fair Mystery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Gabby Cowan. A Fair Mystery by Bertha M. Clay. The Yearnings of a Mother's Heart. The appointment was secured. It was hardly probable that the Earl of Linleigh should ask anything from the government and be refused. He was the rising man of the day, and the government was anxious for his support. He had great influence, and it was all needed. When, therefore, he made a special application for this choice bit of patronage, it was agreed on all sides that it would be most unwise to refuse it. Earle was made perfectly happy. The income of £800 a year did not seem such a great or wonderful thing to him as the fact that he was a public man, that his footing was firmly established, and that every day brought him nearer to Doris. In his simplicity he often wondered how it was that little paragraphs continually appeared in the leading papers of the day about him. One time it was to the effect that it was not generally known that Earle Moray, Esq., recently appointed to the Royal Commission service, was the poet with whose last work all England was delighted. Again, that Earle Moray, Esq., the poet intended to contest the borough of Anderley. He found himself continually mentioned as one of the leading men of the day, one to whom the eyes of the country turned with hope. Earle could not imagine how it was, and in his perplexity he spoke of it to Lord Linleigh. "If I did not know that it was impossible," he said, I should imagine someone was always sending little paragraphs to the newspapers about me." "It is the price of celebrity," said the earl. "A man who wishes to advance with the public must always keep himself before the public eye. You would be surprised how famous these little paragraphs, as you call them, have made you already. People often ask me about Earle Moray. You will be a greater name than this some day, and you will wonder how you have acquired it." In the meantime he was wonderfully happy. He was not to commence his engagement until the middle of April, and the earl insisted upon it that he should continue at Linleigh Court. "Lessons in social life are as needful as any others," said Lord Linleigh. "You cannot do better for the next few weeks than spend as much time as possible with Lady Estelle. I will introduce you to the chief magnates of the county, and so you will be acquiring knowledge of one kind, if not of another." The next great event was a visit from the Duke and Duchess of Downsbury to Linleigh Court. The Duke had long desired to go, but the Duchess, prouder than himself, constantly refused. At last curiosity prevailed. Lord Linleigh wrote such glowing accounts of his happiness and such descriptions of the beauty of his daughter and the happiness of his wife, that it was not in human nature to keep away any longer. Then, indeed, was Lady Doris puzzled. The countess seemed to have but one anxiety. It was not for herself at all, but for Lord Linleigh's daughter, that she should look beautiful, that they should admire her, that she should make the most favorable impression on them, seemed to be her sole desire. The young beauty was highly amused at it. They were talking one morning, and Lady Estelle held a long, shining tress of Doris' hair in her hand. "I hope," she said suddenly, "the Duchess will admire your hair, Doris." "Do you, Lady Linleigh?" was the reply, with a little raising of the eyebrows. "I am not very anxious about it myself." "My darling," said the countess impulsively, "do not say that. I want my mother to admire, and to like, even to love you." "It is very kind of you, Lady Linleigh, but it is very improbable. I fancy that I remember her Grace. She is very tall and stately, is she not? With a proud, high bred face, not handsome at all, but very aristocratic?" "Yes," said Lady Estelle faintly, "that is she." "Then I am quite sure, dear Lady Linleigh, she will not like me. I must have been quite a child when you paid that memorable visit to Brackenside, but I remember her much better than I remember you, and I am quite sure that she looked as though she would like to shake me." "But, Doris," said the countess earnestly, "you must try to make the Duchess like you. You will try, will you not, my dear?" "Will you tell me why, Lady Linleigh?" asked the young girl. The countess grew pale and agitated. "Do it to please me, my darling, because I want her to like you. Do it for my sake, will you, Doris?" The girl laughed, a low, rippling laugh that had no music in it. "I will do anything, Lady Linleigh, anything to please her. But if my own mother were living, provided that I loved her myself, I should not be very anxious for anyone else to love her." Lady Estelle drew back with something like repulsion in her face. "You are mistaken. You cannot judge. It is only natural that we wish everyone to love and admire what we love ourselves." Doris looked at her with laughing eyes. "I cannot see it. I should like everyone, for instance, to admire Earle, but I do not care about anyone loving him." Lady Linleigh sat in silence for some minutes, then looking up, she said: "We will not argue over it, my dear child, but you will promise to be very nice to the Duchess, and try to win her liking?" "Certainly I promise, Lady Linleigh. Tell me, is the Duchess a lady of great importance?" "Yes, she is indeed. She has much influence at court and in society." "Then I will do all I can, not only to make her like me, but to make her speak favourably of me. Shall you be pleased then, dear Lady Linleigh?" Yes, she would be pleased, but she owned to herself, with a deep sigh, that it was impossible to arouse any deep or true feeling, any noble sentiment, any generous idea in the girl's mind. Appeal to her vanity, her interest, her ambition, you were sure to find some answer in court. Appeal to anything else was utterly in vain. Lady Doris laughed to herself as the countess, with something like disappointment in her face, quitted the room. "I have heard the proverb, 'Love me, love my dog,'" she said to herself. "I've never heard, 'Love me, love my mother.'" Still, the fact that the coming visitor was a duchess, and a person of very great importance, the wife of one of the wealthiest dukes in England, was not without its influence on her. She resolved, therefore, to be most charming and gracious. She was secretly amused at Lady Linleigh's anxiety over her dress. On the day when the visitors were expected, she said to her: "Take great pains with your toilet this evening, Doris. Wear that set of pearls and rubies." "If the dog were a widower," laughed Lady Doris to herself, "I should feel sure that the countess wanted me to make a conquest." She was awed and impressed, in spite of herself, when she stood before the Duchess of Downsbury. The Duke she remembered well. She felt no especial awe of him. She could tell, from the expression of his face, that he thought her beautiful. She was accustomed by this time to see men fall prostrate, as it were, before her beauty, but there was something in the high-bred stately Duchess before which my Lady Doris owned herself vanquished. She did not understand the emotion in Lady Linleigh's face as she led her to the Duchess. "Mamma," she said in a voice that trembled, "this is Lady Doris Studleigh, my husband's daughter." The jewelled hands of the Duchess trembled as they lay for 1/2 minute on the golden head. "I am pleased to see you," she said. "You are very fair. I hope you are as good as you are fair." Lady Doris wondered why, for 1/2 minute, everyone around her looked so solemn, why her father's debonair face had lost its colour, why Lady Estelle turned so hastily away, why Earle stood looking on with a strange light in his eyes. It was droll. Then she dismissed the thought. They were all more or less sentimental, and there was no accounting for sentimental people at all. She was destined the same evening to feel a little more surprised. There had always been the most perfect harmony and sympathy of taste between the earl and his daughter. They resembled each other so closely. Lady Doris felt half inclined to dislike the Duchess. Her exclusiveness, her hauteur, awed her after a fashion that was rather disagreeable than otherwise. As usual, she went to the earl for sympathy. "Papa," she said, "the worst enemy her grace ever had could not call her lively." "She is no longer young. Liveliness is one of the attributes of youth, you know, Doris." "Yes, but a little more of it would certainly not hurt her, papa." The earl went to his daughter and laid his hand on her shoulder. "Doris," he said, "I want to speak to you most particularly, and I want you to pay the greatest attention to what I have to say." She looked up in wonder at this preamble. "Let me impress upon you," he said, "that it is my earnest wish that you should treat the Duke and Duchess with all the respect, attention, and affection that lies in your power. You cannot show them too much, and the more you show them the better shall I be pleased. They are my wife's parents." "I suppose," thought Doris, "he expects they will leave him a fortune. However, I must trim my bark according to the sea. I have to sail on." So she promised to show all deference, all homage, all respect. She did so. The Duke admired her beyond everything. He thought her one of the most beautiful, most graceful, one of the cleverest girls he had ever met. But the Duchess did not like her. She had never forgotten her first impression, that the girl was both vain and wanting in goodness. She tried to like her, to make the most of her beauty, her talent, but there was no real warmth in her heart toward her daughter's child. Earle, on the contrary, won her honest liking. In her own mind, although she knew that Doris was the daughter of Lord Linleigh and the descendant of the Herefords, she thought her inferior to Earle Moray. So this strangely assorted household remained until the time drew near when the earl thought of going to London. The Duke of Downsbury had promised to do his best in helping to forward the fortunes of Earle Moray. He by this time had recovered from the shock his daughter's story had inflicted on him. Still, he considered it best, for many reasons, that the secret should be kept. Lady Doris wondered often how it happened that she was so great a favorite with the Duke. He made her costly and beautiful presents. He liked to ride out with her. He enjoyed watching her beautiful face. "Your daughter is unique," he said one day to Lady Estelle, and her face grew white as she heard the words. "My daughter!" she repeated. "It seems so strange, papa, to hear that. No one has ever called her my daughter before." How the gentle heart yearned over her, the proud young beauty in the flush of her triumph, never knew. She looked upon Lady Linleigh's great love for her as rather tiresome than otherwise. It was annoying to her that she should be visited every evening, and that the countess should study so attentively her every look and word. More than once she spoke impatiently of it to Earle, and wondered that he looked so gravely at her. "It seems to me," she cried, "that everyone studies Lady Linleigh a great deal more than they study me." She wondered why it was that the fair, proud face was always so tender for her, why the calm eyes always rested on her with a loving light, why the voice that never varied for others faltered and grew so loving when speaking to her. Once or twice it occurred to her that if her own mother had been living, she could not have shown greater affection for her than did Lady Estelle Linleigh. End of chapter 56. Recorded by Gabby Cowan. Section 57 of A Fair Mystery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Gabby Cowan. A Fair Mystery by Bertha M. Clay. Chapter 57. Before the Queen. Such a May day! Like one of those that the poets of old described when they wrote about of mead and honey. a flash of heaven's own sunshine, a murmur of heaven's own music, a foretaste of the golden glories of summer which were soon to shine over the land. A May day, when, in the green heart of England, the hawthorn was budding, the perfume of violets filled the air, the cuckoo remained lord of the meadows, the wood pigeons began to coo, the butterflies to coquette with sweet spring flowers, a very carnival of nature. London had never looked so bright or so gay. The Queen had thrown off the black mantle of sorrow, and had come forth once more to gladden the hearts of her faithful people. She had opened Parliament, and a series of royal fêtes had been announced that cheered the whole city with the hope of future prosperity. Trade, commerce, literature, and art were all encouraged, as all drooped in her absence, so they all revived in the gracious promise of her serene presence. There was to be on the 3rd of May a grand drawing-room. Great excitement was caused by the announcement that the Countess of Linleigh and the Lady Loris Studleigh were both on this eventful day to be presented, the Countess on her marriage, the Lady Doris as a debutante. Rumour was very busy. There was nothing to wonder about over the Countess. She was well known for many London seasons. She had been a belle and a reigning beauty. She was married at last to a popular nobleman, and would doubtless take her place as one of the queens of society. She would give brilliant fêtes, head the gaieties of the season. Hyde House would doubtless become one of the most fashionable resorts of the day, but there all sensation about her ceased. With Lady Doris it was different. More curiosity was felt to see Lord Linleigh's daughter than his wife. People heard that she was a regular Studleigh, and the memory of the handsome debonair race was still living among them. In the time of Charles II there had been ladies of the Studleigh family whose names were proverbs for beauty, wit, and recklessness. Strange stories were told of deeds of fun and daring that in people less noble would have been called crimes. And now on the great world, always a little blaze, a little tired of itself, always athirst for novelty, a new star was to shine. A Studleigh with all the fatal, witching beauty of her race, and the inheritance of wit that was always pointed. Rumour said she was the loveliest girl on whom the English sun had shone for many years. She would be wealthy, too, for Lord Linleigh was rich. Expectation was for once fairly aroused. Then, too, there was something of romance about her story. The marriage of the handsome, popular earl had been a private one. The Lady Doris, it was said, had been educated in the strictest retirement. People were impatient to see her and pronounce their verdict. She was to be presented by the Duchess of Downsbury, whose name was a guarantee for every good quality. The eventful day dawned at last. Lord Linleigh had been somewhat anxious over it. True, his daughter's fate in life was fixed. He would not have had her engagement with Earle Moray broken on any account. Yet he desired that she should receive all the homage due to her rank and her beauty. No word of her engagement had been made public. That was by Lady Linleigh's advice. Give her all the time possible, all the liberty that her heart can desire, and then we shall see if she really prefers Earle to all the world, she said to her husband. though he laughed at the advice, he owned it was good. On that May day, surely Lady Doris' dressing room was one of the prettiest scenes in all London. The sunbeams crept through the rose-coloured blind, and fell on the shining jewels, the costly dresses, the flowers and laces. For the first time in her life Lady Doris was arrayed in full court costume, and certainly nothing would have suited her better. The Duke of Downsbury had insisted on presenting her with a magnificent set of diamonds for the occasion, and she wore them now for the first time. She stood in all the splendor of her marvelous beauty and rich costume, smiling at herself in the mirror. "I do not look much like Doris Brace, the farmer's daughter, now," she said to herself. Then Lady Linleigh entered the room. "I could not dress, Doris," she said, "until I had seen you and knew whether you felt nervous or not." Something like a smile of contempt wreathed the beautiful lips. "Nervous, Lady Linleigh? Not one whit," she replied. "Now, if I were about being presented to a handsome young monarch who wanted a queen to reign by his side, I might feel nervous." "When I was presented," said Lady Linleigh, "I did feel very nervous. I thought of it for days and weeks beforehand." "You and I, dear Lady Linleigh, differ considerably," said Doris. "I often think myself it is strange, but I am really wanting in that respect. I have no organ of reverence. I do not believe that I stand in awe of any human being." "It is strange, and I am not sure that such total independence is altogether good for you, my dear. I should like you to bear more on others, less on yourself." "I am as I was made," laughed the girl. Then she blushed slightly, for the earl stood at the door of her dressing room, looking at her with such admiration in his eyes as they had seldom expressed before. She could not help feeling embarrassed by it. Then she went up to him, saying, "Now, papa, imagine yourself the queen. Let me make you my grand presentation courtesy." He never forgot her as she stood there, the light flaming in her jewels and falling on the golden hair, the face softened into unusual beauty by the slight flush. "My darling," said Lord Linleigh, as he laid his hand on her head, "my darling, I am proud of you." The words were few, but they expressed a whole volume. "There will not be a fairer girl at the drawing room to day," he continued, "yet you must look out for your laurels, Doris. Lady Blanche Trevor is presented to day, and the Trevors have always been considered the handsomest family in England." "I am not afraid, papa," was the calm reply. "We should be going now. It is some time since the carriage was announced." "Doris," said the countess, "stop 1 minute, dear." Doris turned wonderingly. She detected a faint tremor in the voice. Lady Linleigh's face, too, was very pale. "Come here 1 moment," she continued, and Lady Doris went up to her. The pale, lovely face looked into hers. The gentle hands touched her, the sweet lips caressed her. The countess took one long tress of the golden hair in her hands. "I could not let you go out into the world, my dear," she said slowly, "without first wishing you all happiness." All her heart was on her lips, and her voice trembled with emotion. Lady Doris looked at her in a perfect bewilderment of surprise. "You are very kind to me, Lady Linleigh," she said. and there was something of haughty surprise in her voice which fell like cold snow on the gentle heart. "You are very kind," she repeated, "but I have no fear." "It is such a brilliant world, Doris, but so full of pitfalls. Oh, my dear, so full of pitfalls for the beautiful and young." "I will steer clear of them, dear Lady Linleigh," said the impatient voice. "While the May sun is shining and the carriage is at the door, there is hardly time to talk about the dangers of the world. I am quite willing to take them for granted." Lady Linleigh said to herself that she could not alter the nature, that she was brilliant, polished, cold, beautiful, without warmth of the heart, and that she could not help it. Yet she felt most bitterly disappointed. Her heart had yearned for one kind word, for one token of affection from her, but it was not to be. The earl looked in surprise from his wife to his daughter, but he made up his mind never to interfere between them, or to appear to notice anything that passed. Then they entered the carriage and drove to St. James. Those present will not soon forget the beauty of the women or the splendor of the whole scene. Never since the days when her royal consort stood by her side had the queen looked better or happier than on this day, when she woke to the sense that the great voice of a mighty nation was calling her. Noble sons and fair daughters stood around her. The noblest of the realm had hastened to do her homage. The sun that shone upon the palace walls and streamed through the windows fell on no more calm or royal face than hers. There was some little excitement when the name of the Countess of Linleigh was announced. Many there remembered her years ago, when she had made her debut, and smiled to think that for love of the gallant earl she had remained unmarried all these years. With the entrance of Lady Doris Studleigh into the royal presence, there was a sensation such as had not been made at the court for many long years. The girl's glorious beauty, her imperial grace, the proud carriage, the splendor of her jewels, the fascination that seemed to clothe her as a garment, even the royal face lighted up with admiration as the queen's eyes fell on her. Words more kind than usual came from the royal lady's lips, and her heart beating high with triumph. Her position secure, the Lady Doris passed from that gracious presence. Even as she stood bending low before the queen, she said to herself that she should be a favorite at court if looks promised anything. The Duchess of Downsbury was well pleased with her young protégée. "My dear," she said to her when the ordeal was over, "whatever else you may like, you certainly have plenty of nerve." Lady Doris raised her eyes unflinchingly to her grace's face. "Different people," she said, "give other names to the quality I possess. Your grace calls it nerve, the Studleighs call it courage." "Well," said the duchess grimly, "I will call it courage, then. You have plenty of it, Lady Doris." "I have no doubt," was the smiling reply, "that as I go through the world I shall need it all." The duchess knew that in a passage at arms, even she, well versed as she was, had no chance with Lady Doris. In one way she was pleased at her granddaughter's success, although she disliked so much calm self-possession in one so young. But the earl saw no drawback, he admitted none. Everyone was enraptured with Lady Doris. Everyone praised her, spoke of her wonderful beauty, and complimented him on having so peerless a daughter. His heart beat high with pride, yet never once did he wish her engagement with Earle Moray broken. He saw Lady Estelle alone a few minutes before dinner, and then he wondered at the paleness of her face, the depression of her spirits. "Estelle," he said gently, "what is the matter?" It seemed as though the question broke through the flood gates of her sorrow. She raised her eyes to his. They were streaming with tears. "I am ungrateful, Ulric," she said. "I am wicked and discontented. I see my darling so beautiful, yet I cannot go to her and clasp her in my arms. I cannot say, 'Child, how I rejoice in you, for you are my own.'" "No, you cannot say that, but you may love her and be as kind to her as you will." The countess shook her head sadly. "You do not understand," she said. "Doris is not affectionate by nature, and I can see that my love annoys and teases her. I do not repine, for you love me, Ulric, do you not?" Love her? Yes, assuredly he did. How could he help it? Yet, all the same, he did wish that Lady Doris would show greater affection for her unknown mother. End of chapter 57. Read by Gabby Cowan. Section 58 of A Fair Mystery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Gabby Cowan. A Fair Mystery by Bertha M. Clay. Chapter 58. The New Beauty Discussed. A group of young aristocrats stood in the billiard room of Bar's club. Someone had played a game and won it. Someone else had lost. There had been high betting, but, strange to say, for once money had lost its charm, billiards their attraction. "I am told," said the Honorable Charlie Balsover, "that it is a treat to look at her. My sisters were both at the drawing room, and they declare that they have seen nothing like it." "Women cannot judge of women," said Major Maitland contemptuously. The Honorable Charlie looked up haughtily. "My sisters are as good judges of beauty as anyone in England," he said hastily. "There can be no question about it," interrupted Lord Piercy. "Lady Studleigh is, par excellence, the beauty of the season. I saw her myself, and, well, it takes a great deal to satisfy me, but she did it." "We shall have the noble Piercy spurred and booted, going in for a conquest," laughed another. "No, my dear boy, I am, fortunately for me, in the full possession of all my senses. I took my own measure very accurately long ago, and I for one should never aspire to such a conquest as that of the Lady Studleigh." "What a rare and touching humility," laughed a fair-haired officer. "I should like to see this paragon." At that moment they were joined by a tall, handsome man, who until that moment had been standing alone at the billiard table, practicing a stroke he wished to master. He sauntered to the little group. "I have not heard one word that you have been saying, but from the peculiar expression of Piercy's face, I would wager that you are talking of beauty in some shape or other," he said. "We are talking of a new star which has suddenly arisen in the fashionable skies, the beautiful golden-haired Lady Studleigh. Lord Linleigh's daughter." "What of her?" asked Lord Charles Vivianne. "If any interesting, tell me quickly. At this moment the click of the billiard balls is sweeter to my ears than the praise of a fair woman." "It is my opinion," said Colonel Clifford, laughing, "that in Vivianne's case a burnt child dreads the fire. A little bird whispered to me some romantic story about Florence and some lovely being to whom he was devoted there." Lord Vivianne turned fiercely on him, so fiercely that those present looked grave. "It would be as well for you, Clifford," he said, "to refrain from talking of that which does not concern you." "My dear boy," replied the colonel, "I meant no harm. If I had known that Florence was a sore subject with you, I would not have touched upon it." "Who said it was a sore subject?" cried Lord Vivianne passionately. Then, seeing that in all probability a quarrel would ensue, Major Maitland interfered. "We are forgetting the subject under discussion," he said. "You asked me what it was, Lord Vivianne. We were speaking of the wonderful beauty of Lady Studleigh, the handsome earl's daughter. Have you seen her yet?" "No," he replied, "I have not." "Then by all means contrive to do so. The Prince of is almost wild about her. Every one ought to see her, just to know what a really beautiful woman is like." Then Colonel Clifford, anxious to make up the quarrel, went off in a long and rapturous description of the fair lady's beauty and grace. "I shall be sure to see her," said Lord Vivianne briefly. "To tell the truth, I do not feel much interested. A beautiful face is a rarity, and the chances are 10 to 1 the owner is either a simpleton or a flirt. I, for one, shall not offer my admiration at the new beauty's shrine. Au revoir." And with his usual proud, careless step, Lord Vivianne walked away. The others looked curiously after him. "I never saw a man so completely changed in all my life," said Colonel Clifford. "He used to be so good-humored, fond of a jest, and able to bear any amount of teasing, and now one word and he is like a madman. I shall begin to think what I have heard of him is true." "What is that?" asked the Honorable Charlie Balsover. "I was told that he fell in love at Florence. I did not hear all the particulars, but I was told that he completely lost his heart there." "He never had a heart to lose," said one. "Who was the lady?" asked another. "I do not know. Someone said she was a princess in disguise, others that she was of low origin, but of marvelous beauty. The whole affair was a mystery. Some said she was English, others that she was Florentine. In any case, it is believed that she jilted him, and he has never been the same man since. He used to boast that no woman had ever resisted him. I believe that he fancied he was irresistible. Perhaps he does not like learning his lesson." "The biter generally gets bitten," said the Honorable Charlie. "I should not wonder if some one has avenged the wrongs of the sex upon him. He has certainly gone to great lengths." "Why not call a spade a spade?" said Major Maitland. "Give his follies the right name. He has broken more hearts, ruined more homes, dragged more fair faces through the dust than any man of his age in England. Serves him right, I say, if he has something to suffer in his turn," which was all the sympathy Lord Vivianne received when he was supposed to have suffered at the hands of a woman. He thought but little over what had been said about Lady Studleigh. Men were always making idols of some woman or other, he said to himself. If they choose to go mad in crowds over the handsome earl's daughter, let them. I, for one, shall not join them. It had been a great blow to him, the loss of Doris. That one love was the master passion of his life. He had not intended it to be. He had only thought of her at first as one whose beauty was well worth the winning. Afterward, when her strange fascination, her wonderful grace, her marvelous talent and wit had bound him fast in her chains, he gave her the one great love of his life, none the less fierce and passionate because he had had many love affairs. While they were still at Florence, he had made up his mind to one of two things: either to be true to her all his life, and spend all his life with her, or to marry her. As his love increased, his scruples died away. He would marry this beautiful girl, whose coldness had a charm for him that nothing else ever possessed. His love grew fiercer as she grew colder. He had made up his mind that she should never be parted from him, that he would slay anyone who tried to separate them. When he found that she had left him, many long months did he spend in searching for her. He had quite decided what to do when he did find her. If anyone had bribed her to leave him, the crime should be most dearly avenged. He would tell her that he was willing to make her his wife, and then he would marry her. Marry her! He repeated the words to himself, with a bitter laugh. He would have done anything, have slain her and killed himself, rather than leave her again, or let her go out of his life. She would, of course, be delighted to be Lady Vivian. It was not likely that she would refuse such an offer. He sneered at himself for being willing to make it. He sneered at himself for his own great, overweening love. He hated himself because it had won such power over him, because it had humbled him even to the yoke of marriage. I shall be the first Vivian who has ever done anything of this kind, he said to himself, yet all the same he resolved to do it. Having wrought himself up to this height of heroism, it was humiliating in the extreme to find it all in vain. He could find no trace of the girl he intended to marry. Whether she had left him in a fit of a pique because he had not married her, whether she had gone away in a sudden access of sorrow or regret, he did not know. He was only sure of one thing: she was gone. Had she left him for anyone else, or in one of her sudden caprices? She was capricious enough for anything. It was just one of the things that she was likely to do. For all he knew, she had been near him all the time. She was quite capable of that. He knew that to her, his long search, his fever of anxiety, his despair, would only be a comic entertainment, yet, knowing all this, judging her as he did, believing with the whole force and power of his soul, it was the influence that a wicked woman does obtain at times over a wicked man, and it is stronger than any other. He came to England at last, despairing to hear any news of her abroad. He argued to himself that if she were still in Italy, he should certainly have heard of it. A face like hers could be remarked everywhere. He should have heard of this golden-haired beauty, whose style of loveliness was one so rarely seen in sunny Italy. He had been in London now for some weeks, but he had heard nothing and was puzzled what to do next. He never dreamed of looking for her there in the upper world of fashion. He had no idea, not even the faintest, of ever seeing her. If she were the reigning star in any other world, he would have heard of her before this. With his mind so perplexed and agitated, his soul tossed on a tempest of love, he had not thought to spare for anyone else. Let people rave about Lady Studleigh, let her be as beautiful as she could not surpass Doris. In the meantime, Lady Studleigh was creating a sensation to which the fashionable world had long been a stranger. She was the queen of the season. Hyde House was the most popular resort in London. To be admitted there was to have the entry to the most exclusive circle. To be unknown there was to be unknown to fame. It was not often that one house held two such women as the Countess of Linleigh and the Lady Studleigh. The countess was all grace and suavity and high breeding; Lady Studleigh all brilliancy, beauty, and wit. Even old courtiers, who had some of the first beauties of both empires, declared that there was nothing to equal her. Another great attraction to all clever people was the constant presence of the now famous poet, Earle Moray, at Hyde House. His conversation was a great charm, although some, wiser and more thoughtful than others, said it was hardly right to expose a young and talented man like Earle Moray to the constant fascinations of Lady Doris Studleigh. She bore her triumph with a certain grand calm that impressed her parents wonderfully. "Race does tell, after all," said the duchess as she watched the young beauty. Any other girl would have shown some elation at the great amount of admiration offered. Lady Studleigh shows none. After all, race will tell. Invitations came for a royal ball, and it was remarked by all present that the whole of the royal circle seemed to look upon the proud young beauty with great favor. Then came invitations to a royal concert. One of the young princesses, whose marriage was then on the tapis, declared that she would have the Lady Doris on the list of her bridesmaids. No fete was considered a success without her. A ball without Lady Studleigh was almost a failure. "That girl has homage enough paid her to turn her head," said the earl laughingly to his wife. The countess sighed. "My dear Ulrich," she said, "I think it would require a great deal to move either her heart or her head. Both seem to me equally safe." "You always sigh when you speak of Doris. Why is it, dear?" asked Lord Linleigh. "I cannot help wishing that she had less beauty and more love," she replied. "There are many perils in this world, perils of soul and of body, but I think the greatest of all is certainly the perils of beauty." "I think you are right," observed the earl, "but we must hope, having escaped so far, she will escape the rest." End of chapter 58. Recorded by Gabby Cowan. Section 59 of A Fair Mystery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Gabby Cowan. A Fair Mystery by Bertha M. Clay. Chapter 59. Doris Affects a Little Curiosity. "You are not looking quite so well as usual this morning, Doris," said Lady Linleigh. "You are nervous, too. You start at every sound. What is wrong, dear?" "Nothing," replied Lady Doris, but that I did not sleep well. I had a most unpleasant dream. What was it? asked the countess. About Italy, about someone I knew. I saw there. Only a foolish dream, and I am foolish to mention it. Of all people in the world, you are the last I ever should have imagined to know what being nervous meant. I am not nervous, replied Lady Doris quickly. It would annoy me very much to hear anyone say so. But though she indignantly denied the fact as being a very discreditable one, she looked pale, and the laughing eyes had lost something of their brightness. She started at every sound, and once, when a violent peal from the bell sounded through the house, Lady Linleigh saw that she dropped the book she was holding. Much did the countess wonder what had affected her fair young daughter, yet it was such a trifle, such a foolish dream that had caused her to stop for one moment in her career of triumph, and look at the possible dangers in store for her. She dreamed that she was walking in a pretty wood near Florence, when suddenly the tall trees began to assume the most grotesque shapes. Huge branches became long arms, all trying to grasp her. Leaves became fingers trying to detain her. No sooner had she eluded the clutch of the giant arm than another was stretched out toward her. In vain she tried to elude them. Then she heard her own name called out in a voice which, with a strange thrill of fear, she recognized as Lord Vivianne's. Then she saw him standing underneath one of the giant arms, and he held a long, shining knife in his hands. "I have been looking for you for some time," he said. "Now that I have found you, I mean to kill you, because you were faithless to me." She tried to escape, but the giant arms clutched her, the fingers clasped round her, the shining steel flashed before her eyes, and she awoke to feel such fear as she had never before known. She took herself to task for it. Suppose that the worst should come, that she had to meet him again. Was it likely that in this altered position he would know her? It was most unlikely, most improbable. Suppose that she met him in a ballroom where it was most probably they would meet, and they were introduced to each other as strangers. Well, even then, she had nerve enough, courage enough to look at him and fail to recognize him. She would, at the worst, solemnly swear that he was mistaken, and he, well, for his own sake, it was most improbable that he would dare to mention the terms upon which they had lived. Nothing but shame and dislike of all good people could follow such an avowal on his part. It would do him 10,000 times more harm than good. "So I need not fear," she said to herself. "I have no reason to be afraid, even if I should meet him face to face today." She did not feel the least regret or remorse for her sin, for her lost innocence, her fair fame, her soul's welfare. She cared but little, yet she would have given much if she had avoided this wrong, not because it was wrong, but because the penalty of it might be unpleasant. In the bright heaven of her full content, it was the one dark cloud. To the full glory of her most brilliant triumph, it was the one drawback. Ah, if they knew! If the royal hearts that leaned so kindly toward her even dreamed of what she had been! Farewell to her sweet dream of court favor! If the innocent young princess who had professed so much liking for her only ever so faintly suspected one half of the horrible truth! Farewell to all kindly words! Why, if the handsome earl, her father, dreamed of it, he would send her adrift at once. She shrugged her white shoulders and said to herself over and over again that she must keep her secret. when she was once married, her fortune assured, settled upon her beyond recall, then it would not matter so much. Besides, there were ways out of all difficulties. She held up her white, jeweled hands and looked steadfastly at them. Smaller, weaker fingers than these have robbed a man of his life. She said to herself, if the worst comes, I have an example of history that I should know how to follow. And indeed it would have fared badly with anyone who stood in the path of Lady Doris Studley. There was a great dinner that evening at Hyde House. A Russian Grand Duke, a German prince, and just the very elite of London were among those present. The Countess of Linleigh was a perfect hostess, and in Lady Doris Studley's bright presence there was never any want of brilliancy or wit. It was Lord Charter who mentioned her lover's name. He turned to Lord Linleigh and asked him if he had seen Lord Charles Vivianne lately. Lady Doris was sitting near him, so that she distinctly heard the question and answered. Lord Vivianne, replied the earl. I don't even know him. I had forgotten, said his questioner. How long have you been absent from England? Of course you would not know him. It seems to me, said the earl, laughing, that a whole generation of young men have come into fashion since I left the country. I do not recollect having ever seen Lord Vivianne. Why do you ask me? I heard him say how anxious he was to be introduced to you, replied Lord Charter. I shall be very happy, replied the earl indifferently. She had listened at the very first sound of that name which she had grown to hate so cordially. All her attention had been fully aroused. Now for the Studley courage, she said to herself, and she listened. The color did not fade from her beautiful face. Her lips never lost their smile, nor her eyes their light. When Lord Charter had finished his conversation with the earl, she turned to him in the most winning manner. Vivianne, did you say? What a pretty name! Is it English? Yes, he replied. Most ladies admire the name and the bearer of it. Is he a great hero? She asked, her eyes bright with interest and innocence as she raised them to his face. Is he a great statesman? No, was the reply. I am sorry to say he is a great flirt. A flirt? She repeated in a voice full of disappointment. I thought you meant that he was some one to be admired. So he is admired for his handsome face, replied Lord Charter. She repeated the name again, as though she were saying it softly to herself. Is there a Lady Vivianne? She asked after a pause. Not yet, was the reply, but from what I hear there is a prospect of one. Then he laughed a little. You are a stranger among us, Lady Studley. You will hardly understand that, at one time or another, almost every prominent man in London has been jealous of Lord Vivianne. Indeed, he must be a paragon, then. There was something of a sneer in her voice, but he did not perceive it. Not exactly a paragon, Lady Studley, but I repeat it, a flirt. And he is to be married, you say? I should not imagine the lot to be a very bright one for the lady. You take things very literally, Lady Studley. I cannot vouch for the fact that he is going to be married, but there is a rumor afloat that we all enjoy very much. It is that after flirting half his lifetime, Lord Vivianne is caught at last. She tried to look politely indifferent. Great heavens! How her heart was beating! How every nerve thrilled! How intense was the excitement! She had not known how frightened she had been at the idea of meeting him until now. I am afraid, said Lord Charter, that you do not take any interest in my friend. Yes, I do. To whom was he surrendered his liberty at last? No one knows, was the answer, given with an air of candor that would at any other time have greatly amused Lady Doris. There is a mystery about it. Lord Vivianne has been spending some little time in Florence, and there it is supposed he fell in love with a princess in disguise. Despite the Studleigh courage and her own strong nerve, she could not prevent herself from growing pale. Her heart beat loud with a terrible fear. The lights seemed to swim in one confused mass before her eyes. Then, with a violent effort, she controlled herself. "Florence!" she repeated. "He went far enough afield for his romance. Why was the princess disguised? It may be all nonsense. I have heard many different stories. Some say that this heroine was really a person of low birth and humble position. I cannot tell. I only know one thing." How her heart beat as she repeated those two words. One thing. What is it? Why, that love, or something else, has quite changed Lord Charles Vivianne. He used to be gay, good humored, slightly cynical. Now he is gloomy, sullen, and bad tempered. I heard a friend of his say that he seemed to be always looking for someone. The beautiful face, in spite of all her efforts, grew paler. "Looking for someone! What a strange idea," she said. "Perhaps the lady refused him and he wants to be revenged. Perhaps she jilted him and he is looking for her," laughed Lord Charter, little dreaming how near he was to the truth. If it had been to save her life, she could not have uttered another word. Lord Charter went on to relate some brilliant anecdotes of people he knew, and she affected to be engrossed in them, although she did not know one word what he was saying. Then, when he paused, she said: "It is a strange world, this London. It seems to me full of hidden romances." "You will say so when you have been here for a few years longer," he replied. "I have seen far stranger romances in the lives of my own friends and acquaintances than I have ever read in books." She was mistress of herself now. The first deadly pain of fear had passed. Her heart had ceased to beat so quickly. The color came back to her lips and face. She wished to make a good impression on this Lord Charter, so that if he spoke of her to her former lover, he could praise her simplicity, her innocence, her ignorance of the world and its evil ways. That would be altogether unlike the cynical, worldly Doris that he had known. Most admirably she assumed the character. Indeed, her proper vocation would have been the stage. She could play any part at a moment's notice. As he looked at her beautiful face, her bright clear eyes, the sweet smiles that played around her perfect lips, as he listened to the low musical voice, admired her high-bred simplicity, the innocence that was a charm, the utter want of all worldly knowledge, Lord Charter said to himself that he had never met such a wonderful creature before, while she congratulated herself on the impression she had made. End of chapter 59. Recorded by Gabby Cowan. Section 60 of A Fair Mystery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Gabby Cowan. A Fair Mystery by Bertha M. Clay. Chapter 60. I might have been so happy but for this. "Shall you go to the opera tonight, Doris?" asked the countess, as they lingered over a cup of chocolate. I do not imagine I am over anxious. I think you require a little rest, dear. You are new to this life of excessive excitement and gaiety." "I find it very pleasant," said Doris with a smile. "So it is, I do not deny that. But remember, I am a veteran compared to you. I have been through many seasons, and I know the fatigue of them. Take my advice and rest a little if you feel tired." "I do not think I could rest," said Lady Doris, and there was something sad in the tone that the countess had never heard before. She looked anxiously at her. "That is what has struck me," said Lady Linleigh. "Your face is flushed, your eyes are too bright, the very spirit of unrest is on you. You have done too much. Do you know that every time the door opens you look round with a half-startled glance, as though half dreading what you will see?" "Do I? How absurd! It is simply a habit. I have nothing to dread." "Of course not, but it seems to me rather a pity for you to get confirmed in nervous habits while you are so young." Lady Doris laughed, but it seemed to the countess the ring of music was wanting in the sound. "I shall correct myself, now that I know," she replied. Then Lady Linleigh crossed the room and laid her hands on the golden head. She bent down and kissed the beautiful face. "Do not be annoyed that I am so uneasy over you, Doris. I love you almost as though I were your own mother." The low voice trembled, and the calm eyes grew dim with tears. "My own mother?" repeated Lady Doris, and for once something like the music of the true feeling sounded in her exquisite voice. "You are too young, Lady Linleigh, to be quite like my own mother. You are like an elder sister to me. I wonder if things would have been very different for me if she had lived, and I had known her." "Different?" asked the countess eagerly. "In what way could they be different? I wonder if she would have been fond of me, if I could have told her all my girlish follies and troubles? I have an idea that no one can be like one's own mother." The soft white arms tightened their clasp round the fair neck. "Doris," said the countess gently, "could you not fancy that I am your mother and talk to me as freely as you would have done to her?" The lovely face was raised with an arch glance. "Dear Lady Linleigh," was the reply, "I am only sentimentalizing. Did you think me serious? I have no secrets. I should not know what to say to my own mother were she here. Do not take any notice of my idle words." Then she laughed. "I could never, even in my dreams, put you in my mother's place. I have a shrewd idea that my handsome papa married some poor pretty girl for her beauty's sake. You are the daughter of a mighty duke. A truce to sentiment. Why, Lady Linleigh, your eyes are wet with tears. We were talking of the opera. I must go to it. It is Ernani this evening, and I have the music." "Earle will go with us, of course," said the countess. She had unclasped her arms from the girl's neck and had gone over to the little writing table, beating back her emotion with a strong hand. "Yes," laughed Lady Doris, "Earle will go. Earle is rapidly becoming a popular man. I am not quite sure whether I ought to be jealous of him. The Marchioness of Meryton positively introduced him to Lady Eleanor yesterday, and declared him to be a most promising young man." Lady Linleigh laughed at the perfect mimicry of voice and accent. "I see no one to compare with Earle," she said at length, "and I think you are a very fortunate girl, Doris." "To tell the truth, I am well satisfied with my good fortune, and with Earle," she said quietly, as in good sooth she was. She even wondered at herself, but the truth was she was growing passionately fond of Earle. The secret of it was that he was so completely master of her, that she had learned to have the highest respect for him, that hers, the weaker, had recognized his, the master soul. In his presence she was learning to conceal her thoughts. As time passed on and a wiser, fuller consciousness came to her, she grew more and more ashamed of that dark and terrible episode of her life. Rather than Earle should know it, she would die any death. Rather than his eyes should look coldly upon her, his lips speak contemptuous words to her, she would suffer anything. So completely had his noble nature mastered her ignoble one. His grand soul obtained an ascendancy over her inferior one. She loved Earle. The time had been when she had simply amused herself with him, when she had accepted his love and homage because it was the only thing that made life endurable to her. That time had passed. She loved him because he had conquered her, and because he was supreme lord and master. Lady Studleigh had never looked more beautiful, perhaps, than on this evening when she had decided upon going to the opera. She wore an exquisite costume of blue velvet and white lace, the color of which made her more than ever dazzlingly fair. The white arms, with their glorious curves, the white neck, with its graceful lines, were half shrouded, half disclosed by the veil of white lace. The golden hair was studded with diamond stars. A diamond cross, which looked as though it were made of light, rose and fell on the white breast. She carried a beautiful bouquet, the fragrance of which seemed to float around her as she moved. Was it a wonder that as she took a seat in the box all eyes were directed to her? A beautiful woman is perhaps one of the greatest rarities in creation, but in the hands of a beautiful woman there rests a terrible power. As she sat there, the light gleaming in her jewels, the golden hair with its sheen, the blue velvet and the crimson of the opera box, she made a picture not easily forgotten. The countess, gracious, fair, and calm, was with her. Earle, his handsome face glowing with admiration and pride, stood by her side. The earl was to join them later on in the evening. It was a brilliant scene. Some of the fairest women and noblest men in London were there. Lady Doris was, or seemed to be, engrossed by the stage. She affected the most sublime and complete unconsciousness of the glories of admiration. She was thinking to herself as she was always thinking lately. Now, if he, Lord Vivianne, should be here, should suddenly come and speak to me, I must affect the most complete unconcern and indifference. While her eyes were fixed on the stage, while so many were looking at her, some with admiration, some with envy, that was the thought which occupied her. The dread, the expectation of meeting him had been strong upon her ever since she heard that he was in London. It could not possibly be otherwise. She knew herself to be the beauty of the season. He, of course, as an eligible man, would mix in the same circles, and they must meet. She was brave enough, but there were times when, at the bare idea of it, the color faded from her face, leaving it ghastly white. Great drops would stand on her forehead. She would clasp her hands with a cry of agony. If her attempts at evading him were all useless, if he recognized her and insisted on the recognition, what could she do? The question was, could she deny having been in Florence? No amount of prevarication could alter that. Suppose only, imagine if he should betray her. He might be a gentleman and keep his secret. It was certainly within the bounds of possibility he might keep her secret, but, remembering his character, he did not for one moment think he would. He called himself a gentleman and a man of honor, but he had not scrupled to take a mean advantage of her youth and ignorance, her vanity and folly. What a triumph it would be for him now to turn around and laugh at her lovely Lady Studleigh, and say that beautiful, admired, proud, and lofty as she was now, she had once been content to be his companion. What if he told all this as a secret at first, and the knowledge of it spread slowly as a social leprosy always does? What should she do? Great heavens, what should she do? How mad I was, she cried to herself over and over again. How foolish, how blind. I might have been so happy but for this. It was the skeleton always by her side, and despite her nerve, her courage, her strength, there were times when it almost hopelessly beat her down. Then the thought of Earle was her shield. If he says one word against me, and I cannot kill him, she said to herself over and over again, I will ask Earle to fight a duel with him, and he will slay him. But for this, how unboundedly happy she would have been, how victorious, how triumphant, who, looking at that most lovely face, with its calm, high-bred air, would have thought that the heart beneath was torn with thoughts of regret, despair, and even revenge that should lead to murder? My darling, said the voice she loved best in her ear, Doris, I shall be jealous of that music. I have spoken to you so often, and you have not heard me. The eyes she raised to him had no shadow in them of the terrible thoughts that filled her mind. The music is so beautiful, Earle, she said gently. I wonder, he said abruptly, who that is, a gentleman in the center box there? He has never once taken his eyes, or rather his glass, from your face. A cold thrill passed over her, as though a shower of ice had fallen over her, a cold, terrible chill, a shudder that she could not repress. Her own quick, subtle instinct told her that it was he. The moment she had dreaded had come. The sword had fallen at last. He was looking at her. The next step he would be speaking to her. Now for the Studleigh nerve, the Studleigh courage, now for the recklessness that defied fate, the boldness that was to defy fortune. A minute to collect, to control that terrible shudder. Then she held up her flowers with a smile. You are very negligent tonight, Earle, she said. You have not told me that you admire my bouquet. There is but little need, darling. I always admired you and everything belonging to you. Your flowers are like yourself, always sweetest of the sweet, fairest of the fair. Have men ever paused 1 minute before swallowing deadly poison, before drawing the trigger of a pistol, before sending a long gleaming knife into their hearts? Have they ever paused with one foot upon a precipice, with one hand on the stake? Paused before taking the irrevocable step to look around and enjoy one more moment of life? Even so she paused now. She closed her eyes with a lingering look at his face. She buried her own in the sweet, fragrant flowers. Do you love me so very dearly? She asked. My darling, when you can collect the gleaming stars of heaven, or the shining drops of the sunny sea, you will be able to understand how much I love you. Not until then. End of chapter 60. Recorded by Gabby Cowan. Section 61 of A Fair Mystery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Gabby Cowan. A Fair Mystery by Bertha M. Clay. Chapter 61. I have seen someone like her. One moment, only one. She kept her fair face in the fragrant blossoms. One moment, to taste, perhaps, for the last time, the sweet draught of love. One moment, in which to curse the folly, the bitter black sin of her girlhood, and to moan over the impending evil. Then she raised her face again. Surely some of the sweetness of the flowers had passed into it. It had never seemed to Earle so tender or so sweet. "What were you saying just now, Earle? About a glass, or someone's eyes never being taken from my face? If my grammar is involved, it is your fault." "I cannot imagine who he is," cried Earle. "We have been here nearly an hour, and he has never looked at the stage. I do not think he has heard one note of the music. He has done nothing but look at you earnestly." "Perhaps he admires my jewels or my flowers," she said coquettishly. "It is your face," said Earle impatiently. "What do men care for jewels or for flowers?" "Who is he, Earle? Where is he? Is it anyone I know?" "I should imagine that it's someone that you know, who is waiting for some sign of recognition from you," said Earle. "You cannot fail to see him, Doris, in the center box on the second tier. He seems to be a tall, handsome man. He wears a white japonica. His glass is turned straight upon you." "I cannot return the compliment and look fixedly at him," she said, "but I will take one glance at him, and I'll see if I know him." Calmly, slowly, deliberately, yet with the fire and hate of fury burning in her heart, she laid down her dainty bouquet. She took up the jeweled opera glass, held it for a moment lightly balanced in her hand, then, with a calm, proud smile, raised it to her eyes. Oh heavens, that the first glimpse of those dark eyes, looking fire into her own, did not kill her. Her heart gave a terrible bound. She could have cried aloud in her agony and have died. But the studied nerve was uppermost, the studied courage in full play. Her hands did not tremble, nor her lips quiver. Quite calmly she looked, as though she saw a stranger for the first time, and even then a stranger who did not interest her. She laid down the glass and turned to Earle with a smile. "I do not know the gentleman. I have not seen him before." At that same moment he who had been watching her with such eager interest made her a low bow. "He appears to recognize you," said Earle. "He is bowing to you." She did not make even the least acknowledgment in return. "He cannot know me," she said calmly. "He is mistaken. I have never seen him before." "He must be either very dull or foolish to mistake you, my darling, for anyone else," said Earle. "I defy the whole world to show another face like yours. It is someone whom you have met and forgotten. Be kind, and give him some little acknowledgment, Doris. See, he is bowing again." She raised her eyes to his face. "Lady Studleigh returns no bows for strangers," she said haughtily, and Earle felt himself rebuked. At that moment Sir Harry Durham entered the box to pay his respects to the belle of the evening. Earle asked him eagerly if he knew the gentleman in the center box, who wore the white japonica. "Know him?" said Sir Harry laughingly. "Yes, of course I do. Everyone knows him. That is Lord Charles Vivianne." The familiar name fell upon hers like a dead knell. Earle repeated in surprise, Lord Vivianne? I have heard of him often enough, though I never saw him before. I have surely heard some romantic story about some love affair. Earle, interrupted Lady Doris, do you think Lady Linleigh looks tired? She merely asked the question, the first that came into her mind, to divert his attention. She succeeded perfectly. Sir Harry went to ask the countess if she were fatigued. Earle bent over Lady Doris' chair. You have some strange deeds to answer for, he said lightly. For one moment she looked startled. What do you mean, Earle? She asked. I believe, he replied, that you have made a conquest of this famous Lord Vivianne. Heaven forbid, she said, and she said it so earnestly that Earle looked at her in utter wonder. I am tired of conquest, Earle, she said, trying to smile. I want nothing, no one but you, no love but yours. It is almost cruel, Doris, to make me such a beautiful speech in the presence of a crowded opera house, where it is impossible that I can thank you properly for it. How would you thank me properly for it, Earle? She asked coquettishly. I would count the number of letters in the words, and I would give you as many kisses as there are letters. Kissing is not fashionable, she said. It is very well for common people, but ladies of fashion do not indulge in such old-fashioned manners. Then I hope you will not be a lady of fashion much longer, said Earle. The opera was over. Lady Studley looked across the house to see if her enemy was gone. No, he was still there, looking earnestly at her. Perhaps, she thought to herself, he is waiting to go out when we do. Shall you wait for the ballet, Doris? Said Earle. Wait! She would have waited until doomsday to have avoided him. Yes, she replied, I should like to see the ballet. Then she asked herself if she had not done a very stupid thing in trying to defer the evil day. He would speak to her, that was evident. Perhaps it would have been better over and done with. He had still to wait during the brilliant scenes of the ballet. She sat, as it were, with her grim fate in her hands. She talked, she laughed, she played with her flowers, coquetted with her fan. She listened to love speeches from Earle. She exchanged smiling remarks with the countess, yet all the time she was perfectly conscious that he sat silent, immovable, his burning glass fixed on her face, never for one moment releasing her. Some friend joined him, of whom he asked a question. From the quick glance given to her, she knew that it was of her they spoke, asking her name in all probability. What would he think when he heard it? Surely he would say to himself that he was mistaken. The Lady Studley and the girl who had been so dazzled with his gold could not be the same. She was right in her conjecture. He had asked her name, and learning it, he had been bewildered. When he first saw her, first caught a glimpse of her face, his heart had given one fierce bound of triumph. He had found her. There was not such another face. He had found her. He knew the graceful lines of the figure, the shapely neck, the sheen of the golden hair, the beautiful face. At first he thought of nothing but that he had found her. Then doubt came to him. Could it be Doris, this lovely, high-bred lady, in the sheen of her jewels and splendor of her attire? Besides, how could Doris be in that box, evidently one of an august circle? The gentleman talking to her had a star on his breast. It could not be Doris. Yet he knew. Who so well? The graceful bend of the proud neck, even the pretty gesture of the little white hands. It must be Doris. Who was the gentleman with the white star on his breast? Who the calm, graceful lady? Who the young man with the face of a poet? He could not solve the enigma, but he would find it out. If it were not Doris, then it was someone so much like her that he could not take his eyes from her face. A friend joined him, no other than Colonel Clifford, who laughed to see him sitting with that intent look. "So you are doing what you said you never would do," he said. "What is that?" asked Lord Vivianne. "Joining in the popular devotion," was the laughing reply. "Clifford," said Lord Vivianne, "do you know that girl, the one with the diamonds in her golden hair and white flowers in her hands?" Colonel Clifford laughed to himself. "Yes," he replied, "I know her. She is the Lady Studleigh, the handsome earl's only daughter, Lord Linleigh's heiress, the queen of the season, the belle par excellence of St. James." "Lady Studleigh! That Lady Studleigh!" he repeated. "I do not believe you. I cannot believe you," he gasped. "It is a great pity, as it is most certainly true. Do you not know the Earl of Linleigh? The other lady with them is the Countess. She was the Duke of Downsbury's daughter." "That Lady Studleigh! I cannot believe it. It cannot be." "Perhaps," said the colonel laughingly, "we should come to some surer conclusion if you would tell me who you imagine it to be." Lord Vivianne looked impatiently at him. "I did not say that I imagined her to be anyone else," he replied hastily. "So that is really the young beauty over whom just at present London is losing its head? You are right. If you would like an introduction to the earl, my brother is here. He knows him well. What do you think of Lady Studleigh? Report has not exaggerated her beauty. What do I think of her? I will tell you, Clifford, when I have spoken to her, not before. You are difficult to please if she does not please you." I cannot help thinking I have seen someone like her," he said slowly. "I wonder if I am right?" "Hardly. It is not a common type of face. You may have done so. I have not." Colonel Clifford dearly loved gossip. If he had found Lord Vivianne in a better temper, he would have told him the romance of the earl's marriage, and how his daughter was brought up in a very different position of life to that she now occupied. As it was, he did not tell him, feeling that his lordship lacked civility. So it happened that not until long afterward did Lord Charles hear the story that would have solved many of his doubts. He sat and watched her, sometimes so convinced of her identity that he could have called out "Doris!" again wondering how he could be so foolish as to imagine he had found his lost love in Lord Linleigh's daughter. He could not take his eyes from the beautiful face. He longed to hear her speak, to see if the voice was that of Doris. He remembered its low, sweet music so well. If he could hear her speak, he would be 1,000 times more sure. He waited until he saw them leave the box, and he hastened so as to be in the dressing room with them. Standing nearer to her, he would surely be able to judge. "Are you cold, my darling?" asked Earle, as he saw her drawing the hood of her opera cloak over her head. The house was warm, she replied in a low voice. No movement of her enemy was lost upon her. She knew that he was close to her, that the fragrance of her flowers reached him. She saw that he pushed his way even nearer, and stood where he could have touched her. He looked intently at her. Her face was shaded and softened by the crimson hood. Once she looked around, as though curious to see who was near her. Then her eyes met his. quietly, coldly, without the least light or recognition or shadow of fear in them. She looked at him for one half moment indifferently as she glanced at everyone else, then looked away again, leaving him more puzzled than ever. End of chapter 61. Recorded by Gabby Cowan. Section 62 of A Fair Mystery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Gabby Cowan. A Fair Mystery by Bertha M. Clay. Chapter 62. Lord Vivianne Perplexed. It was no wonder that when she reached Hyde House again, Lady Studley should look ill and exhausted. She had passed through a severe ordeal, and no one but herself knew what it had cost her. One more such victory, she said to herself, and I should be undone. She lay back in one of the lounging chairs, while Earle hastened to pour out some wine for her. "You look so tired, my darling," he murmured. "So tired. I wish we were away from this great London, out in the fresh, fair country again, Doris. Why, sweet, there are tears in your eyes." She looked so wistfully, so longingly at him, tears in the eyes he had always seen so proud and bright. She bent her beautiful head on his breast, longing with all her heart to tell him her terrible secret, her dreadful trouble, yet not daring the least hint. "They are tears of fatigue," she said, "real fatigue, Earle." "I wish I were Earl of Linleigh for 10 minutes," he said. "I would forbid you to go out again, though you are queen of the season and belle of St. James." "I should obey you," she replied, and then she bade him good night, not daring to say more, lest she should say too much. She wanted to be alone, to collect her thoughts, to look her danger in the face, to gather her forces together and prepare to give the enemy brave battle. It was a wonderful relief to her to find herself alone. The worst had happened. She had seen him, he had seen her. He had looked in her face, he had watched her intently, yet she felt quite sure he was not certain of her identity. He fancied that he knew her, yet could not for certain tell, so that the worst, she believed, was over. It might be that he would talk to her, that he would try every little ruse and every possible maneuver, but what could that matter? She would defeat him again with her calm and her nonchalance, just as she had done this time. Then he would assuredly give it up and say no more about it, make up his mind that he had been mistaken. So she comforted herself with vague ideas, never dreaming that each hour brought the somber faces of tragedy nearer to her. The next day was the Duchess of Eastman's ball, one of the best of the season, one to which she had looked forward as a crowning triumph. A night's rest, a natural facility for shaking off disagreeable thoughts, a fixed reliance on her own kindly fate, all contributed to make her throw off the dark cloud that oppressed her. When she joined the earl and the countess the following morning, her face had regained its lost color and brightness. Her eyes shone like stars, her lips were wreathed with smiles. "We shall have a large gathering tonight," said Lady Linleigh. "I hear the Eastman ball is considered the best of the season. All the elite of London will be there." Then Lord Vivianne is sure to be there, she thought. Her spirits rose with the emergency. I will look my best, she said to herself. I will dazzle him so completely in my splendor and magnificence that he shall not dare even in thought to associate me with the Doris he knew. She spent some hours of the bright sunny morning in the park, smiling to herself as she thought what an old-fashioned recipe was fresh air and exercise for keeping a brilliant bloom. She rested after lunch and spent some time in the evening combining jewels and flowers so as to form a marvelous effect. To her maid she said, "Eugene, I want to be the belle of the bells tonight. You must exert all your skill." The pretty Parisian stood with her head on one side, studying the face and figure she had to adorn. "What kind of style does my lady wish? Shall it be gay, brilliant?" "Magnificent," said Lady Studley, laughing. "I wish to be magnificent as a queen, an empress." "It will not be difficult, my lady," was the smiling reply. Nor did there appear to be any difficulty when she was dressed for the ball. She looked every inch a queen. She wore a superb dress of white brocade embroidered with small golden flowers, the effect of which was gorgeous in extreme. Sometimes, and in certain lights, she looked like a mass of gold, in others, like white creamy clouds. The firm white throat was clasped with a diamond necklace, the Duke of Downsbury's gift. Large diamond ear-rings hung from the pretty ears. A cross of diamonds and sapphires gleamed on her white breast. The fair arms were bound with diamonds, and she wore a circlet of diamonds in her hair. Even her flowers matched her costume. They were fragrant white blossoms of a rare plant, with tiny golden bells. Eugene wondered why the beautiful lady stood looking so long and earnestly in the mirror. She was not admiring herself. No light of gratified vanity came into her eyes, no flush of delight colored her cheeks. She was examining herself gravely, critically, severely, trying to estimate in her own mind the exact impression that she would produce on others. Her thoughts were evidently favorable to herself. No one looking at the beauty of that patrician face would dare to recognize her as anything less lofty than she seemed to be. As for believing that Lord Vivianne might say of her, who could do it? Just as she had foreseen, she was the belle of the ball. The Duke of Eastman selected her for the opening of it, and the evening was one long ovation and triumph for her. Yet, though flattery and homage were all round her, she never for one moment forgot her chief object, which was looking for Lord Vivianne. She knew by instinct when he entered the room. She saw him look round and knew, as well as though he had told her, that he was looking for her. Now was the time. Her face flushed into rarest loveliness, her eyes grew radiant. She had the world at her feet tonight. Let him come and do his worst. She could defy him. She saw him go up to the Duchess of Eastman, who listened to him with a smile. Then they both looked in her direction, and in a few minutes were standing by her. She never betrayed the least sign of fear. He looked curiously at her. The light flashed in her jewels, but the diamonds lay quiet still on the white breast. The golden bells of the flowers never trembled. In a few smiling words, the Duchess introduced Lord Vivianne to Lady Studley. She bent her graceful head and smiled. He begged to know if she had yet one dance to spare, and she answered yes. He listened attentively to the voice. It was certainly like that of Doris, but he fancied the accent was more silvery, more refined. "It is very warm," she said, looking straight in his face. "I should like an ice." "Quite a happy inspiration," he replied, and they went away together. If she felt the least tremor of fear, she did not show it. She laughed and talked quite gaily to him, with the simple innocence of a child, not shrinking even in the least, while his eyes looked deep down into hers, as though he would read every thought of her soul. If she had shrunk from him, if she had shown the least fear, if she had avoided his glance, refused to dance with him, he would have had more reason to suspect her. As it was, he was fairly bewildered, and more than once he called himself a simpleton for his suspicions. The bright, fearless glance, the childlike smile, the frank gaiety would have puzzled a wiser man than Lord Vivianne. "I will try her," he thought. "If she be the girl who went to Italy with me, I shall find it out." He offered her his arm, so that he could feel her hand tremble. If tremble it did, he began by admiring her bouquet. "You have some very rare flowers there, Lady Studleigh," he said. "White blossoms with golden bells. It is an exotic. Is it Italian or Indian?" She looked at him with a frank smile. "I am very ignorant," she said. "I love flowers very dearly, but I never made them a study. Long Latin names frighten me." "Yet it is a beautiful study," he said. She laughed again. "I believe honestly," she said, "that if I knew, for instance, the Latin and Greek name of this lovely flower, with its whole history, I should not enjoy it half as much as I do now. That is a mystery to me." "Do you like mysteries?" he asked quickly. "I can hardly tell. I think I should if I had one." He looked into the very depths of her eyes. They were as clear and open as the day. "You are too frank to care for mystery," he said. "Yes, frankness is what Lord Linleigh calls one of my failings." "Why is it a failing?" he asked. "Because I carry it to excess. I have an unfortunate habit of saying whom I like, whom I dislike, what I care for, and what I do not care for." That frank abandon was much like the Doris he had known. "That is very nice," he said. "I wish I dare ask if you are likely to like me." "I will tell you when I know more about you," was the reply. "I have a fashion of showing my liking, which I am quite sure is a little outre." "Have you ever been in Italy?" he asked, watching her intently as he spoke. If there had been the least change of color, if her eyes had dropped in the least from his, he would have said, "Doris, I have found you." As it was, the only expression on her face was one of innocent surprise. "In Italy?" she repeated. "Oh, yes, I finished my education there." He made no reply, but began to think to himself that he must indeed have been mistaken. Then he talked to her about many things. Her answers gave him the impression that she was very quick, very clever, but innocent, almost with a childlike simplicity. He had but one resource, one more question to ask, and if he were baffled in that, he should be at a loss what to think. He gazed earnestly into the beautiful face. "Lady Studleigh," he said, "I cannot help fancying that I have seen you before, that we have met before, and have been good friends. Isn't it so?" There was no trace of emotion in her face, nothing but girlish surprise. "Met before?" I do not remember it, Lord Vivianne. I have been introduced to so many strangers. Is it possible I may have forgotten some? Still, I think I should have remembered your name. It was not in London we met, he said. Carry your memory back to last year, only last year. Have you no place for me in it? No, she replied, I have not. Last year I spent at Linleigh Court. Have I really seen you before, Lord Vivianne? Indeed, I apologize most sincerely for not remembering you. It may be only a fancy, he said. But if you knew me, and knew that I ought to recognize you, why did you ask for an introduction to me? She asked wonderingly. Because I was not sure, he replied gloomily. I am not sure now. I am bewildered. Then, when he saw the surprise on her face deepen into annoyance, he said, I beg your pardon. I did know someone once who was like you. Oh, so like you. Someone who made me very unhappy. That is our dance. Lady Studley, smile, that I may know that you have forgiven me. She smiled, and they went away to the ballroom together. End of chapter 62. Recording by Gabby Cowan. Section 63 of A Fair Mystery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Gabby Cowan. A Fair Mystery by Bertha M. Clay. Chapter 63. A Terrible Trial. Earle, said Lady Doris, it seems so long since you left me. She was standing in the ballroom with the countess. Her late partner, Lord Vivianne, had gone to fulfill his engagement elsewhere. It seems so long, she repeated, and Earle, who knew every tone of her voice, detected something unusually sad in it. His face grew bright with happiness that she had missed him. I saw you dancing with the gentleman who admired you so greatly the other evening, he replied. You seemed so interested in his conversation that I never dreamed you would miss me. He has tried me so, Earle, she said gently. Before I can enjoy myself again, I must go somewhere and rest for a few minutes. Where shall we go? Earle silently placed the little white hand on his arm and led the way to a brilliantly lighted conservatory, where the rippling of the fountain mingled with the songs of tamed birds. There was no one else in that spacious, fragrant place. He drew a chair to one of the fountains and placed her in it. She drew a deep breath of unutterable relief, as one who had passed through mortal peril and escaped it. Looking at her, Earle saw that her beautiful face was ghastly white. The eyes she raised to him were dim and shadowed with horror. Earle, she said, with a faint attempt at a smile, I do not look much like the belle of the ball now, do I? He was full of concern. Not much, he replied. What is the matter, darling? What has made you ill? I have thought so often lately that you looked ill and unlike yourself. She tried to smile, but the expression of her face belied the smile. I never did faint in my life, she said. It is an achievement quite beyond me, but I feel much inclined to do the deed now, Earle. Fetch some brandy for me. Brandy, he repeated. Wine would be better, my darling. Brandy is very strong. Wine tastes like water, she said. I want something that is all fire, to make me strong. Be quick, Earle, be quick. I have to dance with Prince Poernal before supper. I would not be seen looking like this for all the wide world." "I do not like leaving you alone," said Earle. "No one will come here," she said impatiently. "That is the Elixir d'Amour waltz. No one will miss us. Go quickly, Earle." He bent down and kissed the pale face. Then he went quickly to the buffet, poured some brandy in a small glass, and carried it to her. She sat just as he had left her. The white arms had fallen listlessly by her side. The white blossoms with the golden bells lay at her feet. Earle thought she looked like some one whose whole strength had been expended in a dire struggle. "Doris," he said gently, "drink this, dear." She raised her head and drank the brandy as though it had been so much water. He looked at her in wonder. Then the color slowly returned to her face. "I understand, Earle," she said, "now for the first time why people take to drinking." There was something so strange in her manner that Earle felt almost frightened. "Do not talk in that fashion, my darling," he said. "I cannot endure to hear you. Sweet lips like yours should not utter such words." She laughed. Her lips were quite red now, and there was color in her face. "I can understand it," she repeated, laughingly. "When you brought that to me I was almost dead. It seems to me that all strength had left me. All the life in me was freezing. Now I am warm, living, and well. The next time I feel ill I shall take brandy." He did not know whether she were laughing or not, whether she meant the words seriously or not, but they impressed him most disagreeably. "Doris," he said gravely, "never do that. You are only jesting, I know, dear, and this unhealthy style of life will soon be over for you. You exhaust your strength by overdoses of gaiety and excitement. Do not fly to stimulants to restore it. You could not do anything more fatal." She laughed. "Of course I am jesting. This is a rest to sit here with you. Lord Vivianne tired me so dreadfully." She shuddered as with cold, and laid her head back on the chair. "How is it, Earle, that some people are so disagreeable and others so nice?" Earle laughed, so happy to think that she called him nice. "Which is Lord Vivianne?" he asked. "Oh, disagreeable, you may be sure of that. See how he has tired me." "But the world in general considers him a very agreeable man," said Earle. "I do not. We will not talk of him. Say something very loving and very pleasant to me, Earle, that will send all tiresome thoughts out of my mind." "You have no right with tiresome thoughts. What are they? Tell me them," he said. She laughed, but the laugh was a sigh. "What tiresome thoughts can I have, Earle, except that I regret youth and pleasure are not immortal? I can have no other. Say something loving to me, Earle." He bent over her and whispered words that brought a sweet bright blush to her face. Then she stood up. "Now give me my flowers, Earle." He did so, shaking the little golden bells. "Do I look bright and brilliant again?" she asked, "like the belle of the ball?" "Yes, bright as the morning star." "Now for the Prince Poermal and some sugared German compliments," she said, and they returned to the ballroom. The prince, all smiles, all gallantry, all devotion, came up to claim her hand. Earle watched her as she danced with him. She was all smiles and brightness, all light. She talked gaily, she laughed, and the prince appeared to be charmed with her. Earle wondered more and more. Was it possible this brilliant, beautiful girl was the one he had seen so short a time before? White, cold, and silent, as though some terrible trouble lay over her. He saw what universal admiration she excited, how many admiring glances followed her. He saw that in that brilliant assembly there was no one to compare with her, and he wondered at his own good fortune in winning so peerless a creature. Yet he felt that there was something strange about her, something that he could not understand. Her spirits were strangely unequal. One minute she was all fire, animation, and excitement; the next, dull and absent. He tried to account for it all by saying to himself the life was new to her, new and very strange, and it was only natural that she should feel strange in it. Later on in the evening, when the brilliant ball was almost over, Lord Vivianne sought Lady Studleigh again. "I am going to ask a great favour," he said. "It is that I may be permitted to call. I have had the pleasure of an introduction to the Earl of Linleigh." "I shall be much pleased," she replied indifferently, so indifferently that he could not possibly tell whether she were pleased or otherwise. "Shall you remain much longer in town?" he asked, determined to keep up a conversation with her. "I hope so," she replied. "I think London is incomparable. I cannot imagine any other life half so delightful." "You should see Paris," he said, looking earnestly at her. "Yes, I should like to see court life in Paris. I was there as a child, but, as a matter of course, I have no knowledge of French society. I was too young to know much about it." "You must try to spend some time there. There is a brilliancy about French society that we do not find in England." She looked as politely indifferent as possible, not sufficiently so to offend him, but enough to show him that she felt no great interest in the conversation. He could not find any excuse for delaying any longer, but he left her with the determination to see her again as soon as possible. "The ball has been a brilliant success," said the earl. "Have you enjoyed it, Doris?" "Yes," she replied. "I liked Prince Poermal and I liked the Duke of Eastham, but I did not like all my partners." Lord Linleigh laughed. "That is hardly to be supposed," he said. "If it be not a rude question, which of them did your ladyship dislike?" "Dislike is too strong a word, papa. I did not care about Lord Vivianne. He tired me so much. How can people admire him?" "You do not like him?" said the earl. "I suppose it does not much matter, but I am rather sorry. He seemed to take a great fancy to me, and pressed me to try shooting with him. If you do not like him, I shall not." She laughed. "There is no need for that, papa. It does not quite follow that because he is not to my taste, he is not to yours, does it?" "No, but he spoke of calling on us, and did his best to make me understand that he wished to be on visiting terms with us." "Why not?" she asked indolently. "If you do not like him, Doris, I should never care to see him inside our doors." "I do not like him as a partner, papa. Perhaps as a visitor to the house I might like him very well indeed. He tired me with his incessant questions and compliments." "Perhaps he was very much charmed with you," said the earl, laughingly. "I must say no one ever showed a greater desire to be on intimate terms with me than he did. I asked him to dine on Thursday. The Bishop of Lingham is coming, and we shall see if he improves upon acquaintance." "He seemed to me very polite and pleasing," said the countess quietly. And then they spoke no more of Lord Vivianne, but Lady Studleigh thought of him incessantly. She had made the greatest effort, which was talking to him, parrying with his questions, assuming a part, and carrying it on for some time. She had said to herself that the danger was averted, that she had no more to fear, but she found that she was wrong. In his eyes she read a fixed determination to know her, a doubt that all her skill had not been able to solve, all her talent had not prevented. She felt this. She understood that although he had seemed to acquiesce in all she said, his own mind's suspicion still lingered. End of chapter 63. Recording by Gabby Cowan. Section 64 of A Fair Mystery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Gabby Cowan. A Fair Mystery by Bertha M. Clay. Chapter 64. If she refuses, let her beware. Standing in the solitary splendor of her room, Doris looked round her with despairing eyes. Was it possible that this scene, of which she had thought so little, could be the means of dragging her down from the brilliant height on which she stood? What were those words, haunting her? Be sure your sin will find you out. Was it possible that her brilliant life, her triumphant career, her happiness should all be ended by this secret coming to life? Would it be of any use throwing herself on his mercy and asking him to keep the horrible story to himself? Bah! She hated him so that she would not ask a favor from him, not to save 20 lives. The only thing for her to do was to go on baffling him, to treat him not with unkindness, but with such calm indifference that he would find it impossible to break down the barrier, to avoid conversation with him, and to marry Earle as soon as possible. Once married, she could easily persuade her husband to take her abroad. She would keep out of England a year or two, and then Lord Vivianne would have forgotten his fancy. There is one thing I must do the next time I see him, said the unhappy girl to herself. I must tell him, in some way or other, that my name is Doris. He's sure to find it out. I had better tell him. She went to rest in her luxurious chamber, perhaps one of the most luxurious in London, and in the whole of that vast city there was not a heart more restless or more sad than hers. Lady Doris met Lord Vivianne next at a flower show at Chiswick. It pleased the fair ladies of fashion to congregate there. The Duchess of Downsbury, the Countess of Linleigh, and Lady Doris had driven together. It was a brilliant fete. The sky overhead was blue and cloudless. The golden sun was shining. The air was filled with the songs of countless birds, and each laden with the fragrant odor of 1,000 flowers. The charm of sweetest music was not wanting. From under the shade of the trees came the clear, bright sounds. It was like fairyland. The earl had ridden down. Earle was prevented from going. It was there that, for the second time, she met the man who was fast becoming her mortal foe. There was a long, shady avenue of trees with beautiful chestnuts in full bloom. The air seemed alive and warm with their fragrance. The Duchess and her daughter had gone to look at some exquisite specimens of white heath. Lady Studley walked slowly down the chestnut grove. She heard footsteps behind her, and thinking it was the Duchess, she did not turn. Then the voice that she hated most in the world sounded in her ears. "Good morning, Lady Studley. I esteem myself very fortunate in meeting you here." Again he looked narrowly into her face to see if there was the faintest trace of confusion or fear. It was calm and bright as the morning itself. Her eyes shone like two stars. Her lips were all smiles. "Good morning," she replied laughingly. "I shall have my ideal of fairyland after this, Lord Vivianne." "What will it be?" he asked. "A flower show. It is really very beautiful. I cannot tell you how much I enjoy it." "Perhaps novelty adds to the charm," he said. "The most beautiful flowers I have ever seen are at Downsbury Castle. You have been to Downsbury Castle, Lady Studley?" "Yes," she replied with the frankest unconcern. "I was there last year. I thought the flowers very beautiful." "I once saw a flower," he said, "that I would defy all creation to equal." "Did you? For my part, I think them all beautiful alike. Have you seen the japonicas here?" "No, I have only just arrived." To himself he added despairingly, "I must be wrong. She could not be so frankly unconcerned. Besides, how could the girl I took to Florence with me be Lord Studley's daughter?" "Did you like Downsbury Castle?" he asked again. "Yes, but I cannot say that I was ecstatically happy there." "Why not?" he asked. "You ought to be happy everywhere." She laughed a low musical laugh. "I do not think," she said, "that I was a great favorite with her Grace." "With the Duchess? Why not?" "For many reasons. She did not like the color of my hair, because it is brighter than Lady Linleigh's. She did not like my name. She said it had the flavor of common poetry about it." "Your name? If I am not presumptuous, what is it?" "Doris," she replied, and she raised her eyes to his with a look of most angelic innocence. He was bewildered. "Doris," he repeated. "I knew a Doris once, the one so like you." "Doris, how strange!" Again the low, sweet laugh that maddened him. "I assure you," she continued, "that I am like the Duchess. I dislike the name exceedingly." He was looking at her in a maze of perplexity. She was so like. It must be his Dora. The name, too. It could not be a coincidence. Yet, if she were the girl he had betrayed, it was not natural that she could refrain from showing some little emotion, some fear, some surprise. She did not appear to notice that there was anything strange in his silence or his fixed regard. "I have a theory of my own about names," she continued, "and I think it the most cruel thing in the world to give a child either an ungainly or an unusual one. If I had had a sensible name, I should not have been full of caprice as I am now." He laughed, still wondering. Could it be his Dora, the girl he had learned to love with such a fierce, mad love, the girl to recover whom he would have cheerfully laid down his wealth? He would not have believed it possible if any other man had told him such a story. He would have said it could not be, that it must be clear at once whether she were the girl or not. Yet he was puzzled. If a kingdom had been offered to him at that moment to say whether this was the girl he had loved or not, he could not have told. Still, he would try her, and try her until some incautious word, some half uttered exclamation, some sudden look of fear would betray her. If none of these things happened, he would take further steps, go down to Brackenside where he had first met her, and see what he could find out there. Then, as he listened to her, his faith was shaken again. Surely, if she dreaded recognition, she would be less natural. She would seek in some measure to disguise her voice, her laugh, but no one could be more frank or natural. Then a new idea came to him. If she were really Dora, as sooner or later he must discover, then he would compel her to marry him by threats. If she were not, he would win her love and marry her. Looking at her exquisite face, the proud eyes, all the mad fierce love that he had felt for his lost Dora came over him. Then he was startled to find the laughing eyes looking at him with some curiosity. "I have heard of day dreams, Lord Vivianne," she said. "Now I have seen a day dreamer. We have been through this chestnut grove twice, and you have not spoken. You have been building castles in the air." "I have been building castles of which I have dared to make you the queen," he replied. "I should like to be the queen of something more substantial than an air castle," she replied laughingly. "You do not know," he said, "that being with you, Lady Studleigh, is at once the highest happiness and the greatest misery." "I ought to be flattered at producing such a variety of emotion," she replied with a laugh. "You would be serious, you would pity me if you knew all," he said. "Shall I pity you without knowing anything?" she replied. "No, but, Lady Studleigh, you are so pretty, so exactly like someone I loved and lost. You are the very counterpart of her, her true likeness. I have never seen anything so marvelous." "How did you lose her?" she asked. "Did she die?" "No. To me it was almost worse than that. This lovely girl whom I so dearly loved, was beneath me in station, yet I worshipped her. She affected to love me, whether she did or not, heaven only knows. But just as I had made up my mind to marry her, because I loved her so dearly, I could not live without her, she disappeared, went away out of my life, and I have not seen her since." "What a strange story," she replied indifferently. "And how strange that you should tell it to me, Lord Vivianne." "Because," he cried, with a sudden passion, "you are so much like her. Do you not see? You are so much like her that I could look in your face and cry out, 'Dora, Dora, have you forgotten me?'" She laughed again. "Could you? How strange! I should feel very much surprised if you did." "You are so like her. When I look at you my heart seems to leave me." Her violet eyes, with their proud light, looked into his calmly. "I did not think the men of the present day knew much about love," she said, "but you seem to have loved her." "Loved her! But I forget myself, Lady Studleigh. You might as well try to imagine what the heat and thunder of battle are like, from seeing them painted on canvas, as guess how I loved her from hearing me use the word love." "You should find her and tell her all this," she said. and from the half tired expression that for one moment crossed the beautiful face, he knew she was growing politely wearied of the theme. "I am searching for her," he said, his lips growing white and hot as he spoke. "I am looking for her. There are times when I believe that I have found her." "That is well," she replied. "No, it is hardly well. When I am sure that I have discovered her, I shall ask her to marry me, and if she refuses, let her beware, let her beware." The words came from him with a hiss. Her sunny laughter smote him like the edge of a sharp word. "How dramatic, Lord Vivianne! I shall begin to think you are rehearsing for a tragedy." He looked confused. "If she be not Dora," he thought, "what will she think of me?" Then he continued: "I ought to apologize, Lady Studleigh. I cannot help it. You are so much like her. I loved her so dearly that, do you see, I would lose my life rather than my hope of winning her for my wife." "But how can you make her your wife, Lord Vivianne?" she asked wonderingly. "If she had loved you, and had been willing to marry you, she would not have run away, would she?" "I have never understood it. There was a mystery in her disappearance that I never fathomed. But I will fathom it. I will find her and make her my wife." "Did she run away from all her friends too?" she asked. He turned to look at her, and they glanced for one half minute steadily at each other. "If I have asked an intrusive question," she said with a smile, "it was your fault for telling me. Remember, I did not ask for your confidence, you gave it to me." "As I would give you the whole world if I had it," he replied passionately. "Because I am so much like someone else?" she replied smilingly. "I ought to be grateful to you." "If ever harm or evil comes to me," said Lord Vivianne, "it will be through her. I am not master of myself. When I think of her it maddens me. I believe if I met her, found her, and she refused to be my wife, I should—" "Should what?" she asked as he hesitated. "I should kill her," he said fiercely. "How dreadful! You are quite a tragedy hero, Lord Vivianne." She laughed as she spoke, and shrugged her shoulders. "Suppose this lady of whom you speak should be like you, and say the same thing, that she should rather kill you than marry you. What then?" "Why, then we should fight it out to the bitter end." "Here is the duchess," said Lady Studleigh calmly. "Mind, Lord Vivianne, I do not think you have done the wisest thing in entrusting a stranger like myself with your secrets. However, your confidence in me shall not be misplaced. I will keep them." Then the duchess and Lady Linleigh joined them. He remained with them, affecting to talk to them, but secretly engaged in watching Lady Doris. But it was all in vain. There was no trace of thought of care on her face. She talked and laughed gaily, as though he had not spoken a word. The only thing was, that in her manner to him he detected a gentle pity that she had not shown before. "I must be mistaken," he said to himself. "Eyesight, hearing, memory, all must be wrong, all must have failed me. But she could not possibly be playing a part. She cannot be my lost Dora. No woman could be so utterly indifferent. I must be mistaken, but I will find out." End of chapter 64. Recorded by Gabby Cowan. Section 65 of A Fair Mystery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Gabby Cowan. A Fair Mystery by Bertha M. Clay. Chapter 65. A Little Artifice. It did not occur to Lady Doris that in all probability Lord Vivianne would recognize Earle. He had seen him once, and once only. That was walking with her, near Brackenside, but his lordship had no eyes then to spare for the rustic lover. He had also known his name, Earle Moray, but he was proverbially careless, forgetful and indifferent. It was a question whether he had paid the least heed to it, not thinking it could even interest him. On the day of the dinner party at Hyde House, it had occurred to her that they would meet. They had both been at the Duchess of Eastman's ball, but in a crowded ballroom even friends often fail to recognize each other. How would it be when they met in the same room, dined at the same table? People would be sure to make some allusion to Earle's poems. Someone would be sure to mention Downsbury Castle. Then Earle would join in and she would be lost. She might, by her indifference, make him believe that he was mistaken, but if he once found out who Earle was, and that Earle was still her lover, she could blind him no longer. Had she met him only at rare intervals, she might have continued to mislead him. Had she met him casually in society, she could have carried on her deception until it was too late for him to injure her. But now that he was coming, as it were, into the very heart of her home, she had less chance. If he found about Earle, he would find about her too. Then, well, suppose it came, this discovery that she dreaded so terribly, what would he do if she refused to marry him? Kill her, he had said, but that was not so easily done. She might compromise and secure her own safety by refusing to marry Earle and marrying Lord Vivianne. He would keep her secret then. People would only say that she had changed her mind, and say that she was like all the Studleys, faithless. But she loved Earle with all her power of loving, and she hated Lord Vivianne with an untold hatred. She said to herself that if she had to save herself from the most terrible death by marrying him, she would not do it. She loathed him. She would have been pleased to hear that he was dead, or anything else dreadful that had happened to him, for he had spoiled her life. Of what use was all her wealth, her luxury, her magnificence? Her life through him was spoiled, completely spoiled. I wish he were dead, she said to herself over and over again. The toils are spreading around me. I shall be caught at last. She flung her arms above her head with a terrible cry. What was she to do? She must, first of all, prevent them from meeting that night. They must not dine together at her father's house. That was the evil to be immediately dreaded. She flung the masses of golden hair back from her white face. If I dare but tell Earle and let him avenge me, she thought. Then she wrote to him a coaxing little note, telling him that she had a particular reason for desiring him not to dine at Hyde House that evening, a reason that she would explain afterward, but that she herself desired to see him alone. Would he come later on in the evening and ask for her? She would arrange to receive him in Lady Linleigh's boudoir. Then she rung for a footman in hot haste. "Take this note to Mr. Murray," she said. "Never mind how long you have to wait. Give it into his own hands. Then bring me the answer." "Oh, these lovers," sighed the servant. "What there is to do to please them!" Still he did his best. He waited until he saw Earle, put the note in his hand, and waited for the answer. Earle only smiled as he read it. He was so completely accustomed to these pretty little caprices, he had ceased to attach any importance to them. He merely wrote in reply that he was entirely at her command. "You remember the old song, my darling? Thou art my life, my love, my heart, the very eyes of me. Thou hast command of every part, to live and die for thee. I will come later on in the evening and see no one but you." He laughed as he closed the note. "I wonder what pretty caprice possesses my darling now," he said to himself. The man who took the note back wondered at his young mistress. Her face was quite white, her golden hair clung in rich disorder. The white hands, so eagerly extended to seize the letter, trembled and burned like fire. "They must have had a quarrel," he said to himself, with a knowing nod, as he closed the door. "They have had a quarrel, and my lady wishes to make it all right again." It was a reprieve. She kissed the little note with a passion of love that was real. "My darling," she said, "if we could but go away together!" And as she sat there, a sudden memory of the time when she had run away from him came to her. She saw the old-fashioned garden at Brackenside. She saw the great crimson roses and the sheaves of white lilies. She saw the kindly face of Mattie and heard Earle singing, "Thou art my soul, my life, the very eyes of me." Ah, peaceful, innocent days! Blind, mad fool that she had been ever to listen to Vivianne, to let him tempt her, to let him take her from the innocent, happy home. What had she gained? And ah, heaven, what had she lost? If she could but have foreseen, have known, how differently she would have behaved. "I am strong," she said, pushing away the golden hair with her white hands. "I am strong, but I could not live this life. It would kill me." She sat for half an hour, thinking steadily. Then her resolve was taken. She would tide over the dinner as well as she could, throwing him more and more off his guard. She would see Earle that evening and tell him that she wanted their marriage hastened, that she was tired of so many lovers and wanted to go away with him, that she was wearied of London life. She knew that Earle would be on the alert to serve her. He would manage it all. She had faith in his great love. Then she would tell the earl that her health and strength were failing her, ask him to take her to Linleigh Court. Lord Vivianne would not dare to follow her there. It was like a haven of rest to her. When the summer came, she would marry Earle quietly and go abroad. Then she would be out of her enemy's power. He could no longer hurl her from her high estate, or compel her to marry him. She would be another man's wife then, and it would be his place to protect and avenge her. The plan, rapidly conceived, rapidly sketched, was her only resource, her only safety. True, it would spoil her life. The triumphs that she now enjoyed would be hers no longer. She would cease to be the belle of the season, the queen of beauty and fashion. She must lose that part of her life which she valued most, the homage, the adulation, the brightness, and all through him. How her whole soul raged in burning fury against him! If he had been lying there on the ground, her foot on his neck, she would not have spared him. She would have seen him die with pleasure. It did not lessen her anger and her rage that she had to talk to him, to smile and charm him. If a look could kill him, she said to herself, he should die. She longed to be in Italy, where a bravo, for a comparatively small sum, would soon have ended his life. She was obliged to soothe her anger, to still the fierce tempest of rage, to calm her fears, to take an interest in her dress, to smile, to look sweet and winning, with the most vindictive hate in her heart. Then she went into the little drawing room. Lord Linleigh went up to her. "What a pretty toilette, Doris," he said. "White lace and roses. Your taste is simply superb. But ah me, ah me!" "What is it, papa?" she asked as he laughed gently. "Earle is not coming, my dear. I am afraid you will be disappointed. He has sent a hurried little note to say that it is impossible. He is busy about his election, you know." A few minutes afterward, and Lord Vivianne, with a smile on his face, entered the room. Her fingers clutched the flowers she carried so tightly. The thought passed through her mind that if he could have fallen dead over the threshold it would have been well for her. "I shall see him if he comes in later on," she said. A few minutes afterward he was seated by her side, and they were talking in the most friendly manner. The dinner passed over better than she had hoped. Earle was not mentioned, nor did any one allude to Downsbury Castle. Lord Vivianne had contrived to secure a place by Lady Studley's side, and he did his best to please her. She could not help remarking how courteous and gallant was his manner in society. She contrasted it with what she had seen of him in Florence. When dinner was over, and they had gone into the drawing room, he bent over the back of her chair. "Lady Studley, have you forgotten my terrible outburst of the other day?" "Yes," she replied. "I have seen much that is amusing since then." "It was not very amusing to me," he said. "When a man lays bare the core of his heart, he does not do it for amusement." "Not for his own, perhaps," she said. "But if he does it in your tragic style, he cannot help other people being amused." "I could call you Doris," he said, "when you look at me with that piquant smile." "I hope you will not, Lord Vivianne. I should always fancy papa was talking to me." "Did you think I was mad that day in the chestnut grove?" Doris laughed. "My experience of the world is not very large at present," she said. "Whenever I see or hear anything unusual, I think it is the fashion of the times." "Ah, Lady Studley, I wish I could persuade you to be serious. You are always laughing at me." "Tendency to laughter is hereditary with me," she said. "I cannot help it. I am afraid that I have no talent for sentiment. The only matter I find for surprise is why you should have selected such a very unsuitable character as myself for your confidant. I cannot say what may be in store for me, but I do not remember that any love affair ever possessed the least interest for me yet." "You should have a love affair, as you call it, Lady Studley, in Italy, where the air is poetry and the wind is music." "Papa," said Lady Studley to the earl, who was just passing her chair, "do you hear Lord Vivianne's advice?" "No, my dear, but I do not doubt that it is good." "He tells me to go to Italy to learn a lesson in love. That is a sorry compliment to England and the English, is it not?" End of chapter 65. Recording by Gabby Cowan. Section 66 of A Fair Mystery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Gabby Cowan. A Fair Mystery by Bertha M. Clay. Chapter 66. A Quiet Wedding Advocated. "What did that little note mean, Doris?" asked Earle, with a smile. "You see that I obeyed you implicitly." Even as he spoke, he stood still, lost in admiration of the beautiful picture before him. Although it was summer, there was a bright little fire in the silver grate. The lamps were lighted, but lowered, so that the room was filled with a soft light. The hangings of the rich rose silk were drawn. The long mirrors reflected the light, the flowers filled the air with perfume, and in the very heart of the rich crimson light sat the Lady Doris. She was half buried in a nest of crimson velvet. The firelight had caught the gleam of her jewels, the sheen of the golden hair, and the light in her eyes. The white dress, it seemed to shine above all on the white jeweled hands that lay carelessly clasped on her knee. She had told the countess Earle would call, and that she wished to speak to him, so that she knew her tete-a-tete could be quite undisturbed. Earle looked at her, thinking that there had never been so fair a picture in all the world. Then he repeated his question. She looked up at him, and he was struck by the unusual expression in her eyes. He knelt down before her and took one white hand in his. "That cruel note," he said, "depriving me of a pleasure I cannot enjoy too often. What did it mean?" She did what was very unusual with her. She clasped her arms around his neck. "Oh, Earle, Earle, it is strange what rest I feel when you are near me. I will tell you what the note meant, but you will laugh at me." "I do not think so, darling. I have laughed with you, but not at you. I knew that tiresome Lord Vivianne was coming, and he tries my temper so. He will admire me, and I do not want his admiration." "Then why keep me away, darling? I might have saved you from it." "No, I knew you could not. I was obliged to go down to dinner with him, and it would have tried my temper too severely if I had been compelled to sit by him and could not have been with you. You may think it a stupid, childish reason, Earle, but it is a true one. I was determined if I could not talk to you, I would not be annoyed by seeing any one else do so." He looked slightly puzzled, but, as he said to himself, it was one of her caprices. Why not be content? "If my staying away pleased you," he said, "I am doubly pleased." Yet it struck him as he spoke that she had lost some of her animation and brightness. "How beautiful you look in this light, Dora," he said. "Why, my darling, a king might envy me." One of the white jeweled hands rested caressingly on the noble head of the young poet. He had never seen Dora so gentle before. "My darling," he cried, his face glowing with its rapture of happiness, "my darling, you are beginning to love me so well at last." "I do love you, Earle," she said, and for some minutes there was silence between them. She had a certain object to win, and she was debating within herself how it was to be won. "It is like a fairy tale," he said. "Why, my darling, looking at you, I cannot believe my own good fortune. You are the fairest woman in England. You are noble, you are high in station, you have the wit, the grace, the noble bearing of a queen. I have nothing but the two titles you have given me of gentleman and poet, yet I shall win you for my wife. It is so wonderful, this love that breaks all barriers. Money could not have brought you to my side. A millionaire might love you, but you would not care for him. Title could not win you. It is love that has made you all mine, until death." She listened to his impassioned words. She looked at the handsome, noble face, and a sensation of something like shame came to her that she should have to maneuver with a love so grand in its simplicity. Still she must save herself. Her arms fell with a dreamy sigh. The firelight shining on her face showed it to be flushed and tremulous. "Earle," she said, "do you remember how I used to long for a life like this? Long for the gaiety, excitement, wealth, pleasure, and perpetual admiration? I remember it well. I used to feel so puzzled to know how to get it for you. Now I have it, more than even my heart desired. You will not think me very fickle if I tell you something? I shall never think you anything but most charming and lovable, Doris. Well, the truth is, I am rather tired of the life, but I do not like to say so. I cannot think why it is. Sometimes I think it may only be fancy that I am not as strong as I used to be. Perhaps the great change has been too much for me. Let it be what it may, I am tired of it, though I cannot say so to anyone but you." "The queen of the season tired of her honors?" said Earle, kissing the sweet lips and the white brow. "I am really tired, Earle. Then, though admiration is always sweet to a woman, I have rather too much of it. That Prince Poermal is making love to me. The Marquis of Heather made me an offer yesterday, and Lord Vivianne teases me. Now, Earle, it is tiresome. It is indeed, dear. My mind, my heart, nay, I need not to be ashamed to say it, are filled with you. I do not want the offers of other men, their love and admiration. Declaring our engagement would soon put an end to all that," he said thoughtfully. But that was not what Lady Doris wanted. She wanted him to urge their marriage. "Yes," she said, "we might make it known, but people would not believe it. It would not save me from the importunities of other men." He looked wonderingly at her. After all, it was a new feature in her character, this dread of lovers. "That is not all, Earle," she said, clasping her soft, warm fingers round his hands. "I tell you, no one but you. This life is a little too much for me. Before I had recovered from the great shock of the change, I was plunged into the very whirlpool of London life. Do not imagine I have joined the list of invalids, or that I have grown nervous, or any nonsense of that kind. It is not so. But at times I feel a great failure of strength, a deadly faintness or weakness that is hard to fight against, a horrible foreboding for which I cannot account." Her face grew pale, and her eyes seemed to lose their light as she spoke. "I am sure," she continued, "that it is from over fatigue. Do you not think so, Earle?" "Yes," he replied. "Now, what is the remedy?" "I know the remedy. It would be to give all up for a time, and take a long rest, a long rest." Her voice seemed to die away like the softest murmur of a sighing wind. Earle felt almost alarmed. This was so completely novel, this view of Doris, who had always been bright, piquant, and gay. "You shall go away, darling," he said tenderly. "But, Earle," she said, My father and Lady Linleigh are enjoying the season so much. They have so many engagements. I cannot bear to say anything about going." "Then I will say it for you. I shall tell Lord Linleigh to morrow that you have exhausted yourself, and that you must have a few weeks of quiet at Linleigh Court." "What will he say, Earle?" "If I judge him rightly, darling, he will say little, but he will act at once. Before this time next week you will be at Linleigh." "Do you really think so? I am so glad." Yet she shivered again as she spoke. "I long to go to Linleigh, Earle, yet I have such a strange feeling about it, a strange presentiment, a foreboding. Surely no evil, no danger awaits me at Linleigh. Do you know, I could fancy Death standing at the threshold waiting with outstretched arms to catch me." Again her voice died away with a half hysterical sob. Earle bent over her and kissed her. "My darling, you are fanciful, you are tired. I am so glad you have trusted me. It is high time you were attended to. These nervous fancies are enough to drive you mad. The evil has gone further than I thought. Doris, my love, my sweet, it is only the reaction from over fatigue that gives you these ideas, nothing else. What awaits you but a future bright as your own beauty? What shall I live for except to love and to serve and to shield you?" "Earle," she cried suddenly, "do you know what I wish?" A long shining tress of golden hair had fallen over her shoulders, and she sat twining it around her white fingers. "Do you know what I wish?" she repeated. "No. If I did I should do it. You may be quite sure, Doris. I wish that you and I were married, that I was your wife, and that we had gone far away from here, away where no one knows us, where we could be quite happy, alone and together." "Do you really wish that, Doris?" he asked. Her face flushed slightly, but her voice did not tremble. "I do really wish it," she replied. "If papa were willing, we would be married this summer, and we could go away, Earle, to some far off land. Then, when we had been happy for some time, we could come home again. I should have grown quite strong by then, and I should have found health, strength, and peace, all with you." There was a strange mingling of doubt and rapturous happiness on his face. "Do you really mean this, Doris?" he asked. "Would you, the queen of the season, the fairest object of man's worship, would you give up all your triumphs, all your gaieties, and prefer to live in quiet and solitude with me?" There was a slight hesitation for one half moment. He was so noble, so true, it was pitiful to use his great love for the obtaining of her own ends. But she must save herself, she must do that. "You may believe me, Earle," she replied gently. "If it could be, I would far rather it were so." "Then, darling, it shall be. My head grows dizzy with the thought of it. You, my peerless, my beautiful Doris, will be my own wife when the summer comes. Why, Doris, listen, oh, listen, love. Do you know that I never fully realized that I was to make you my wife, though I have loved you so passionately and so well? You have always seemed of late far above me, like a bright, shining star to be worshipped, hardly to be won. When I said to myself that at some time or other you should be my wife, it has been like a dream, a bright, sweet, unreal dream. I do not know that I ever fancied you, sweet with bridal veil and orange blossoms. Yet now, you say, you will marry me in the summer." "That I will, Earle," she replied. Heaven bless you, my own darling. Heaven speed the happy summer. Why, Doris, I can see the gold of the laburnums. I can hear the ringed doves cooing. I can see the smile of summer all over the land. Mine in the summer. Dear Heaven, make me worthy. There is but one thing, Earle, she said. You will think I have changed, but I cannot help that. I want a quiet marriage. It would please me best if nothing were said, even about our engagement. But if I could go quietly to Linleigh and keep the secret of our marriage to ourselves, that is what I should really like, Earle. Then it shall be so, my darling. Now, do not give yourself one moment's anxiety. Shut those beautiful eyes and sleep all night, dreaming only of summer roses and your lover, Earle. I shall see your father tomorrow, and I shall tell him. He will be quite willing, I am sure. You are very good to me, Earle, she said gratefully. How foolish I was ever to think that I did not care for you, and to run away from you, was I not? That is all forgotten, love, he said, and she felt that she would have given the whole world if it had never happened. End of chapter 66. Recording by Gabby Cowan. Section 67 of A Fair Mystery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Gabby Cowan. A Fair Mystery by Bertha M. Clay. Chapter 67. A Clue at Last. The morning that followed was beautiful. The Lady Doris felt more cheerful than she had done for many long days. Earle would manage it all for her. She should find a way out of all her difficulties. Lord Vivianne could not follow her to Linleigh. Even if he did, she should foil him again and again. When once she was Earle's wife, she could defy him. It was not likely that she would fear him then. Her heart and spirits rose alike. She smiled at her own fair image in the glass. Early as it was, a fragrant bouquet of white hyacinths lay on the toilet table, sent by some adoring lover who evidently hoped that the flowers would say for him what he could not say for himself. She smiled over them, inhaling the rich odor with delight, thinking of herself the while. What a poet Earle is! What a rapture he went into last night about flowers and summer. She felt better. The sun was shining in at her windows. The sweet breath of hyacinths reached her. It seemed impossible that sorrow or death should come into such a bright world. She smiled to herself when she heard that Earle was with her father. He has most certainly lost no time, she said to herself. Yet nearly an hour passed before the earl left the library. Then, owing to strangers being present, he could not speak to her of what had passed. He merely touched her hand. Doris, he said, I have been having a long talk with Earle, and I must have one with you before dinner. I will remember, papa, she said. Then, as the day was so fine, Earle prayed her to ride out with him. An hour in the park would be so pleasant, he said. And Lady Linleigh thought the same. Doris was quite willing to go. When they were under the shade of the trees, Earle went more slowly. My darling, he said, I knew that you would be anxious to hear what has passed. I think, he continued, bringing his handsome face on a level with hers, I think that I shall make an excellent diplomatist in time." "I never doubt it," replied Doris. "I was quite pleased with myself," Earle went on to say. "I made quite an impression on the earl." Her lips grew pale, and parted with a long quivering sigh. She looked at him anxiously. "In one word, Earle, is it to be as I wished, or not?" "Yes," he replied, "in every particular." Then she resigned herself to listen. "I never mentioned you at all in the matter," he continued. "I told him that I had observed your health and strength failing, and that I felt quite convinced, unless you rested at once, you would suffer seriously from the effects of the over fatigue. He agreed with me, and said that Lady Linleigh had remarked the same thing, and was equally anxious over you, and said that the wisest thing to do was to leave town at once and go to Linleigh." "But would he and Lady Linleigh be willing to give up the remainder of the season?" she asked. "They care more for you than for the season," he replied. "My opinion is that Lady Linleigh secretly enjoys the idea of leaving town." "And about you know what I mean, Earle?" "About our wedding, darling? It is to be in the sweet summer time, that is, if you are willing." I urged it, and the countess joined me. Lord Linleigh, heaven bless him, did not raise the least objection. He said he would speak to you, and was perfectly kind and good about it. It will be for you to tell him, dear, your wish to have it all managed very quietly, and to speak of going abroad. Now, is not that glorious news for a bright sunshiny day? How green the trees are, and how blue the sky! Was the world ever so fair? Love ever one half so fair? Suddenly he saw her start, and looking at her, saw an angry flush on her face, a bright light in her eyes. She was looking intently at someone who returned the glass with interest. Following the direction of her eyes, Earle saw Lord Vivianne watching her most intently. There was a smile that was yet half a sneer on his lips. He was talking to a gentleman whom Earle instantly recognized as Colonel Clifford. "There is your bête noire, Doris, Lord Vivianne," he said. "I see him," he replied quietly. He did not know the hot impulse that was on her. He did not understand why she clinched the little jeweled whip so tightly in her hand. She would have given the whole wide world if she dared have ridden up to him, and have given him one stroke across the face with her whip, one stroke that would have left a burning red brand across the handsome, insolent face. She would have gloried in it. She could fancy how he would start and cry out, "The coward!" how he would do his best to hide the shameful mark given to him by a woman's hand. In all her life, Lady Doris Studleigh never had such a difficulty in controlling an impulse as she had in controlling that. Then she was recalled to herself by a bow from Lord Vivianne and a look of unqualified wonder on her lover's face. "Doris," he said, "my dear child, what are you going to do to Lord Vivianne? You look inclined to ride over him." "So am I," she replied with a smile. But the beauty of the morning had gone for her. There was no more warmth in the sunshine, no more fragrance in the flowers and trees, no music in the birds' song. The sight of that handsome face with its evil meaning had destroyed it all, had made her heart sink. Oh, to be away from him, where she should never see him or hear of him again! "I am tired, Earle," she said. "Tired so soon?" he replied. but one look at her told him the words were quite true. "We will ride back again, Doris. Tell me, why do you dislike Lord Vivianne so much?" "I am not sure that I dislike him," she replied. "You do, sweet. Your face quite changed when you saw him." "Did it? I do not like him because he teases me so with compliments. I dislike many people. He is no great exception." Earle laughed. "It is very unfortunate to admire you, Doris, if admiration brings dislike." They rode home again, while Colonel Clifford turned with a smile to his companion. "That looks like a settled case," he said. "What do you mean by a settled case?" was the irritable reply. "I defy any man to understand his own language in these degenerate days. A settled case means that, to all appearances, the queen of the season, the feted, flattered Lady Doris Studleigh, is in love with our young poet, the latest London celebrity." "A young poet? Who is he?" For suddenly there flashed into his mind the words Doris Brace had so poetically used to him: "My lover is a gentleman and a poet." At the time he had thought it idle bombast, intended only to heighten her value in his eyes. Yet it might have been true. He looked up with unusual interest. "Who is he, Clifford?" he repeated. "I can hardly tell you, except that he is Earle Moray, a great protégé and favourite of the Duke of Downsbury, of Lord Linleigh, and of the public in general, for he is a charming writer. He is also member of Anderley. He took his seat last week." "Earle Moray? I am sure I know the name." "Most English readers do," said Colonel Clifford. A sudden flash of light seemed to illuminate his mind. "Earle, Earle! Why, that is the name Doris used to murmur in her sleep. She used to dream that Earle was coming. I remember it well. Great heaven, it is she!" "What is the matter?" asked Colonel Clifford. "You look as though you had seen a ghost." "So I have. The ghost of my Oh, what nonsense I am talking. So what is the young poet? He is a very handsome man. Lady Studleigh is something like the earl. Is it known who her mother was?" "No. People say that the earl contracted a low marriage before he went abroad, one that he was ashamed to own. Therein consists the romance." "What romance?" asked Lord Vivianne hurriedly. "About Lady Doris. The earl, when he was simply Captain Studleigh, married beneath him, went abroad, leaving his daughter to be brought up by some humble friends of his wife. The romance consists, I suppose, in the sudden change in the young lady's fortune, from comparative obscurity to splendor. It might have been an unfortunate thing for the earl but that the girl turned out to be beautiful, graceful, intelligent, and well bred." "I have it, by heavens!" cried Lord Vivianne in a loud voice. "You have what?" A fly that has been buzzing round me and teasing me half the morning," he replied confusedly. "Ah," said the colonel, "my opinion of you, Lord Vivianne, is not a very complimentary one. I fancy, unless you take better care of your wits, they will leave you. I never saw any one grow so peculiar in all my life. I saw no flies about." Lord Vivianne made no reply, but went away laughing. It seemed to him that now he held the clue in his hand. "If I am right," he said to himself with a bitter sneer, "I will humiliate her. I will lower that magnificent pride of hers. I will change places, and she shall be the wooer. But I must make quite sure first. I will go down to Brackenside this very day." He kept his word. Much to honest Mark's surprise, when he entered the house that evening, he found a fashionably dressed stranger bent upon being very agreeable to his wife and daughter. "You will be surprised to see me," said his wily lordship, "but I was passing through Brackenside and could not help calling. I am quite a stranger. Allow me to introduce myself as Lord Vivianne. You," he continued, holding out his hand to Mark, "are Mr. Brace." Mark replied in a suitable manner, then sat down, with a look of resignation that highly amused Mattie. If it could rain lords, he could not help it. Such wonderful events had happened that Mark felt he should never be surprised again. Then he looked in his lordship's face as though he would fain ask what he wanted there. "I had the pleasure once, it is some time since, of meeting your daughter, Miss Doris Brace. If she is at home, I should like to see her." At the first sound of that name, Mark was on the alert. This was just what they had cautioned him about. The earl had bidden him beware of impertinence and curiosity. Mark had passed his word not to speak of Doris' history, and he meant to keep it. Wild horses, as he expressed it, would not have torn it from him. "Miss Doris Brace is not at home," he replied grimly. "Indeed," said the stranger, "I am sorry for that. I had relied upon seeing her. Perhaps I may be more fortunate to morrow." "I do not think you will," was the reply. "She will not be at home." "Perhaps, then, the day after?" was the insinuating comment. "No, nor the day after," replied Mark. "She will not be at home. She is not in Brackenside." Now my lord had laid all his plans most prudently. He did not intend to compromise himself at all. If the whole affair turned out to be a huge mistake, as it might do, he would not say anything that could prejudice his cause in the least. No harm could possibly arise if he said that he had met Miss Doris Brace. He had seen her at the castle, and if hardly pushed, he could quote that meeting. But the farmer was a very fortress. He returned none but the most simple, vague, and honest answers, saying that she was not at home, she would not be at home, but looking most amiable deaf when any allusion was made to change of fortune. End of chapter 67. Recording by Gabby Cowan. Section 68 of A Fair Mystery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Gabby Cowan. A Fair Mystery by Bertha M. Chapter 68. Lord Vivianne proposes a little discussion. "If I may take the liberty," said Lord Vivianne, turning with his most amiable smile to Mrs. Brace, "I should so much like to ask for a cup of tea. I was anxious to see your daughter, so did not wait to take any refreshments at the hotel. It is a great disappointment to me." "Yes," said Mark quietly, "it is wonderful how many disappointments we have to bear." The tea was prepared, and Mrs. Brace's heart was won by praise of the excellent tea. The thick cream, the fresh golden butter and ripe fruit, womanlike, her heart secretly inclined to the handsome stranger whom Mark kept so sternly at bay. But where could he have possibly seen Doris? Mark saw symptoms of relenting in his wife's eyes. Under pretext of speaking to her about the milking and cheese, he drew her into the larder. "Now, look here, Patty," he said, "my word is passed, and I do not mean to break it. I told the earl that no matter who came, who asked, or what was wanted, Doris' name and history should never be told, and it never shall. I am sure, Mark, said his obedient wife, this is a gentleman. There can be no mistake about him. Gentleman? Oh, there! Now, my dear, do not look so frightened. I never swore in my life, not even in the hottest of weather. I am not going to begin now. He may be a gentleman, he is. I do not deny that, but it has nothing to do with the matter. Why does he come here to talk about Doris? What has it to do with him? It means mischief. He shall go away from here as wise as he came, no wiser. You are right, Mark, said his wife. That is a sensible woman, yet, added Mark, with a shrewd irony. The sight of his handsome face and the smoothness of his tongue may cause you to betray a secret you have promised to keep, so you had better keep out of the room. I will, said Mrs. Brace. I have no more wish to talk than you have. Mark, still he looks so wistful. I will stay away. That is the best woman in England, said Mark to himself, as Mrs. Brace closed the door after her. Then he returned to his guest. He apologized for his wife's absence, but Lord Vivianne knew just as well as though Mark had told him that she was gone lest she should be tempted to talk to him. Mattie wisely imitated her mother's example, leaving her father alone with his guest. What a grand old farm this is of yours, said his lordship. I never saw grounds in such fine condition. Mark had made up his mind to be urbane and polite, but it was with some little difficulty he refrained from showing his contempt. What did this lord know of farming? Above all, why did he want to flatter Mark Brace? I am rather pleased, said the visitor, drawing his chair nearer to the farmer, that I have a chance of talking quietly to you without the ladies being present. I wanted that opportunity. You have it, said Mark briefly. Yes, I have it, and will try to avail myself of it. I met, as I told you, Miss Doris Brace some time since, and I was deeply impressed by her, most deeply. Were you? Yes, and I resolved if possible to see her again. Mark sat silent. I quite believed at the time that she was your daughter, but I have heard a strange romance since, terribly strange. May I ask, Mr. Brace, if it be true? No, my lord, you may not ask me. At least, I do not mean that. You may ask what you will, but you must excuse me if I do not reply. The fact is this: if you ask as to the state of my farm, my balance at the bank, my hopes of a crop, I will tell you, but when it comes to the ladies of my family, you must really excuse me if I distinctly and plainly refuse to answer one question concerning them. I am sorry to seem rude, my lord. But, like everyone else who saw him, Lord Vivianne admired Mark Brace. He held out his white, slim hand to touch the farmer's sunburned one. There is no offense, Mr. Brace, he said. You are an honest man, and I shall think better of all other men for having seen you. If you decline any conversation on the matter, it is, of course, useless for me to offer any explanations. Quite useless, my lord, a waste of time. Then, thanking you for your hospitality, I may as well go, said his lordship with a smile. To which remark the farmer, not knowing what politeness required him to answer, made no answer at all. Although he was baffled, Lord Vivianne could not feel angry. It would be a straightforward world, he said to himself, laughingly, if all the men in it were like Mark Brace. Still, he felt that he had in some measure won a victory. He had found out that, in connection with Doris, there was something to conceal. He went to Quainton and took up his abode for the night in the Castle Hotel. There he fancied he should be sure to hear something or other. Nor was he mistaken. In the billiard room the conversation turned upon Earle Moray. They were very proud of him. They said that Lindenholm had given to England one of her finest poets. They boasted to each other of having known him, of having spoken to him. They talked of his election for Anderley. There had been no bribery, all had been open as the day. Yes, he had been returned almost without opposition. They spoke of Lord Linleigh's interest in him, and then one or two of the wisest among them told how he was to marry Lord Linleigh's daughter, the beautiful girl who, for some reason or other, had been brought up at Brackenside. It was impossible to keep such a secret quiet. Some few in Quainton knew, and others guessed it. Lord Vivianne listened without a comment. The veins in his forehead swelled, his face flushed a hot crimson flush, his hands trembled. It was a victory he had hardly expected to win. Then he muttered to himself something that sounded like a fierce oath. "She shall pay for it," he said to himself. "Madly as I love her, I will not spare her. When I have humbled her pride, I will worship her and marry her. Not until then." So it was she, all the time. She looked into my eyes without recognition. She dared me, braved me, laughed at me. She shall suffer. She is the most magnificent and dauntless creature I ever beheld. She is grand enough for a Charlotte Corday, a Joan of Arc. By heaven, how many girls would have come to me crying, praying that I would keep their secret. She laughs at me, defies me. I will repay her. His whole soul was torn between passionate love and passionate anger. At one time he felt inclined to weep at her feet, to pray and beseech her to love him, to be his wife. At another time to feel that he must upbraid her with her perfidy, her falsity, her deceit. Which spirit would master him when he stood in her presence, he hardly knew. It would depend upon herself. If she were defiant, so should he be. If she were gentle, he would be the same. Of one thing he was quite determined. Do say what she might, she should be his wife. It would be a most dishonorable thing to threaten to hold her secret over her, but if she compelled him, he would do it. No thought of pity came into his mind, but he wondered much. That news, the news of her father's succession to the earldom and his return home, must have reached her while she was in Florence with him. No one even knew where he was. How, then, could she learn it? It struck him that was the reason she had left him. He had not thought of that before. It was because this news came to her, and she would not be found with him. But who could have told her? That was the puzzle. Someone must have gone straight from England to Florence. The more he thought of it, the more he was puzzled. He felt quite certain that on the morning he left her to secure her opera box and to purchase flowers for her, she knew nothing of it. He had left her by the river side. When he returned she was gone. During that interval, short as it was, someone must have found her, have told her and brought her to England. Who could that someone be? Not Earle. Surely not Earle, her lover. Surely not he. He would have been more likely to kill her than to bring her home if he had found her with me, he said to himself. He was keen enough, but it never occurred to him that she had the skill to deceive Earle as well. He returned by the early train to London. He should be in time then, he said, to give her a morning call. He smiled to himself as he thought of her confusion. He reached Hyde House when the Earl and Countess had just driven to a fashionable déjeuner, and Lady Doris was left alone. She desired it should be so. She wanted time to arrange her thoughts, to recover herself, and they, believing in her plea of fatigue, had been quite willing to leave her. She had made up her mind, no matter what it cost her, not to see Lord Vivianne again. It would be easy to manage it. She would decline all invitations on the plea of ill health, and she would refuse to receive visitors at home. Strict orders had been given to that effect. The servants understood that their young lady was tired, and would see no one, except, as a matter of course, Mr. Moray. She believed herself quite safe. That morning Earle had promised to spend with her, and they would arrange about their wedding and the honeymoon that was never to end. She had dressed herself so prettily for Earle. She went to the conservatory intending there to spend the morning with him. She walked among the flowers, singing in a soft, low voice to herself. It would all soon be over. She should so soon be away from London, where her terrible secret seemed to have taken bodily shape. She should so soon be safe in her own home in Linleigh. Above all, she should soon be Earle's wife. Earle's wife! How he loves me, thought the girl. How true and good and noble he is, my Earle. Then a shadow fell over the brightness of the flowers. She raised her eyes, believing it was he, and they fell on the smiling face of Lord Vivianne. For one instant she looked at him spellbound, fascinated, as one sees a fluttering bird charmed by a snake. Her heart gave one great bound. He knows me, she thought, and he's come to tell me so. How he gained admittance matters not. How he bribed a servant who afterward lost his place for taking the bribe matters not. He was there, and in the contemptuous insolence of his smile, in the expression of his face, she read that no evasion would be of service to her. Still, she did not lose her self-possession. "How did you obtain admittance, my lord?" she asked imperiously. "Oh, Dora, Dora, I have found you! Did you really think you would deceive me for long? I have found you, and now, if you please, we will discuss matters in a proper business-like form." End of chapter 68. Recording by Gabby Cowan. Section 69 of A Fair Mystery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Gabby Cowan. A Fair Mystery by Bertha M. Clay. Chapter 69. The Price of a Secret. He went one step nearer to her and looked at her with an evil smile. His heart was full of passion, half intense love and half furious anger. "You thought to deceive me," he said, and the breath came like hot flame from his lips. "You thought to blind me and dupe me, but I know you now. I have known you all along, though I could not believe the evidence of my own senses." He never forgot the regal grace with which she drew her slight frame to its utmost height, the anger, the haughty pride that flashed from her eyes. "I do not understand you," she replied, "and I repeat my question. When I gave orders that I should be denied to all visitors, how dare you enter here?" "It is late, Lady Doris," he said, "too late for that kind of thing now. I repeat that I know you. To the rest of the world you may be Lady Doris Studleigh, To me you are simply the girl who lived with me and ran away from me." She looked at him. If a glance from those proud eyes could have slain him, he would have lain that instant dead at her feet. He continued: "You may deny it, you may continue to carry on the same concealment, the same deceit, but it will be all in vain. I know you, and I know you for what you are. You can say anything you please, if you think it advisable to waste words. I repeat that it will be in vain." She grew white, even to the lips, as she listened to the insolent words. "I felt sure, convinced of your identity from the very moment I saw you at the opera," he continued. "I watched you then. I have watched you ever since." Her lips opened, but all sound died away from them. He heard nothing. "I have admired your talent for acting," he continued. "It is a grand one. It is 10,000 pities that you are not upon the stage. You would be its brightest ornament. I was not wholly but half deceived by your superb nonchalance. Then I determined to find out the truth for myself. I have done so." He waited to see if she would utter one word of denial, one word of explanation. She stood before him, pale, beautiful, silent as a marble statue. "I have tracked you," he said triumphantly. "I can tell you the whole story of your life, how you lived as a child at Brackenside, how you carried on a pretty little love affair with your poet and gentleman, until I saw you, how you went to Florence with me, in total ignorance of your true origin, how on the morning I left you by the riverside, someone came from England, told you the true story of your birth, and brought you back here. I have been to Brackenside. I am not speaking without proof." If she could have spoken, she would have told him that no one at Brackenside would ever betray her. She would have liked to cast his words back in his teeth, but the strength to speak was no longer hers. "You thought then of being very clever. If you had never heard the true story of your birth, you would have been content to abide with me all the days of your life. You would have thought your lot a brilliant one. But you were too clever, Dora. You thought to escape and to live as though you had never heard of me. It could not be done. Did you speak?" He might as well ask the question, for a sound that resembled no ordinary, no human sound, came from her lips. He went on: "Why were you not frank and honest with me, Dora? Why did you not await my return and tell me? Why did you not trust me? Do you know what I should have done if you had so trusted me? I should have said that my proposition to you had been made under a great mistake, not knowing your true name, and I should have released you then and then from all ties that bound you to me." She saw her mistake then, saw what short-sighted, miserable policy hers had been, but it was all too late. "Surely," he continued, "you had lived with me long enough to know that I had some semblance of a gentleman, some faint notions of honor. There is no need to sneer, my lady. Men do not reckon honor when they deal with what you were then." "I know it," she cried with sudden bitterness, in a voice that had no resemblance to her own. "Why did you not trust me? I cannot, I shall never forgive you for that way in which you deserted me. Had you left me one line, only one line, telling me your true parents had claimed you, Doris, it would have saved all this. I had no time, because you did not wish to make it. Even suppose that, to avoid detection, you had hurried from Florence, you might surely have sent me a line from England. Even if you could not trust me with your name and address, you might have done that. I see it now. I might, nay, I should have done it. Will that admission satisfy you?" There is nothing in it to satisfy me, he said angrily. You had no right to desert me as you did, to treat me as you did. None in the world. Do you know what you cost me? Do you know that I went mad over losing you? That I searched you for day after day, month after month, hating my life itself because you no longer formed part of it? Do you know that the loss of you changed me from a good-tempered man into a fiend? Can you realize that, Lady Doris Studleigh? No, she replied, I cannot. It is true. Fair, bright, frivolous women like you cannot realize a man's love. They cannot even estimate it. And strange, oh, strange to say women like you win strong, passionate love, for which the pure and noble of your sex seek in vain. Alas, that she had given him the right to speak thus to her, that she had placed herself in the power of such a man. Oh, fatal, foolish, and wicked sin! Yet true to herself, true to her own light, frivolous nature, it was not the bitter sin she repented so much as its discovery. He drew nearer to her and placed one hand on her arm. Do you know, Doris, he said, that when you left me I had begun even then to love you with such a passionate love that every pulse of my heart was wrapped up in it. She shook his hand from her as though there were contamination in his touch. I did not know it. I do not believe it. You never loved me. You have loved nothing on earth one half so dearly as you have loved yourself. His face grew dark with anger. Remembering how entirely you were in my power, he said, I ask you, is it wise to anger me? You never loved me, she repeated. Earle loved me, and would have died any day to save my fair name. You never loved me. You loved yourself. I repeat it. I loved you with a passion so terrible, so fierce, so violent, it frightened me. I loved you so that I would have lost wealth, fortune, position, life itself, for you. Her white lips smiled scornfully. That calm, proud scorn drove him beside himself. You have been some time in discovering it, she said. That is your mistake, he replied. Do you know, Doris, I swear what I say is true. Do you know why I was so gay, so happy, so light of heart on the day you left me? It was because my love had beaten down my pride, and on that very evening I had resolved upon asking you to be my wife. I do not believe it, she cried. It is true. I swear it on the faith and honor of a gentleman. I swear it on the word of a man. I should need a stronger oath than that, she said. I swear it then by your own falseness and by your own deceit. Can any oath be stronger than that? On that very evening I had resolved upon asking you to be my wife. I was determined to make our union legal. I loved you so that I could not live without you. She made no reply for 1 minute, but looked steadily at him. Then she said, I do thank heaven that I have been spared the degradation of becoming your wife. Yet you were content to be my companion, he said. Her face flushed hotly at the words. I have lost you. How long, Dora? How many months? Do you think my love has grown less in that time? Do you think it has faded or grown cold? If you imagine so, you do not do justice to your own marvelous beauty. You do not do justice to your own fascination. 1,000 times no. It is a burning torrent now that carries all before it. It is a tempest that will know no abatement. Dora, you had lost your usual shrewdness when you thought that absence could cure such love as mine. My name is Lady Studleigh, not Dora. she said proudly. Once for all, Lord Vivianne, your love does not in the least interest me. You will have to take an interest in it, he replied. I swear for the future I shall know no other love. I will never know yours, she replied. He laughed contemptuously. It is no use, Dora, he said. You must really excuse me. I cannot help enjoying my triumph. I would not laugh if I could help it, but my dear Dora, I cannot help it. Did you ever see a fly in a spider's web? Did you ever watch it struggle and fight and strive to escape, while the spider, one could fancy, was shaking his filmy sides with laughter? Have you ever seen that terrible phenomenon in natural history? You, my poor Dora, are the helpless little fly. I am the spider. It is not an elegant comparison, but it is perfectly true. You are in my power completely, thoroughly, and nothing can take you from me. She looked at him quite calmly. Her courage was rising, now that the first deadly shock had passed away. Perhaps, she said, you will tell me what you want. Spare any further conversation with you. It does not interest me. Tell me, briefly, as you can, what do you want? What do I want? He repeated. Yes, just that, neither more nor less. What do you want? I own you have me in your power. I own that you hold a secret of mine. What is to be its price? I cannot buy your silence with money. You are a gentleman, a man of honor, having my fair name in your power. What shall you charge me for keeping it? I am anxious to know the price men exact for such secrets as those. You wooed me and won me, after your own honorable fashion. What are you going to exact now as the price of your love and my mad folly? I was vain, foolish, untruthful, but, after all, I was an innocent girl when you knew me first. What shall be the price of my innocence? O noble descendant of noble men! O noble heritor of a noble race! Speak! Let me hear! Her tones stung him almost to fury. His face grew livid with rage. Yet the more insolent she, the more deeply he loved her. The more scornful she, the deeper and wilder grew his worship of her. I will tell you the price, he said. I will make you my wife. Consent to marry me, and I will swear to you, by heaven itself, that I will keep your secret faithfully, loyally, until I die. I cannot marry you, she replied. I do not love you. I cannot help it. If you are angry, I do not even like you. I should be most wretched and miserable with you, for I loathe you. I will never be your wife. All those, he replied slowly, are objections that you must try to overcome. What if I tell you I love someone else? She said. I should pity him, really pity him, from the depths of my heart, but all the same, I should say, you must be my wife. She longed to tell him that she loved and meant to marry Earle, but she was afraid even to mention his name. I shall conquer all your objections in time, he said. It is nothing to me that you say you dislike me. It is even less that you say you like another. But he never even thought that she really liked Earle. Had she not run away from him? End of chapter 69. Recording by Gabby Cowan. Section 70 of A Fair Mystery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Gabby Cowan. A Fair Mystery by Bertha M. Clay. Chapter 70. The Coward's Threat. "That is the first part of your declaration," said Lady Doris, with the calm of infinite contempt. "If I will promise to be your wife, you will promise to marry me. What if I refuse?" "You are placing a very painful alternative before me," he replied. "Never mind the pain, my lord. We will waive that. I wish to know the alternative." "If you will marry me, I will keep your secret, Lady Doris Studley, faithfully until death." "Then I clearly, distinctly, and firmly refuse to marry you. What then?" "In that case I shall be compelled to take the most disagreeable measures. I shall be compelled to hold your secret as a threat over you, if you refuse to be my wife. I'll tell you, quite honestly, that I will make you the laughing stock of all London. You, fair, beautiful, imperial. You shall be an object of scorn. Men shall laugh at you. Women turn aside as you pass by. Even the most careless and reckless shall refuse to receive you, shall consider you out of the pale. I will tell the whole world, if you compel me to do it, what you were to me in Florence. I will tell the handsome earl, your father, whose roof in that case will no longer shelter you. I will tell your proud, high-bred stepmother, the haughty duchess who presented you at court, nay, even the queen herself, she who values a woman's good name far above all worldly rank." "You would do all that?" she said. "Yes, just as soon as I would look at you." "And you call that honor?" "No, it is, on the contrary, most dishonorable. Do not imagine that I seek to deceive myself. It would be about the most dishonorable thing any person could do. In fact, nothing could be more base. I grant that. But if you drive a man mad with love, what can he do? You compel me to take the step, or I would not take it." She could not grow paler. Her face was already ghastly white, but from her eyes there shot one glance that might, from its anger and its fire, have struck him blind. "You would not spare me," she said, "because it was you yourself who led me to ruin." "I love you so madly," he said, "that I cannot spare you at all." "Have you thought," she asked, "what if you do this deed, the world will say of you and to you? Have you weighed this well?" "I am indifferent," he said. "I care for nothing on earth but winning you." "Do you realize that in destroying me you destroy yourself? That you will make yourself more hated and despised than any man ever was before? Do you not see that?" "I repeat that nothing interests me save winning you, Dora. I am quite willing to be destroyed with you." "What will the world say to a man who deliberately destroys and ruins a girl as you did me?" "My dearest Dora, the world hears such stories every day, and, I am afraid, rather admires the heroes of them. What does it say, then, of cowardly men who, having won such a victory, boast of it? I own that the world looks askance on such a man, and very properly too. It is a base, cowardly thing to do. What other course is left me? You drive me to it. I have no wish to play such a contemptible part. I have no wish to boast of a victory. I shall hate myself for doing it. But what else is there for it? Listen, once and for all, Dora. I cannot help calling you by the old familiar name. I will have you for my wife. I will marry you. Nothing, I swear, except death shall take you from me. I will make you happy. I will see that every desire of your heart is fulfilled. But I swear you shall be my wife. There is no escape, no alternative. Either that or disgrace, degradation, and ruin. Do not think I shall hesitate for any fear of ruin to myself. I would ruin myself tomorrow to win you. You might as well try to stem the force of a tide as to alter my determination." She saw that she was conquered. Mortifying, humiliating as it was, she was conquered. There was no help for her. She stood quite still for a moment. Then she said slowly, "Will you give me time?" His face flushed hotly. His triumph was coming. A smile played round his lips and brightened his eyes. "Time? Yes, you can have as much time as you like. You see the solution plainly, do you not? Marry me and keep your fair name, your high position. Defy me and lose it all. You see it plainly?" "Yes, there is no mistake about it. You have made it most perfectly plain," she said in a low, passionless voice. "I quite understand you. Give me time to think it over. I cannot decide it hurriedly." "What time do you require?" he asked. "I shall not be willing to wait very long." "It is June now," she continued. "You cannot complain if I say give me until the end of August." "It shall be so, Dora. Will you give me your hand upon it?" "No," she replied, "I will not give you my hand. Come at the end of August and I will give you my answer." "I shall not be deprived of the happiness of seeing you until then, Dora?" "I cannot say. I will not be followed. I will not be watched. I claim my perfect freedom until then." "You shall have it. Do not think worse of me than I deserve, Dora. If I had found you married, I would not have spoken. I would never even have hinted at the discovery. But you are not married, darling, nor while I live shall any man call you wife except myself." How bitterly at that moment she regretted not having been married. If she had known, if she had only known, he should have found her the wife of Earle. "I have no wish to injure you, or to do anything except make life pleasant for you, but my love for you has mastered me. It has conquered me. You must be mine." Such passion shone in his eyes, gleamed in his face, that she shrunk back half frightened. He laughed as he said, "It is one thing, you see, Dora, to light a fire, another to extinguish it. Now, will you leave me, Lord Vivianne? You have placed the pleasing alternative very plainly before me. We have agreed upon a time until you come for my answer. That will be at the end of August. Until then, your own good sense will show you the proper course to pursue. You need neither seek nor avoid me." He bowed. "I hope, Lady Studleigh, you will have overcome your great objection to my presence before you see me again. I will now go. Let me give you one word of warning. A desperate man is not to be trifled with. If you attempt to escape me, if you place yourself in any way legally out of my reach, you shall answer to me, not only with your fair name, but with your life. You hear?" "I hear," she replied calmly, "but I do not come of a race that heeds threats. Good morning, my lord." "Dora," he said, "for the sake of old times, of the old love, will you not give me one kiss?" "I would rather see you dead," was the reply, given with an angry bitterness she could not control. He laughed aloud. "I shall soon see that pretty spirits humble," he said. "Good morning, my lady." And the next minute he was gone. She stood for some little time where he had left her, such fiery passion and anger surging in her heart as almost drove her mad. Her face flushed crimson with it, her eyes flamed. She twisted her white hands until the gemmed rings made great dents in them. She hated him with such an intensity of hatred that she would have laughed over his death. Her graceful figure shook with its heavy strain of anger. Her lips parted with a low, smothered cry. "I pray heaven to curse him," she cried, "with a terrible life and terrible death, to send him 1,000-fold the torture he has given me. I wish I could kill him." In the might of her wrath she trembled as a leaf upon a tree. She raised her right hand to heaven. "I swear I will never marry him," she said. "Let him threaten, punish, disgrace, degrade me as he will. I swear that I will never marry him. I will lose love, happiness, wealth, position, nay, even life first. But I swear also that I will torture him and pay him for all he has made me suffer." She walked to and fro, never even seeing the brilliant blossoms and the glossy leaves, trampling the fragrant flowers she gathered underfoot, moaning with a low, piteous wail. It was too cruel, too hard. She had sinned, yes, she knew that, sinned greatly, but surely the punishment was too hard. Others sinned and prospered. Why was she so heavily stricken? She was young when she sinned, careless, ignorant, heedless. Now she was to lose all for it. She had beauty that made all men her slaves. She had wealth such as she had never dreamed of. She had one of the highest positions in the land. She had, above all, the love of Earle, the love and fealty of Earle. Now, in punishment for this one sin, she must lose all. Could heaven spare her? Was it of any use in this her hour of dire need, praying? Why, in all her life, her brief, brilliant life, she had never prayed. Was it of any use her beginning now? She did not even remember the simple words of the little prayer she had been used to say with Mattie at her mother's knee. It was all forgotten. She knew there was a God in heaven, although she had always laughed and mocked at religion, deeming it only fit for tiresome children and old women. Surely there was more in it than this. She knelt down and stretched out her hands with a yearning look, as though some voice in the skies would surely speak to her. Then, she could not remember how it happened, the fragrance of the flowers seemed to grow too strong for her. The glass roof, the green, climbing plants, the brilliant blossoms, seemed to fall on her and crush her. With a long, low cry, she fell with her face on the ground, a streaming mass of radiant white and golden hair. It was there that, going in an hour afterward, Earle found her, and raising her from the floor, thought at first that she was dead. Great was the distress, great the consternation. Servants came hurrying in. The doctor was sent for. The earl and the countess, returning, were driven half frantic by the sight of that white face and silent figure. It hardly reassured them to hear that it was only a fainting fit. "Brought on what?" asked the earl, in a fever of anxiety. "Nothing more than the reaction after too great physical fatigue," replied the doctor. "The Lady Doris looks stronger than she really is. The best advice I can give is that she should leave London at once, and have some weeks of perfect rest in the country. Medicine is of no use." Lady Linleigh quite agreed in this view of the subject, and the earl declared impetuously that they should go at once. "Tomorrow, if she is better," he said. "I should not like such another fright." That evening, when Lady Doris lay on the little couch in Lady Linleigh's boudoir, and Earle sat by her side, he said to her: "What caused the sudden illness, my darling? Did anything frighten you?" "No, I was only tired, Earle." "Tired? I am beginning to dread the word. Do you know what they told me, Doris? No, she replied, looking at him with frightened eyes. What is it? One of the servants said that she was quite sure that she heard someone talking to you in the conservatory, but when I went in you were quite alone. Had anyone been there? What nonsense! She cried evasively. Time and experience had taught her that it was foolish to risk the truth recklessly. I thought it was a mistake, said loyal Earle. Who would be likely to be with you there, when you had reserved the morning for me? She closed her tired eyes and said to herself how thankful she should be when all this was over. End of chapter 70. Recorded by Gabby Cowan. Section 71 of A Fair Mystery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Gabby Cowan. A Fair Mystery by Bertha M. Clay. Chapter 71. The Earl Reluctantly Assents. 3 days later they were once more at Linleigh Court. The earl would hear of no opposition. He ruthlessly broke all engagements, sacrificed all interest and pleasure. His daughter's health, he said, must be paramount with him, and so it was. The only drawback was that Earle could not go. He might run down for 2 or 3 days, but until Parliament broke up he could not be away for very long. The earl and the countess were amused to see how both lovers felt the separation. "Thank heaven!" said Lady Estelle. "How, Ulrich? You do not know how I thank heaven that our child loves Earle." "Did you ever doubt it, my lovely, sentimental darling?" said Lord Linleigh. "I was not sure. I was always more or less afraid," said the countess. "She spoke so lightly of love, but now she seems very fond of Earle. I do not think the woman is born who could help loving Earle," said Lord Linleigh. "He is the finest, noblest man I know. She shows her good taste in loving him." "She will be very happy," said Lady Estelle, with tears in her eyes. "She will be one of the happiest women in the world, and I am so grateful for it, Ulrich. It might have been all so different for the poor child." Lord Linleigh looked thoughtfully at her. "Do you know, Estelle, I have an idea that Doris is very much changed. Have you noticed it? She seemed to me much fonder of Earle, and not so strong as she was. I have not noticed any other difference." "Then it must be my fancy. She has seemed to me more thoughtful, at times even sad, then strangely reckless. A strange idea has come to me. Do you think she has any secret connected with that former lonely life of hers?" "I do not think so," replied Lady Estelle, growing very pale. "That was a strange notion of yours, my dear, sending her there. Still, those good people seem to have done their best for her." "I believe," said Lady Estelle hastily, "that she was quite as safe as she would have been under my own roof. I think I have noticed what you mean, a nervous kind of uncertainty and dread. But I am quite sure it is not because of any secret, Ulrich. It is rather because she has been overtaxed. I remember speaking to her about it some time since. She will soon be well now." Lady Estelle was right. Away from that terrible incubus, the dread of meeting the man she feared and detested, away from his baneful influence, she speedily recovered health and spirits. The dainty color flushed back in her lovely face, her eyes grew radiant, sweet snatches of song came from her lips. She was once more the bright, gay Doris, whose winsome smiles and charms had won all hearts. Lady Linleigh laughed at her fears, and for a short time all was happiness at Linleigh Court. Earle came down for a few days, and then the wedding day was fixed. It was to be on the 10th of August, and when the wedding was over they were to go right away until Lady Doris had recovered her usual strength. It was not until afterward that Earle remembered how strange it was that she should have hurried on the wedding. When he came to think it over, he found that it was so. It was Doris who planned and arranged everything. He had but acquiesced. He had not been the prime mover in it, so it was settled. The 10th of August. Not many more weeks of suspense and anxiety, not much more dread. Her revenge and her love would be gratified alike. She should be Earle's wife on the 10th. On the 20th, when Lord Vivianne came, she should be far away with Earle to protect her, Earle to shield her. It would be useless to pursue her then. Even if he did his worst and betrayed her, she did not care. Her position would be secure. Oh, it would be such glorious revenge to find her married, after all his solemn oaths that she should be his wife and belong to no other, either to him or to death. I will deceive him to the very last, she thought. I will delude him until the very hour which sees me Earle's wife. She bent all her energies to this. It was easy enough to win from Earle a promise of total silence. It was not quite so easy to win that same promise from the earl and countess. She did win it, though. On that same evening that Earle left, a superb night in June, when the stars were gleaming in the skies, and the night air was heavy with sweet odours, Lord and Lady Linleigh had gone out into the grounds. The evening was far too beautiful to be spent indoors, and she followed them. They were sitting under the great drooping beeches, watching the loveliness of that fair summer night. The same thought struck both of them as Doris came to them, that neither starlight nor moonlight had ever fallen on so fair a figure as this. Her long dress of white sweeping silk trailed over the long grass. She wore fragrant white lilies on her breast, and in her golden hair she might have been the very spirit of starlight, from her fair picturesque loveliness. She went up to them, and bending down to kiss Lady Linleigh's hand, she knelt on the grass at their feet. "You are alone," she said, "the two arbiters of my destiny. I am so glad, for I have a favour, a grace to ask." "It is granted before it is asked," said the countess. But Lord Linleigh laughed. "No," he said, "that would hardly be wise. We cannot allow that." She raised her face to his, and he saw how earnest it was in its expression of pleading and prayer. "Dear papa," she said gently, "you must not refuse me this." "I will not, my darling, if it be in reason," he replied. "Earle told me that you and he had arranged our wedding day for the 10th of August," she continued. "Dear papa, dear Lady Linleigh, I want you to promise that it shall be kept a profound secret for the whole world." "My dear Doris," cried the countess. "It is quite impossible," said the earl. "Besides, I see no reason for such a thing. Why should you want it so?" "It is possible," she said. "I have been with you long enough to know that with you everything is possible. Why, I wish it done. It is my whim, my folly, my secret, if you will." "I really do not see," began the earl, but she laid one soft, white hand on his lips. "Let me show you, papa. Let me hear your objections and vanquish them one by one. To begin with, your train of bridesmaids. They should be invited." "Papa," she interrupted, "I want none. I will have none. Only Mattie, my foster sister. Let her come, no one else." "Then the marriage settlements," said the perplexed earl. "They can be arranged with all possible secrecy, if you only say one word to your lawyers." "But the bishop and the marriage, my dear Doris, it is impossible, impracticable, ridiculous. I am sure that you will be sorry, papa, if you refuse me." And something in her voice struck the earl with keen anxiety. "Have you any secret, sensible reason for what you ask, Doris?" he said gravely, the old suspicion that there had been something strange in his daughter's life coming back to him with double force. "I have my own fancy, papa. Do not thwart it. Do not oppose me now that I am so soon to leave you. You will always be pleased to think how much of my own way you have given me in this instance." "Let her do as she will, Ulric," said Lady Linleigh. "It would be cruel to refuse her." "Listen to my idea first, papa. This is the sort of wedding I should like. You, of course, can please yourself whether you let me have it or not. I should like no one except Mattie to know anything about it in advance of the day. I should like my wedding, also, to be as magnificent and grand as you please, all ordered, arranged, and prepared to be kept in London ready for me, so that I may select what I want to take abroad with me. Then I should like Earle to come on the 8th, as though he were coming for an ordinary visit. On the 9th, I should be quite willing for you to tell the servants in the house, so that wedding favours, flowers, and wedding breakfast can be prepared. Then, early on the morning of the 10th, I should like to drive over the old church at Anderley with Earle, Mattie, and you, Lady Linleigh, if she will come, no one else. Then to be married in that pretty church, where the morning sun always shines so brightly, and then go away with Earle. No pealing of bells, no jewels, no showers of wedding presents, no pomp, no bishop with assistant ministers, no ceremony, no grandeur. That is just what I should like, papa." "I never heard such an extraordinary idea in all my life," said the earl. "I do not know what to answer." "I should like you to have your own way, but such a wedding for an earl's daughter is unheard of." "Yes, it is different to Hanover Square. Miles of white satin and lace, bishops, bells, jewels, carriages, friends, and all that kind of thing. I know it is quite different, but let me have my own way, papa, please. Pray intercede for me, Lady Linleigh." The countess turned to her husband. "Let it be so, Ulric," she said. He was silent. He would have refused altogether, but for the uncomfortable suspicion haunting him that she had some painful though hidden motive, and that it was connected with that past life of hers, of which he knew so little. But for that, he would have laughed the whole idea to scorn. "My dear Doris, I cannot understand. Most ladies look upon their wedding as the crowning ceremony of their lives, the grandest event that can possibly happen to them, the very opportunity for a display of splendor and magnificence." "I know they do," she replied gently. Then, as her hands clasped his, he felt her shudder, as though cold. She raised her face and kissed him. She clasped her white arms round his neck. "Papa," she cried, "although I am your own child, I have never been much to you. The best part of my life has been spent away from you. I have never seen my mother's face. She is not here to plead to you for me. I shall have gone away from you, and altogether you will have known but little of me. I hope heaven will send you other children to love and bless you. But, papa, do not refuse my prayer. In the after years, when I am far away, and perhaps a fair haired son stands pleading where I stand pleading now, you will like to remember that you yield to my prayer, that you granted me the greatest favor it was in your power to grant." The earl looked down. Lady Linleigh was weeping bitterly. "You hear, Ulric," she said, in a low, passionate voice. "You hear. She says she has no mother to plead for her. Let me plead in the mother's place. Do what she asks." "I never did anything so unwillingly in all my life," said the earl. "It is unheard of, inconsistent, ridiculous in the highest degree. But I cannot refuse the prayer of my wife and my child. It must be as you wish." He saw, even in the starlight, the expression of relief that came over the beautiful, restless face. "You promise, then," said Doris, "and you too, Lady Linleigh, that you will not tell to any creature living, except Mattie Brace, when I am to marry, whom I am to marry, or anything about it?" "I promise," said Lady Estelle. "And I too," repeated the earl, "although it is sorely against my better judgment, my will, my common sense, and everything else." "Never mind, papa," said Lady Doris. "You have made me very happy." But even then, as she spoke, the tragedy was looming darkly over her. End of chapter 71. Recorded by Gabby Cowan. Section 72 of A Fair Mystery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Gabby Cowan. A Fair Mystery by Bertha M. Clay. Chapter 72. The Countess Becomes Curious. "We ought to be very much flattered," said Lord Linleigh with a smile, as he laid an open letter before his wife. "When did we leave London? In June. It is only the middle of July, yet some of our friends are growing weary for us." It was such a July morning as makes the dwellers in cities ill with envy, when the earth hangs like a huge shining jewel in the firmament of heaven, a morning when life seems the greatest luxury, when to breathe and to live is a blessing without alloy. The sky was dark blue, without even one little white cloud to obscure it. It looked so far off, so much further than when low-lying clouds touch the earth. The sun was golden bright, warm without intense heat, and the air, well, it would require a poet to tell how balmy and soft it was, how it came over the meadows laden with the breath of sweet clover, how it came from the woods with the odor of wild hyacinths, how it came from the gardens with the fragrance of rose and of lily, with the fragrance of every flower that blows. Then it was filled with soft, delicious thrills, with the cooing of the ring doves and the song of the lark. Nature was in her happiest mood. The earl and countess had come down early to breakfast. The long windows were open, the perfumed air came in. They smiled, as among the letters they saw one from Earle to Doris. "He writes every day," said Lord Linleigh. "Quite right," said Lady Estelle. "I like to see lovers deeply in love." They smiled again, when, fresh and fair as the morning itself, Doris came down. Her face flushed when she saw the letter. A sweet, dewy brightness came into her eyes. She laid it aside as though waiting for time. "Read your letter, Doris," said Lady Linleigh, and the girl opened it. Well, perhaps life doesn't hold a greater pleasure than reading a passionate love letter on a bright summer morning. Her dainty color deepened as she read. The light grew brighter in her eyes. "My love," thought the girl, "how he loves me!" And with the fragrant breath of the summer morning, with the light of the blue skies, with the song of the birds, there came to her a pang of regret that she was so utterly unworthy of this great pure love, that her soul was so terribly stained by crime. Then she said to herself that she would atone for it, that she would, to the very best of her power, make up for it, that she would be so loving, so tender, so true, he should never have cause to regret it, for it was such a love letter as would have touched any girl's heart, written with the fire of a poet and of a lover. She lost herself in a daydream, in a golden trance of happiness. It was coming so near, this wedding day which was to bind her to Earle forever and free her from all care. It was Lady Linleigh's voice that roused her, and she was asking, "What friend is coming? Who is coming, Ulrich?" "Lord Vivianne. He does not say how long he intends remaining. There is the letter. Read it." But the countess was preparing a cup of fragrant tea after the fashion she liked best, and Lord Linleigh, seeing that, said, "I will tell you about it, Estelle. Lord Vivianne says he shall be passing through Anderley on his way to Lisson, and he should very much like to spend a few days with us. I can but answer in the affirmative, I suppose." "Certainly, it will be a change for you. You have been very quiet lately. We can have a picnic and a dinner party while he is here." Lord Linleigh glanced with a shrewd smile at his daughter. It did not seem to him wonderful that his lordship should be passing through Anderley. The only pity was that it was all in vain. But he did not see his daughter's face, it was turned from him. The love letter had fallen from her hands, the golden light had faded from the skies, the beauty of the morning had vanished. Her face grew pale, her eyes darkened. Why was he coming? Whatever might be the reason, it meant mischief to her. She was sure of it. He had promised not to come near her until the end of August. Then he was to come for her answer. What was bringing him now? "I must bear it. I have to live it through," she said to herself, "no matter what it may be." In a dumb passion of despair, she heard Lady Linleigh ask when he was coming. "He will be here by the end of the week," said the earl carelessly, then laughed a little. "Why are you laughing?" asked Lady Estelle. "My dear Estelle, I am just thinking how eagerly you seized upon his coming as an excuse for a little gaiety," he replied. "You who assure me so seriously you prefer quiet and solitude." Lady Estelle blushed. "I plead guilty, Ulrich," she said. "It must be because I am very happy myself that I like to see everyone else happy too." They both wondered why Lady Doris was so silent. It must be from sheer excess of happiness, thought the countess. Lord Linleigh asked, "Will you drive with me this morning, Doris, or would you prefer to ride or walk?" "Will you go with me?" asked Lady Estelle. "I am going to the street, though." "No, thank you, papa. Thank you, Lady Linleigh. I am going to spend the morning in the gardens." "That means writing a long letter to Earle," said Lord Linleigh with a smile. She did not contradict him, and Lady Estelle, when she kissed her and bade her good morning, thought how beautiful it was to be young, happy, and in love. Doris went out. There was the shade of fragrant trees, the brilliant colors of 1,000 flowers, and Doris saw and heard nothing. She was full of despair. "Why is he coming?" she cried passionately. just as I was growing so happy, learning to forget him and his terrible threats. Why is he coming? It is like the serpent stealing into paradise. Oh, heaven, if I could but undo that unhappy past. Standing there in the sunshine, with every blessing from heaven lavished upon her, more, according to outward appearances, to be envied than any girl in England, she saw the great canker-worm of her life in its true colours. Sin had spoiled all for her. Sin! Why, she could remember when, in the innocence of her youth and beauty, she had laughed at the word sin. She had scoffed at it. What did sin matter? She had said to herself. The only thing was to make the very best of life, to enjoy it with all her power, to grasp its pleasures before they had time to fade. Sin! Why, it was all sheer nonsense. Now, when sin had found her out, when its black trail had entered her life and poisoned it, when its consequences pursuing her were leading her to shame and disgrace, she began to recognize it for what it was. She said to herself that if she could begin life over again, she would be quite different. She would try to be good, like Mattie. She would think less of her own beauty, and if the same temptation came to her again, which had been so artfully offered her once, she would refuse it. She wished with all her heart that she had turned a deaf ear to Lord Vivianne's entreaties. I did know it was wrong, she said to herself, with unusual candour. I had enough of what was good in me to know that, and I am sorry, really sorry, that I did it. Who knows how much repentance the Father above requires from a soul? Who shall measure his mercy? The terrible tragedy was drawing nearer, and it might be that the sorrow which rose from the poor, weak, vain soul that morning was sufficient to save it. So she lived the time through until Lord Vivianne came. She was glad that Lady Linleigh had arranged for a little gaiety. Meeting him alone would have been simply unendurable. As it was, she met him in a drawing-room half crowded with guests. He found time and opportunity for saying a few words to her. "How beautiful you look, Dora! I have never seen you looking so well." "I should be flattered at pleasing such fastidious tastes as yours," she replied. "Yes, you do look most lovely. Those waves of green and white, and the water lilies in your hair. You look like Undine." "Before or after she had found her soul?" she asked, with a mocking smile. He laughed that low, light laugh for which she hated him. "I have never quite made up my mind as to whether women have souls or not," he said. "I am inclined to think not. If they have, they certainly make queer use of them." "Lady Linleigh," cried the girl to the countess, who was just passing by, "what do you imagine Lord Vivianne says?" "I cannot imagine," replied the countess with a smile. "He says he is inclined to believe women have no souls, or if they have, they make queer use of them." The countess looked slightly shocked. Lord Vivianne gave one angry look at the spoiled beauty. "That is a very dreadful opinion to hold, my lord," said Lady Estelle. "Lady Studley is hardly just to me," he replied. "She tells you what I say, but she does not tell you, although she knows what led me to form that opinion." The countess looked quickly from one to the other with a grave intentness that did not escape either. There was something more than mere badinage in this, something which she did not at all understand. Then Lady Doris saw that she had made a mistake in trying to expose him. She must not play with edged tools. Lady Linleigh left them, not feeling quite satisfied. Why should he speak in that contemptuous manner of women to a woman who was so young, so beautiful? It was not chivalrous, it was not even gentlemanly, and Lady Doris' manner puzzled her too. It was as though she wished to expose Lord Vivianne, to make others think evil of him. She could not forget the little circumstance. Yet it must be a fancy of mine, she thought. They have so seldom met, they know so little of each other. There can be nothing but the most commonplace acquaintance between them. Still, it made her curious, and she purposely selected Lord Vivianne to take her down to dinner, in order that she might, after a little diplomatic fashion of her own, question him. "How do you think Lady Studley is looking?" she asked him, when they had a chance for a few quiet words. "She was not well at all when we left London." "I think her looking as beautiful as it is possible for anyone to look," he replied, "and as well." "I am glad you think so. It must have been a great privation for her to leave London in the very midst of the season, or, I should say, in the midst of a brilliant finale." "Yes, I do not remember of late years anyone who created such a furor as Lady Studley," was his reply. "You met her often during the season?" "Yes, I met her very frequently. It was impossible to go much into society without doing so. She was an unusual favorite." The countess saw plainly that if he admired her, he was not going to say so. She would not be able to get at his real opinion. Yet the very caution of his words and manner, the restraint in his speech, the guarded expression of his face, all told her that she was right in her half-formed fancy. There was something unusual, either on his part or hers, which she could not make out. She would not devote more time to him that evening. The guests were numerous and must be entertained. The gentlemen did not remain long in the dining room, and the drawing room presented a beautiful picture. The lamps were all lighted, and shone like huge pearls among the countless flowers. The gay dresses and shining jewels of the ladies seemed to shine with unwonted lustre. The sweet summer evening was so warm and so fragrant. The rich silken hangings were drawn, and the long windows were open, and from them the countess saw a fairyland of moonlight and flowers. "I wish we had some music," said the earl. "It only wants that to complete the enchantment. Doris, will you sing?" She went to the piano, and the rich voice floated through the room. Many who saw her then never forgot her. The green and white dress floating round her, the water lilies in her golden hair, a flush of beautiful face, while the rich voice poured out such a strain of melody as few had ever heard equalled. They who saw her then and knew what followed did not forget the picture. End of chapter 72. Recorded by Gabby Cowan. Section 73 of A Fair Mystery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Gabby Cowan. A Fair Mystery by Bertha M. Clay. Chapter 73. A Last Vain Appeal. "The night is so fine," said the earl. "You young people would enjoy a short time on the lawn. Look at those lilies asleep in the moonlight. Go and wake them. Then we will have the card tables, that is, as it should be, cards for the old, moonlight for the young." That was the very chance Lord Vivianne had been longing for. He did not think he could bear suspense much longer. Now he was sure of a tete-a-tete. Here, in these rooms half filled with people, it had been an easy matter to avoid him, or to make others join in the conversation. It would not be as easy out there in the moonlight. Lady Linleigh, who had never for one moment relaxed her keen, untiring watch, saw him go up to Lady Doris and speak a few words to her in a low voice. At first the beautiful face flushed hotly, and the bright eyes seemed to flash out of a proud defiance. Then there was an expression of half startled fear, followed by one of submission most unusual in her. "There is a mystery," she said to herself. "There is something between him and my darling." The mother's first impulse was to screen her, to help her. Lady Linleigh crossed the room and went to her. "Doris," she said in a clear, distinct voice that all might hear, "Doris, do not go if you prefer remaining here." The girl raised her eyes to the calm, gentle face, and Lady Linleigh was shocked to see tears in them. "Thank you," she said calmly. "I shall enjoy going out. Who could resist the moon and the flowers?" "Then do not remain long. You look tired, and we must remember you are not strong." Lord Vivianne joined them. "Lady Studleigh has graciously promised to show me the fountains by moonlight. I will watch her faithfully, and at the first symptom of fatigue, I promise you, she shall return." Then the countess could say no more. She saw Lord Vivianne carefully draw the black lace shawl over the white neck and arms. "Not that you can be cold," he said, in reply to some objection, "but, as Lady Linleigh says, we must be careful of you." And he smiled down on her with an air of protection and of appropriation, for which she in her rage could have struck him dead, and which made Lady Linleigh wonder exceedingly. "It is 10,000 pities," she thought, "that he does not know she is engaged to Earle." Then a new suspicion came to her, which made her even more uncomfortable. Was it possible that her daughter's passionate desire for secrecy had anything to do with Lord Vivianne? Was her daughter afraid of letting him know that she was going to be married? The very torment of the suspicion, faint as it was, filled her with dread. Then she saw the happy little group of guests on the lawn. She caught one glimpse of the white water lilies and green dress as Lady Studleigh disappeared with her cavalier. "What has come over me?" said the countess. "I have a presentiment, heavy as death. What can be wrong? I shall begin to think I am growing old and fanciful. What danger can be near my darling?" She set herself resolutely to play at whist, but every now and then her partner saw her turn pale and shudder, as though she were cold. Doris and Lord Vivianne were out in the moonlight together, and alone at last. At first they maintained complete and perfect silence. Lord Vivianne placed the white jeweled hand on his arm. She did not make the least objection. It was all useless. She was in his power, and she knew it. She would not even ask the question that trembled on her lips and filled her with despairing wonder. What had brought him there? She walked by his side, silent, proud, and uncomplaining. "My darling," he said at last, "does not this evening remind you of Florence and the moonlight on the river?" "If I am to talk to you, Lord Vivianne, and it seems I am compelled to do so, I must ask you to refrain from using such expressions as 'darling.' I will not answer you if you do. They are utterly hateful to me. Yet I remember the time when they pleased you passing well. Do you remember, Dora, when I gave you a diamond ring? You have diamonds now on your neck and arms, in your ears and your hair. They shine like fire rivers over your beautiful figure. You are so accustomed to them that they have ceased to have any particular value for you. But do you remember your delight in the first? Women remember their first diamonds as they do their first long dress or their first lover, she replied. I suppose so. Oh, Dora, be a little kind to me. We are here in this sweet moonlight together, yet you do not give me one word, one smile. You were not always so hard or so cruel. In Florence you used to walk with both these beautiful white hands clasped over my arm. Do you remember it? Then she raised to his a face that, in its pride and anger, he never forgot. I will not permit you to mention those days to me, she cried. They are hateful. The very memory of them brands me as with a red-hot iron. I will not bear it. I would sooner, listen to me, I know the words are unwomanly, I would sooner pass through the infernal fires than go to Florence with you again. He laughed. I like to see you in a passion, Dora. It suits you. You would have made a grand tragedy queen. I do not wish to vex you or to tease you, because, as you know, I wish to make you my wife. Do you know, can you guess, what has brought me here? No, you have broken our compact in coming, I know that. Still, it was the question over which she had pondered, by day and by night, ever since she had heard he was coming. It made her heart beat fast, but she would not give way. There was not the least sign of emotion. Do you not wonder what has brought me here, Dora? He repeated. I am very indifferent, she said. No one could be more so. I will tell you. I came to see if you were keeping faith with me, if there was any rumor of a lover, any rumor of an engagement. I came purposely for that. And if there had been, she said, if there had been, why, you see, Dora, matters would have turned out very awkwardly for both of us. You are satisfied that there is not? Yes, tolerably so. There is no lover here. I hear of none in the neighborhood, and you are not engaged to be married. That I do know. How do you know? Because I have made inquiries in the proper direction. I am, I may say, quite satisfied. He could not tell the sensation of intense relief that came over her, the wild throbbing of her heart. She was safe then, so far, and could marry early. Half of the dread and fear she had felt faded away from her. I own, continued Lord Vivianne, that I have suspected you unjustly. You deceived me once, and I fancied that you intended to deceive me again. You eluded me once. You will not elude me again? You thought I was going to do so? I thought your manner strange, your leaving London in the height of your triumph strange, your coming to this quiet though beautiful country home strange. I told you that I wanted time for reflection, she said. Yes, and even that, when I came to think of it, was strange. Of course, I shall keep my word now that I have given it. But why should you, how can you, need time for reflection? The idea is utterly absurd. You cannot for a moment hesitate between my threat and my offer. But I do hesitate, she said, incredible as it may seem to you. He looked in her face, so fair and calm in the moonlight, and so proud. I wish you would tell me why you hesitate, he said. I will. I dislike you so much. The idea of having to spend my life with you is so utterly abhorrent to me that I hesitate between that and the total ruin that would follow my refusal. "You must indeed dislike me," he said, "if you prefer ruin, shame, and disgrace to me." "I do." "Will you tell me why?" he asked. I should have thought both answer and question useless. "Why, to begin with, you tempted me to sin and shame by flattering my vanity and my pride." "You did not really require much temptation, Lady Studley." "Thank you. You are as generous as you are gentlemanly. Granted that I did not require much temptation. You placed what little I did want before me. Do you not see," she cried, with sudden passion, "that you have spoiled my life? It would be bright, hopeful, full of charm, but for you. You have marred and blighted it. I do not like you. I never did. The very way in which you won me was hateful to me. Your love was all self. I never liked you. And now, when I could be happy, oh heaven, so unutterably happy, you come like a black shadow and rob my life of every bit of happiness that it contains. No wonder that I loathe you." "No," he said gently, "it is not." "Then why do you not be kind to me and let me be quite free?" she asked, emboldened by the softening of his voice. "You have guessed the reason," he replied. "You have said, it is because I am selfish to my heart's core. I sacrificed you once to my selfish love. Is it likely that I should hesitate a second time?" "You might well hesitate, because I suffered so keenly over the first." The red flush deepened on his face. A strange light came into his eyes. "I will not let you go free, neither will I cease from my endeavors to make you my wife. And the reason is because I love you. Oh, proud, fair, lovely woman, I love you with the very madness of love, with a desperation of the fiercest passion, with a love that is my doom and yours. You have heard of men made desperate through love. Look at me. You will see it. I will kill you if you attempt to leave me, if you attempt to give the love that ought to be mine to another man." "Thank you for the threat," she said. "You drive me to threats. You give me no other recourse. I would fain be all that is kind and good to you. I would worship you. I would lay all that I have at your feet, only begging of you to take it. What could I not do to prove you how dearly I love you? It is all self. We will have the plainest possible understanding. If there be any manhood in you, it shall be shamed. You shall have it in plain words. You quite understand that if ever I should marry you, it would be because by threats you had compelled me to do so, that I should hate and detest you if I became your wife, even more than I hate and detest you now. As the days passed on, my loathing would become greater, so that no friendly word would ever pass between us, and I should consider you simply as a tyrant who bound me in chains. You understand all this?" "I will risk it," he replied. "I should not despair of regaining your love in time." The face she turned to him was pallid in its despair. "You never would regain it," she said calmly. "Yet there is one way in which even now you might gain my liking, my esteem, my sincere friendship." His face kindled at the words. "How, Dora? Tell me how," he cried eagerly. "By saying to me, 'You are free. I took advantage of your youth and innocence. I am sorry for it. You are free. Forgive me the wrong that has been done, and let us be friends.' If you would do that, Lord Vivianne, even now I should like you with a warm, true liking." He was silent for a few minutes. Her appeal had touched him greatly. Looking at him, she saw that his face had softened. Impulsively she laid a warm, soft hand on his. "I never thought to use words of persuasion to you," she said. "I never thought to plead or to pray to you, but I do so now. Be kind to me, and let me go free." He was tempted for 1 minute, but that warm, soft hand crept like fire through his veins. His pulses thrilled, his heart beat. Give her up, this fair woman whose beauty maddened him? No, never, never, come what might. "I would not release you, Dora. I would not give you up, if every angel and every fiend combined tried to take you from me." End of chapter 73. Recorded by Gabby Cowan. Section 74 of A Fair Mystery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Gabby Cowan. A Fair Mystery by Bertha M. Clay. Chapter 74. Heaven save Earle. "August at last," said Lady Linleigh. "It is the first today. Not long now, Doris, until the 10th." "No, not long," was the reply. "Everything is ready and waiting at Hyde House," continued the countess. "The whole of your trousseau is ready, and a more magnificent one was never designed." "I am more than satisfied with it," said the young beauty. "What time will Mattie Brace be here, Lady Linleigh?" "About noon. I shall send the carriage to the station." "I will drive my pretty ponies," said Doris eagerly. "I have only used them once since papa gave them to me. She will be so pleased if I meet her." "It is well thought of, my dear," said Lady Estelle. "Doris, do you know what I have done?" "No, something kind and nice, like yourself. I know by the sound of your voice. I have ordered a very nice little trousseau for Mattie, dresses that will not be unsuited to her at home, yet will do for her to wear here. I shall be so lonely when you are gone that I thought of asking her to remain here. I shall miss you so much, Doris." "And I shall miss you, dear Lady Linleigh. I never thought when you came home to my father's house that I should learn to love you so dearly." Lady Linleigh clasped her arms around the girl's neck. "Tell me one thing," she said caressingly. "Do you think I have been as kind to you as your own mother would have been?" "I do not think, dear Lady Linleigh. I am quite sure," she replied. "It is an odd fancy of mine," said the countess, with a wistful smile, "but I have always been so fond of children. I have such a longing to hear a child call me mother. Doris, you will have left me in 10 days. Will you kiss me and say, 'Heaven bless you, my own mother'?" "Of course I will. Heaven bless you, my own dear mother. You have been one to me. You have helped me in every little trouble and perplexity. You have been kind to me without ceasing. Why, Lady Linleigh, your face is wet with tears." "Is it, darling? I feel your going away so much. But we must not remain talking here. If you wish to drive to the station, it is high time. The ponies were brought around, and I myself wish to see that everything is as she will like it in Mattie's room." The warmer days of the golden summer had passed away rapidly. It was the 1st of August, and the marriage was to be on the 10th. So great and entire had been the secrecy preserved that no creature in that vast establishment knew anything at all about it. The servants and every one else thought that Mattie was simply coming for her yearly visit, but that the wedding of their young lady was on the tapis no one for a moment suspected. Lord Vivianne had not made a very long stay at Linleigh Court. Matters were not very pleasant for him there. Lady Linleigh seemed suddenly to have grown very observant, and he found but few opportunities of speaking to Doris. After his impassioned, violent words on that evening, she had made no answer. The rapture and tenderness had all died from her face. A hard, fixed look came in her eyes. "Let the worst come now," she said. "It will serve him right." She pleaded and prayed no more, and it was well for him that he could not read the thoughts that were in her mind. He poured out such a torrent of passionate words she heard none of them. After a time she said: "I think we have been out quite long enough, Lord Vivianne. We will return, if you please." When they reached the lawn again, where the ladies with their attendant cavaliers were enjoying the fair, sweet night, he suddenly took her right hand and kissed it. "I shall hope to make this mine one day," he said. She snatched it from him with sudden violence, and it struck the trunk of a tree with such terrible force that he thought she had broken it. "I will cut my hand off," she said, "if you touch it again." He was startled by her vehemence. "You do indeed hate me, Dora," he said sadly. "I do indeed," was the reply. And then they saw Lady Linleigh walking across the lawn to them. "My dear Doris," her ladyship cried, "what is the matter, darling? See, you have a great stain of blood on your dress, and your hand. What has happened?" She took the white hand with its purple bleeding bruise into her own. "What is the matter, Doris? Lord Vivianne, what is the matter?" She saw that he looked dreadfully distressed. "Dear Lady Linleigh, it is nothing," said Lady Doris quickly, fearing that he would speak. "I was resting against the gate there, and I thought something was on my hand. A snake crawled over it, a horrible slimy snake, and in my hurry I bruised it against the gate. That is all." "But," said the countess perplexedly, "Lord Vivianne was with you." "Oh yes, he was there." "I was there, Lady Linleigh, and I am terribly distressed over the accident. But Lady Studleigh was too quick for me. Before I could assure her that there was nothing the matter, she had flung her hand so violently that I thought she had broken it. There was no snake." "There could not be," said the countess. "I have never heard of any snakes at Linleigh. Give me your hand, child. What a terrible bruise!" The countess took her injured hand and gently bound it, little dreaming how it had been hurt. After that, Lord Vivianne had been very much subdued. Such an excess of hatred startled him. He could not realize it. He was half alarmed at the violence of the passion he had evoked. Still, no idea of yielding came to him. As he watched her day after day, her beauty, her grace, grew more and more enchanting to him. It was not so much love as madness that possessed him. Lie would not have relinquished his hold or have given her up to have saved his life. During the remainder of his stay, the countess kept keen, unwavering watch over him. But he had learned his lesson after what he had seen. How little she recked of physical pain, how careless she was of herself. He dared not to venture to tease her. He felt that she was quite capable of committing murder if he drove her too far. He contented himself by saying to her when he was going: "It is understood between us, then, Lady Studleigh, that I return on the 20th of August for your decision." "It is quite understood," she replied with calm dignity. "I hope it will be a favorable one to me, and I hope my reception will be kinder next time than it has been this. You will always be welcomed according to your deserts, she replied. I hope, above all, the poor bruised hand will be better when I come again, he said, with a meaning smile, and that you will not find any more snakes in those beautiful moonlit grounds. It'd be as well for the snakes to keep away, she said. When he went, the little current of gaiety that had come with him died away altogether. Lady Linleigh was relieved when he had gone. Without knowing what to suspect, she suspected something. She felt like someone walking on the brink of a volcano. But when he was gone, and a few days had passed without anything happening, she felt relieved. She had not forgotten the incident of the bruised hand. Although everything else might be fancy, that was not. When Lord Vivianne bade the earl good-bye, he said, I have enjoyed my visit very much, Lord Linleigh, so much that if I should return by the same route about the end of August, I shall beg permission to repeat it. The earl most cordially assured him that he would be welcome. And so the bright summer days had worn away. To Lady Doris each one brought a fresh sensation of relief. The 10th was drawing near. Lord Vivianne was still in utter and profound ignorance of all that was transpiring. She would be married and away when he came back. How she enjoyed the thought of his discomfiture! She laughed aloud as she thought of his impotent anger. He may do as he likes then, she said. I shall be Earle's wife. My fortune will be settled on me, and I shall defy him. If he tells his story then, he will not find many to believe him. Earle will not believe anything against his wife, I am sure. I must bribe some respectable family to say that I lived with them as governess in Florence. I shall conquer the difficulty when I am once married to Earle. This was her one haven of refuge, her rock, her safe harbor from all storms, the end which she so ardently desired to gain, the one great object in life that she proposed for herself. It seemed to her all must be well then. She had written to Mattie asking her to come to Linleigh on the 1st of August, but so desirous was she of keeping her own secret that she had not told her what for, and she did not tell her until they were driving in the pretty pony carriage back to the court. Then she was so eager to tell her story that she did not notice how pale the brown face had grown, or how the dark eyes looked full of unshed tears. So you have sent for me, Doris, to be your bridesmaid, said Mattie. You, who might have some of the noblest and highest ladies in the land? There would be none that I love like you, Mattie. We were sisters for years, you know. Then Mattie was silent for a little time. She said to herself at first that if she had known why Doris wanted her, she would not have gone. She would rather have done anything, have suffered anything than seen Earle married. Then she reproached herself for being selfish, and tried to throw all her heart and soul into her sister's plans. Lady Doris wondered why Mattie suddenly kissed her face and said, Heaven bless you, my darling. I hope you will be very happy. I should think, Doris, that you are the happiest girl in all the world. Yes, said Doris, I think I am. And she added to herself bitterly, Would to heaven I were. The countess was more than kind to Mattie. In her own mind she was always thinking how to pay back to Mark Brace's daughter the kindness they had shown Doris. When the two young girls stood together in Lady Doris' dressing room, she drew off her driving gloves and laid them on the table. Then for the first time Mattie saw the terrible bruise on the white hand. She bent down to look at it. "What have you done to your pretty hand, Doris?" she asked. "What a frightful bruise!" "I knocked it against something," was the vague reply. But Mattie saw the burning flush on her sister's face. "What a pity! Now you will be married with a black, dreadful looking bruise on your hand. That will not get well in 10 days." "Sometimes I think it will never get well at all, Mattie," said Lady Doris. "It has been done some weeks already, I forget how long." Mattie kissed the dark skin, and Lady Doris shuddered as she remembered whose lips had rested on that hand before. "When is Earle coming?" she asked, and Lady Doris answered, "On the 8th. He cannot leave London before. You have no idea what a famous man he is becoming, Mattie." She was glad to hear it, yet the old familiar prayer rose to her lips. Without knowing why, she said to herself, "Heaven save Earle." End of chapter 74. Recording by Gabby Cowan. Section 75 of A Fair Mystery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Gabby Cowan. A Fair Mystery by Bertha M. Clay. Chapter 75. I shall wake up and find it a dream. The 8th of August! When had any day so beautiful shone before? It was as though the birds had woke earlier to sing. How the sun was shining and the flowers blooming! Lady Doris opened her eyes to the fairest and loveliest day that had ever dawned. "Earle is coming today," was her first thought. "Earle is coming," sung the birds. "Earle is coming," whispered the wind, as it stirred the sweet green leaves. She had rested well, for it seemed to her now that her troubles were nearly ended. In 2 more days she would be his wife. Then who could touch her? What evil could come to her? Earle was to be at Linleigh by noon. The hours would roll so swiftly, so sweetly by until then. Only 2 days! She sung to herself sweet little snatches of love songs. While she was dressing, she looked at herself in wonder. Could it be the same Doris who once thought nothing on earth of any value except money and grandeur? Could she have so mingled her love and life into another's as almost to have lost her own identity, and to think of nothing except Earle? "I never thought that I should be so much in love," she said to herself. "How strange it seems!" She did not quite understand herself. It was not that she loved Earle so passionately. The capability of great love was not hers. It was not that. It was that Earle, the master mind, had, by the force and nobility of his own character, completely influenced her, and had won a complete ascendancy over her. She had not much power of loving. What she had was his, but Earle represented peace, happiness, and prosperity to her. Earle was her sure haven of rest, her shield against all evil, her refuge against her direst enemy and bitter foe, Lord Vivianne. So welcome, bright sunny day! Welcome, golden sun and sweet flowers! The post brought her daily love letter, but it was brief. It said simply: "I cannot write so much to my darling. I shall see her today, and in 2 days more she will be mine until death part us." He thought of the words when he saw them again. Every face wore its brightest look at the breakfast table that day. The earl and countess were happy in their beautiful daughter's happiness; Mattie, because she entered so easily into the joy of others. "Doris," said Mattie, "will you come out? We shall have just time for a stroll in the woods before Earle comes." Lady Doris laughed. "I really cannot, Mattie. The spirit of unrest is on me. I cannot go anywhere or do anything until I have seen Earle." "Have you decided yet about your wedding dress?" asked Mattie. "This strange caprice of silence makes me afraid to speak, but, silence or not, it is high time that it was seen about." Lady Doris laughed. "I am so amused at myself, Mattie," she said. "If anyone had ever told me some years, even some months since, that I should be quite indifferent over my wedding dress, I would not have believed it." "But why are you indifferent?" asked Mattie. "I cannot understand. Is it because you are not marrying a nobleman? Is it because you are marrying Earle?" "No," was the reply. "You can believe me or not, Mattie, just as you please, but I assure you I am more proud in marrying Earle than if I were marrying a king." "So I should imagine Earle is a king. Then why this strange desire for secrecy?" The beautiful eyes were raised wistfully to her face. "I may tell you, perhaps, some day, Mattie, but not now, dear, not now. You will marry some good, kindly man, Mattie, someone like yourself, who never knew the fiery heat of temptation, who has always kept, as you have kept, his eyes on heaven. Then some day, dear, when you are sitting with your little children around you, I shall come to you, world worn and weary perhaps, who knows, longing to lay my head in the clover grass, and then I may tell you all, but not now." "Then there is a secret," said Mattie gently. "Yes," was the weary reply, "there is a secret." The words seemed half forced from her. "Does Earle know it?" asked Mattie. "No, and never will. Do not talk to me, dear. You have been my sister many years, and I love you very much. If ever I seek a confidante, it will be you. You need not to be anxious over my wedding dress, Mattie. Lady Linleigh has presented me with my trousseau, and she tells me that no royal princess ever had a more sumptuous one. She told me also that a box would come from Paris today, for you and for me. Rely upon it, that it will contain my wedding dress." "How kind Lady Linleigh is to you," said Mattie. "I do not think your own mother could love you better." "I do not think she would love me half so much," was the laughing reply. Then, in the warm, sunlit air, they heard the sharp clank of the clock. 11. "He will be here in an hour," said Doris. "Shall you not go and change your dress?" asked the simple little foster sister. "I thought great ladies always dressed very grandly to receive their lovers." "My dear Mattie," was the coquettish reply, "could I look better?" No, she could not. A white dress of Indian muslin showed every curve and line of that beautiful figure. It was open at the throat, and a lovely rose nestled against the white breast. It was relieved by dashes of blue, and the long, waving golden hair was fastened by a single blue ribbon. No jewels, no court attire, no magnificence of dress ever became her as did this. She looked young, fresh, and fair as the dawn of a bright spring morning. No one looking at her could have guessed that the full canker of sin had entered that young heart and soul. "I am very happy here," she continued languidly. I am watching the butterflies and the flowers. Look at that one, Mattie, with the gorgeous purple wings. See? Now he hovers round that tall white lily. Then he goes away to the club of carnations. He does not know which to choose. Oh, happy butterfly, to have such a choice! I wonder what it is like, Mattie, to feel quite free from care. They were seated under a group of white acacia trees on the lawn, and with every breath of wind the fragrant blossoms fell in a sweet shower over them. The sun shone on the rippling fountains, on the fair flowers, and on the faces of the two girls. "Free from care?" repeated Mattie, with something like surprise. "Why, my darling, if you are not free from care, who is?" "I was not speaking or even thinking of myself. I was merely thinking how happy all kinds of birds and butterflies and flowers must be to enjoy the dew and the sunshine and the sweet winds." "Happy, but they have no soul, Doris." She laughed a low, bitter laugh that pierced Mattie like the point of a sword. "Huh! A soul," she repeated. "I am not sure that a soul brings happiness. Those who have souls have the responsibility of saving them." "Doris, you do not deserve to be happy, for you are not good," cried Mattie, and 3 days afterward she remembered the words with the keenest pain. But Lady Doris was unusually gentle. She bent down and kissed the kindly face. "I am not good, but I am going to try to be better, dear. It seems to be part of my nature to say bad things. I am not quite sure if I always mean them. Hark, Mattie! I hear the sound of carriage wheels. Earle is coming." The beautiful face grew white in its intensity of feeling. Mattie rose from her seat. "He will like best," she said, "to meet you alone. I will tell him you are here." It seemed to Doris that the sun shone more golden, the wind seemed to whisper more sweetly, when she heard the sound of footsteps and the voice she loved so well. The next moment strong, loving arms were around her, passionate kisses fell on her face, lips, and hands. "My darling!" cried Earle. "My wife, so soon to be my wife!" It was one happy half hour, stolen almost from paradise, for he loved her so dearly. He found heaven in her face, and she was at rest, at peace with him. Then Lord Linleigh and Mattie came. The earl with happy smiles and merry jests. He was so glad in her joy. "Love is very delightful," he said, "but Doris, we must offer something substantial to a traveler. Suppose we substitute cold chicken and Madeira." Then Lady Linleigh desired me to say that a most wonderful box had arrived from Paris, and she wanted you to unpack it. Then he bent down and kissed the fair face so dear to them all. "I can hardly believe that we are to lose you in 2 days, my darling," he said. "Nor can I believe that I shall win her," said Earle. "I often have the impression that I shall wake up and find it a dream, and that Earle Moray will be in the cornfields at home." "You are a poet," laughed the earl, "and poets are not accountable for anything." Then they went together to lunch. Mattie knew that it was by Lady Linleigh's orders that the table was so gracefully ornamented with flowers and fruit. The pretty thought was like her. They spent perhaps one of the happiest hours of their lives together. Then Lady Linleigh said: "Now for the Parisian box. Earle, you must be banished while that is unpacked." The ladies went together up to Lady Linleigh's room. "We will have no curious ladies, maids, or servants," she said. "We will unpack this ourselves. The key came to me this morning by registered letter. Doris, my dear, the box and its contents are yours. You shall unpack them." Lady Studley took the key and opened it. There were layers of fine white wadding and tissue paper. One by one Lady Doris raised the costly packets in her hands and laid them down. There was a bridesmaid's costume all complete, a marvel of pink and white silk with everything to match, white silk shoes with little pink rosettes, white bonnet that looked as though a puff of wind would blow it away, and a costly pink plume, gloves, fan, jewels, all matched exactly, and Mattie's face grew radiant. "All this for me? Oh, Lady Linleigh, how am I to thank you?" "By looking your prettiest in them," laughed the countess, as she placed the fairy like bonnet on the brown, shining hair. "I thought pink would suit you, Mattie. So it does. See how nice she looks, Doris." Lady Studley kissed her foster sister's face. "Mattie always looks nice," she said, "just as she always looks happy and good." Then came the bride's costume. "You would not allow the earl and myself to show that we felt your wedding to be the happiest event of our lives," said Lady Linleigh, "but you could not prevent my intention of seeing you dressed as a bride. Such a wedding dress, one of Worth's most marvelous combinations of white satin and white lace, a dress fit for a queen, and it was trimmed so beautiful with wreaths of orange blossoms. There, in a pretty scented box, lay the bridal veil, such a wonder of lace, so exquisitely worked, large enough to cover a bride, yet so fine and delicate that it could be drawn through a wedding ring. Then came the wreath of orange blossoms." Lady Studley was accustomed by this time to splendor. There was little in the way of dress that could ever give her the agreeable sensation of surprise, but she uttered a little cry of admiration as she saw the elegant costly presents the countess had arranged for her. Everything was complete and beautiful, even to the little bouquet holder made of pure white pearls. She took Lady Linleigh's hand and kissed them. "Are you pleased, my darling?" she asked gently. "Oh, Lady Linleigh, you have left me without words." "Quite without words. I cannot thank you." The countess bent her head. "Could your own mother have pleased you more?" she asked. "No, 1,000 times no," was the sincere reply. Then Mattie said, "Lady Linleigh, let us dress Doris in her bridal robes, so that Earle may see her." And the countess laughed as she gave consent. End of chapter 75. Recorded by Gabby Cowan. Section 76 of A Fair Mystery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Gabby Cowan. A Fair Mystery by Bertha M. Clay. Chapter 76. Trying on the Wedding Dress. "What does she look like?" cried Mattie in a passion of admiration as they placed the bridal veil on the golden head. "It would require a poet to tell us," said the countess, "and as we have one close at hand, we will ask him. Mattie, go and bring Earle here. Close the door after you. I should not like everyone to know what we have been doing." And presently Earle stood before a figure that seemed to him too beautiful to be real, a tall, graceful figure that seemed to rise from the waves of white satin and lace, as a graceful flower from its stem. Through the bridal veil he caught the sheen of the golden hair, the dainty color of the face, the deep color of the violet eyes, the sweet odor of orange blossoms floated to him. "Doris," he said in a low voice, "my beautiful love, let me see your face." It was Lady Linleigh who threw back the veil so that he might see the lovely blushing face. Tears stood in the young lover's eyes, although he tried to control his emotion. "Is it possible, Lady Linleigh," he asked, "that this is my wife? That well, I had better not say too much. You do not think I shall wake up and find it all a dream?" "No, it is real enough." Then he drew nearer to her. "You will let me give you one kiss, Doris? Lady Linleigh will not be horrified. You will be Lady Moray soon. What is my poor name worth, that it should be so highly honored?" He kissed her sweet lips. "I must be careful," he said. "You look like a fairy. Perhaps you would vanish if a mere mortal touched you. Now let me look at you, darling, at your dress, your veil, and your wreath. The picture is perfect. I wish that I could put it into words." He did, afterward, into words over which all England wept. Then, for a few minutes, the three, Lady Linleigh, Mattie, and Earle, stood looking at her in silence. They hardly knew why. Then Earle said, "When I see that pretty veil again, it will be on the head of my beloved wife." Then they all three looked at the veil. Heaven help him! He little dreamed how and when he should see it again. If they could have had the faintest foreknowledge of that, the tragedy might have been averted. Then Earle went away, and the bridal robes were taken to Lady Linleigh's boudoir. "They will not be seen there," said the countess. "I will lock the door and keep the key. Tomorrow it will not matter." And Mattie helped her, poor, helpless child, place them over a chair so that the shining robes might not be injured. It was Earle who proposed a ramble to the woods. Dinner was to be later than usual. "Let us all three go," he said. "Mattie with us, Doris. It may be years before we meet all together so happy again." So it was settled, and they spent the remainder of that sunny, happy day together. They were sitting in a green, sunny dell, with the fall grass and wild flowers springing luxuriantly around them, the tall trees spreading overhead, the little birds filling the wood with song. Lady Doris had never been so happy. She had almost forgotten the dark background of sorrow and care. Mattie was happy, for it was impossible to see them so young, so loving, with their graceful caresses and love, without rejoicing with them. "This is like Brackenside," said Earle. "How often we have sat together in the woods there, and Mrs. Brace used to wonder how the farms would advance if they were left to us." "And well, she might wonder," said Mattie. "Even when I believed Doris to be my own sister, I thought her the most beautiful but the most useless of human beings." "Thank you," laughed Lady Studleigh. "It is altogether like a fairy tale," said Earle. "If I had read such a story, I should say it was untrue. I should call such a story exaggerated. Yet here we are, the living, breathing actors in the drama." "It is not such a very wonderful history, Earle," said Lady Studleigh. "There are many private marriages, many children brought up in ignorance of the real name and station, many a man like you, a gentleman and genius by birth, rises by the simple force of his own merit to be one of the magnates of the land." Then she sighed to herself, and her brightness was for a moment overcast as she remembered that hers was the only part of the story that was improbable or extraordinary. No one would believe that she had been guilty as she had been. How often, in after years, they went back to that bright, long day, Earle never saw a wild flower or a green fern that he did not turn from it with a sick, aching heart. They dined together. The earl would not have any visitors. It was the last day but one of their darling, and they would have it all to themselves. There they sat in the gloaming, and Doris sang to them. Who knew the pain, the aching in one lonely heart? Who knew the quiet heroism of the girl with the brown, kindly face and shiny hair? The lamps were lighted, and Lord Linleigh, laughing to think how they had all been engrossed, drew a large parcel toward himself. "This shows," he said, "that we have something unusual going on. This packet of periodicals has been in the library for several days, and no one has thought of opening it. It is the first time such a thing has happened." He unfastened the string and looked through them casually. One, however, seemed to attract his attention. It was beautifully illustrated, and he laid it down with a smile. "Read that, Doris," he said. "It contains a warning for you." "What is the warning, papa? I would rather take it from you than from print." "I have not read it. Look at the engraving. It is evidently the story of a bride who, on her wedding eve, dresses herself in her bridal robes. Girlish vanity, I suppose, just to see how she looks. The wedding dress catches fire, and she is burned to death. Moral: young ladies should never try on their wedding dresses beforehand." "What a tragical story!" said the countess. "I can never see the use of such stories," said Mattie. "They make everyone sad who reads them." "Burned to death on her wedding eve," said Earle, "and all because she wanted to see if she should be charming enough in the eyes of her lover. There is no poetic justice in that." "What was the heroine's name, papa?" asked Doris. "Miriam Dale. I always notice that if a heroine is to come to any pathetic end, she is called Miriam." "Did she love her lover very much?" asked Doris. "Read the story, my dear," said the earl, indolently. "It is not much in my line. The engraving caught my attention. A beautiful, frantic girl, dressed in bridal robes, and wreathed in flames. There is something terrible about it." Doris rose from her seat and opened the book. Then, after looking at the picture, she laid it down with a long, shuddering sigh. "Stories often fail in poetic justice," she said. "If that girl was young and innocent, if she had done no wrong, why should she have been killed on her wedding eve?" "Stories are, after all, but sketches taken from life," said the earl, "and life often seems to us, short-seeing mortals, to fail in poetic justice, although, no doubt, everything is right and just in the sight of heaven. Doris is growing serious over it. We tried her wedding dress on this morning, but there was no fire near it, and no harm came of it. I am no believer in those stupid superstitions, although I have heard it is unlucky to try on a wedding dress. Still, I do not believe it will make one iota of difference." "How can it?" said Earle, calmly, and they all remembered that conversation a few hours afterward. The 9th of August came, and Lord Linleigh, as they sat at breakfast, said laughingly: "Now for a sensation! What will be said and thought by the different members of this establishment when it is known that there is to be a wedding tomorrow? It passes my comprehension. I promised to be patient, but it was almost cruel of you, Doris, to place me in such a predicament. I suppose I must call the principal servants together and tell them that Lady Studley is to be married tomorrow, without form or ceremony of any kind. There will be what the papers call a startling surprise. We have plenty to do, said the countess. There will be no time for rambles in the wood. Ulrich, when you have made your announcement, will you go to the vicarage? You have arrangements to make there, and you must take Earle with you. I cannot spare Doris to him this morning. So the gentlemen went away. It is a strange whim of Doris, this desire for secrecy, said the earl as they rode along. I must confess I do not understand it. Do you? Not in the least, replied Earle. She seemed very intent upon it. I think, Lord Linleigh, he added with a laugh, that I shall learn one thing as I grow older. What will that be? asked the earl. Not to try to fathom the caprice of ladies, but to yield gracefully to it. You are a wise man, said Lord Linleigh, with a look of sincere admiration. That is the true secret of wedded content. While Lord Linleigh and Earle were busy at the vicarage, where it required some time and some persuasion to induce the rector to believe what they had to say, the ladies were wonderfully busy. The news spread as Lord Linleigh had foreseen, caused a great sensation. Lady Studley to be married tomorrow, and such a marriage! No ceremony, no gaieties, nothing at all. Lady Linleigh had, however, considerably changed the state of affairs by saying that the arrangements for the wedding had been hurried so as to permit of Lady Doris going abroad in August, and, before going, she intended making a handsome present to each member of the household. Their opinion was, in consequence, considerably changed. When the earl and his household met at dinner, there were much laughter and amusement, much to tell. The rector's amazement, the astonishment of everyone who heard the news. The earl was in high spirits, laughing and jesting, all the more that he saw his wife's gentle face growing sad and sorrowful. You will be gone this time tomorrow, she said. I shall fancy I hear your voice and see your face all day, and for many long days. Yes, Doris said softly, I shall be gone this time tomorrow. But you will not be so very far away, said Mattie. No further than London, said Earle. I like crossing the Channel. Do you, Doris? No, I am not a good sailor, she replied. Ladies seldom are, said the earl. Still, I have resolved Doris' last evening with us shall be the happiest she has spent at Linleigh. We will not have one sad word. End of chapter 76. Recorded by Gabby Cowan. Section 77 of A Fair Mystery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Gabby Cowan. A Fair Mystery by Bertha M. Clay. Chapter 77. A Midnight Visitor. The evening was over at last, and to Doris it had been the happiest day, perhaps, of her life. Lord Linleigh had sent to his cellars for some of his choicest wines, wines that only saw daylight when the daughters of the house were married or its heirs christened, wine that was like the nectar of the gods, golden in hue, fragrant of perfume, and exhilarating as the water of life old traditions sing of. He had ordered the dessert to be placed outside in the rose garden. "We will imitate the ancients," he said. "We will drink our wine to the odor of sweet flowers." So they sat and watched the golden sun set in the west. It seemed to them it had never set in such glorious majesty before. The sky was crimson and gold and purple. The pale violet and pearly gleams shone out. A soft veil seemed to shroud the western skies, and then the sun had set. Lady Doris had sat for some time watching the sun set in silence. Suddenly she said, "I shall never forget my last sunset." "Your last sunset?" repeated Earle. "Do you mean that you will never see it set again?" "No, I mean my last sunset at Linleigh. Earle, if all those strange stories of heaven are true, it must be a beautiful place, and this fair sky with its gleaming colors is only the wrong side after all." The faint light died in the west. The flowers closed their tired eyes. The lovely twilight reigned soft and fragrant. The air grew almost faint with perfume from lily, from rose, from carnation. Then some bird, evidently of erratic habits, began a beautiful vesper hymn, and they sat as though spellbound. "A night never to be forgotten," said the earl. "Doris, that little bird is singing your wedding song." If they could but have heard what the little bird was telling, a warning and a requiem both in one. Doris arose and went to the tree in whose branches the bird was hidden. She raised her face to see if she could see it in the thick green leaves. As she stood there in the light of the dying day, the earl said, "You will have a beautiful wife, Earle." They all looked at her as she stood there in a beautiful dress of shining white silk, with a set of opals for ornaments. Her fair white arms and white neck were half shrouded in lace. Her golden hair was fastened negligently with a diamond arrow, and hung in shining ripples over her shoulders. The faint light showed her face, fair and beautiful as a bright star. "You will have a beautiful wife," he repeated thoughtfully. As they all saw her then, they saw her until memory reproduced no more pictures for them. "We have a fine moonlight night," said Earle. "Doris, this time tomorrow evening we shall be leaning over the steamboat side, watching the light in the water and the track of the huge wheels. Then you will be my wife." Lady Linleigh rose and drew her shawl round her shapely shoulders. "We must not forget tomorrow in the happiness of tonight," she said. "It will not do to have a pale bride. I am going in. But first," she went up to the tree where Doris was standing. "It is rather a hopeless task, Doris, to look for a bird in the growing darkness," she said. "And, my darling, I have to wish you good night." Doris turned to her, and bending her graceful head, laid it on her mother's shoulder. "It is not only good night, but good bye," she said. "I shall hardly see you tomorrow." She clasped her warm, soft arms round the countess' neck. "Good bye, dearest Lady Linleigh," she said. "You have been very good to me. You have made home very happy for me. You have been like the dearest mother to me. Good night. May heaven bless you." Such unusual, such solemn words for her to use. The two fair faces touched each other. There was a warm, close embrace. Then Lady Linleigh went away. When did she forget that parting? or the last look on that face? I am jealous, said Lord Linleigh, parting the branches and looking at his daughter. I wanted the kindest good night. What has my daughter to say to me? It is my farewell also. Tomorrow you will be Lady Moray. I shall be forgotten. Her heart was strangely touched and softened. Not forgotten by me, papa, she said. Next to Earle, I shall always love you better than anyone in the world. Next to Earle? Well, I must be content. That is enough. Good night, my dear and only child. May heaven send you a happy life. He too took away with him the memory of the sweet face and tender eyes, a memory never to die. He nodded to Earle. I must be lenient, he said, and give you young lovers 10 minutes longer. I shall be in the library, Earle. Come and smoke a cigar with me. I have something to say to you. Mattie had gone to her room. Doris had promised to meet her there. The little bird, startled by the voices perhaps, had ceased to sing, and the lovers stood under the spreading tree alone. 10 minutes out here with you, my darling, said Earle. It is like 2 years in paradise. How kind they are to us. Doris, how happy we shall be. But he had not many words. He laid the golden head on his breast, where he could see and kiss the fair face. He held the white hands in his. He could only say over and over again how happy they should be tomorrow. His wife tomorrow. Surely the moon had never shone upon a fairer picture or a lighter heart. The 10 minutes were soon over. Good bye to the moonlight, said Earle, to the tired flowers and shining stars, and the fair sleeping world. He parted with her at the foot of the broad staircase. She was going to her room. Good night, said Earle, kissing the red lips. Good night and sweet dreams. But when he had gone about 2 steps away, she called him back again. She raised her arms and clasped them around his neck. She raised her face that he might kiss it again. My darling Earle, my love Earle, my lover, my husband, she said, with a passion of love in her face. Good night. He was half startled. He watched her as she went up the broad staircase. The white, shining silk, the gleaming opals, the golden hair, the fair, sweet face, watched her until she was out of sight. Then, despite his happiness, he turned away with a sigh. She will be my own tomorrow, and I shall not need to feel anxious over her, he said to himself, and then he went in to smoke his cigar with the earl. Doris called in Mattie's room and said, Good night. Have you any nice book lying about here, Mattie? She asked. I know quite well that I shall not sleep. I do not feel the least tired. She chose one of the volumes Mattie brought to her. I should like to read that story papa was telling us of, she said, but it is in the library, and he is smoking there with Earle. I would not read it. A gloomy, melancholic story like that is not fit for your wedding eve. Doris stood with a waxen taper in her hand. Even, she said, if a girl has not been quite good, even if she has been what good people call wicked, it would be cruel to kill her on her wedding eve, would it not? What a strange idea, Doris, and how strange you look. Put that book away and go to sleep, so that Earle may see bright eyes tomorrow. They parted, and Doris passed into her own room. According to her usual custom, she locked the door and took out the key. The first room was her sleeping room. She did not wait there. It was empty. She had told Eugene, her maid, not to wait for her on that evening, as she might be late. Then came the bath and dressing room. They also were empty, although both were brilliantly lighted. She reached the boudoir, fitted for her with such taste and luxury. The lamps were lighted, and there, on the chair where Mattie and she had so carefully placed it, lay the beautiful wedding costume. There could be no mistaking it. The veil was thrown over the dress, and the wreath of orange blossoms lay on the veil. She looked at them for some minutes in silence, thinking of the Miriam who was burned on the night of her wedding day. Then she opened the book and began to read. How useless it was! The letters swam before her eyes. It was her wedding day tomorrow. After tomorrow all her cares and troubles would be over. After tomorrow all would be peace. She lay down upon the little couch with a long, low sigh. It was wonderful how tired and wearied she felt. She had suffered such a fever, such a torture of suspense, that the reaction of feeling that she was in perfect safety at last was too much for her. There came a fever of unrest upon her. Her heart beat with terrible rapidity. Her hands were like fire. Her eyes and lips seemed to burn as though they had been touched by flame. She had not known until now how much she had suffered. Then she pictured Lord Vivianne coming on the 20th and finding her married and gone far out of his reach. How he would rage! It would serve him right. He might tell his story then. Who would believe him? They would all think it the bitter exaggeration of a disappointed man. Then the room seemed to grow warm, the perfume of the flowers overpowering. I wish, she thought, that I had not let Eugene go. I feel nervous and lonely tonight. She half debated within herself whether she should go back to Mattie or not. The sense of being thought cowardly deterred her. There lay the moonlight, so calm, so still, so bright, streaming through the open window. I will go down into the grounds, she said to herself. A walk there will refresh me, and I shall be able to rest. She took out her watch and looked at it. It was nearly midnight. There will be a pale bride tomorrow, she said, if I am not to sleep all night. She unfastened the door that divided the room from the spiral staircase leading to the grounds. The staircase itself was almost hidden by dense green foliage and flowers. Because it was so nearly hidden, no one thought it dangerous. No stranger would have observed it. She went down to the grounds. It was so cool, so bright, still and beautiful. The dew was shining on the grass. The moon and stars were shining in the sky. There was a rich odor of rare flowers. The night wind seemed to cool her heated brain. Her lips grew pale and cool. The burning heat left her hands. It refreshed her. I will walk here for half an hour, she said. Then I shall be sleepy enough. It struck her that she would go round to the library window, where Earle was with her father. She hoped they would not see her, but if they did, she should tell them she could not rest. Then she remembered that the earl had cautioned her never to use the spiral staircase at night lest it should be dangerous. She walked around to the side of the house. Ah, there was a light from the library window. They were still there. Then her heart almost stood still. She saw the figure of a man advancing across the carriage drive toward the great hall door. At midnight, who could it be? The moon shone full upon him, and as he drew nearer, she saw the face of her mortal enemy, her hated foe, Lord Vivianne. End of chapter 77. Recorded by Gabby Cowan. Section 78 of A Fair Mystery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Gabby Cowan. A Fair Mystery by Bertha M. Clay. Chapter 78. Why He Suspected. Lord Vivianne! There was no mistake. The moon shone full in his face. She knew the impatient walk. She knew every line of his figure, and for one moment her heart almost stopped beating. What in the name of the most high heaven did he want there? She saw him going quickly up the broad flight of steps. The moon, shining on them, made them white as snow. The light from the library window shone softly on the ground. He had stretched out his hand to ring the bell, when with a sudden impulse, a sudden cry, she called out, "Stop!" Another half minute, and she had almost flown across the lawn and stood by his side. "Stop!" she cried again, and laying her hand on his arm, then she looked at him. "You," she said, "is it you?" "Yes, Lady Studley. There is little cause for wonder. It is the man you were about so cleverly to deceive." "In heaven's name," she cried impetuously, "what has brought you here? Do not ring the bell. What has brought you to my father's house? You were not to come until the 28th. In her fear and agitation she lost something of her usual dignity. "That was nicely managed," he replied with a sneer. "You were to be married on the 10th, and I was to come on the 20th. It was dramatically arranged, Lady Studley. It is very sad it should have failed." For one moment her face grew white as with the ghastly pallor of death. Her eyes grew dim. Her arms fell nervously by her side. So she stood for a few minutes. Then she said in a low, hoarse voice, "Do not ring the bell. Do not arouse them. I will talk to you now. Come this way." Side by side they walked down the broad path together. In the bewilderment of her thoughts she had but one idea. It was to keep him away from the library window. "Now," she said breathlessly, "let us talk here." The moon was bright, so pitifully bright. It traced their shadows along the white stone. It seemed to rejoice in the warm night. "What have you to say?" he asked curtly. "I can tell you why I am here. I have come for your answer 10 days before the time, because I have heard that you are going to play me false. I am here to tell Lord Linleigh by what right I claim you as my wife. I am here to tell all whom it may concern what you have been to me." Suddenly she remembered that the room earlier occupied looked over the terrace. What if, tempted by the beauty of the night, he should come to the window and look out? What if the earl should hear voices or see shadows? Oh, what was she to do? Her alarm heightened by seeing a light at one of the windows opposite. Whether it was one of the servants or not, she could not tell, but it alarmed her. All at once she remembered that she had free access to the house. She had but to go back to her rooms by the spiral staircase. Again she laid her hand on Lord Vivianne's arm. "I dare not remain here," she said. "Do you see that light? We shall be seen." "What if we are?" he replied. "It will not matter if one or two find out tonight what the world must know tomorrow." "Hush!" she cried in an agony of alarm. "How cruel, how merciless you are! Great heaven, what shall I do?" "You can do nothing now, my lady. Your time is come. You should have kept faith with me. Will you come to my rooms? She cried in an agony of terror. It seemed to her that his voice sounded so loudly and so clearly in the summer air, all the world must hear it. To your rooms? Yes, I will go there. Follow me, she said. She led the way up the spiral staircase into the boudoir, wishing at every step he took he might fall dead. She had forgotten the bridal veil and the dress lying there. The lamps were lighted in the boudoir. She carefully closed the door, lest any sound should reach their ears. Then she came back to him. He stood on the top of the staircase, half uncertain whether to enter or not. She went to him. By the light of the lamps he saw how marvellously pale she had grown, and how terrible was the fear that shone in her eyes. He looked carelessly round the room. He did not see at first what was the glittering heap of white raiment, nor had he noticed the orange wreath, but he saw, lying on the stand amid the flowers, a large, sharp knife. It had been left there by some careless servant who had been cutting the thick branches that wreathed the windows. His eyes lingered on it for one half minute. If he had known what was to happen, he would most surely have flung it far from him. She looked up into his face with cold, determined eyes. "Now," she said, "do your worst. Say your worst. I defy you." "Women are the greatest simpletons in creation," he said. "They imagine it so easy to break faith with a man. You have to find out how difficult it is." She made no reply. "By right of what has passed between us," he continued, "I claimed you for my wife. You told me you would consider the claim, and that you would give me your decision on a certain date." No answer. All the defiance that pride could suggest was in her white face. "You promised me also that you would not attempt in any way to evade that claim." "I did, and I was quite wrong in making you that promise." "That is quite beside the mark. It has nothing whatever to do with the matter. Having made the promise, you were bound to keep it. I relied implicitly on your good faith. I left you, intending to return and hear your decision. What do I find out? That you have simply been deceiving me, duping me, most cleverly as you thought, most foolishly as you will see. You imagined that on the 20th I should come to see you and find you married and gone. You have doubtless laughed to think how you should befool me." "I do not deny it," she said contemptuously. A strange light flashed in his eyes. "I would have you beware," he said. "I told you long ago that my overweening love for you was driving me mad. Be careful how you anger me." "I have the same amount of contempt for your anger as for your love," she said. "Take care. I have told you before. Desperate men do desperate deeds. Take care. I have found out your pretty plot, and I am here to spoil it." "What have you discovered?" she asked. "For the first thing, that while you have been so cleverly deceiving all London, you were engaged the whole time to Earle Moray, the lover you so kindly left for me." "After that?" she asked. His face grew dark in its fury as he replied: "That you love him." "I do," she cried, with sudden passion. "My whole heart loves him. My whole soul calls him conqueror." He raised his hands menacingly. His fury knew no bounds. "You would strike me," she said sneeringly. "If you kill me, I should say the same over and over again. I love him, and I hate you. What else have you discovered?" "That you intend to marry him on the 10th. That is the extent of my knowledge. I know no more. But whether you are going to run away with him, or whether Lord Linleigh intends to countenance a ceremony that will be a lie, I cannot tell. Running away is more in your line, certainly." "Would you mind telling me," she asked, "how you know this?" He laughed. "I will tell you with pleasure," he replied, "the more so as I think it reflects great credit on my powers of penetration. I was in London the day before yesterday in New Bond Street, and while walking leisurely along I met your poet and gentleman, Earle Moray. I wish that I could strike you dead for using his name," she said. "I am sure you do, and I do not blame you. Under the circumstances, it is the most natural wish in the world. As I was saying, I met your cavalier. He was walking along with a smile on his face, evidently wrapped in most pleasant thoughts. He started when he saw me, and looked slightly confused. 'My poor Earle,' she murmured, 'my poor Earle.' The very fact of his looking confused aroused my suspicion. Why should he be confused? Just because he had met me? I spoke to him, and he seemed disinclined to talk to me. Another thing struck me. He seemed to wish to get rid of me. He is very transparent, poor fellow. I was quite determined that he should not lose me. Walking on, we passed Horton and Sons, the great jewellers, and in some vague way, Lady Studley, I had a presentiment that I was at one end of a mystery. 'You are a clever fiend,' she said. Praise from such lips is praise indeed. As we passed the door of Horton and Sons, from the very confused way in which he looked at it, I felt sure that he had been inclined to enter, in fact, that he intended to enter, but would not because I was there. I instantly resolved that I would baffle him, so we walked together up and down the street. Each time he passed the door I saw him look longingly at it. I began to think that I had missed my vocation. I ought to have been a detective. At last, to his utter relief, I am sure, I said adieu. I watched him. No sooner had I gone away than he hastened to the shop. I said to myself, what could he possibly want there? What could he want to buy that he would not let me see? Then I went into the shop after him. It is a large place, and I stood where I could both hear and see him without being seen or heard. Innocently enough, I laugh when I think of it, he asked for a case of wedding rings. He wanted the best, of solid gold. That was to hold you, my lady. It would require a strong ring to make you all his, would it not? He asked for the best, poor deluded fool." Her white face and glittering eyes might have warned him, but they did not. He chose the ring, evidently having the size by heart. Then he asked to see some pearl lockets. He selected one and asked for a certain motto to be engraved on it, but he asked again when it could be done. They told him in 2 days. This did not suit him. He must have it in a few hours. He was leaving town tomorrow. They asked if he would leave it and they would try. He replied no, that he wanted both ring and locket on the 10th, and then he left the shop. I need not to tell you how that startled me. Why should he want a wedding ring on the 10th? Then I can hardly tell you how it was. A certain suspicion entered my mind that the wedding ring and locket were for you." "My poor Earle," she said, with a long, low sigh. "I secured the services of some one whom I knew to be clever, trustworthy, and keen. We watched your friend, and found that he was making preparations for a long absence, and that he was going abroad. Still, I must confess I was not prepared to hear that he had started yesterday, and had taken a first class ticket to Anderley. It did not require a genius, you know, to pull all these strange coincidences together. I guessed in one moment that you were playing me false. I should have been here before, but that an imperative engagement kept me in town. I started at noon today, and owing to some mistake in the trains I did not reach Anderley until too late to take a flight, a cab, or horse, or anything else. I was compelled to walk here, and that accounts for my delay, for my late visit. Now I am here." She looked steadily at him. "Yes," she said, "you are here. What do you want?" End of chapter 78. Recorded by Gabby Cowan. Section 79 of A Fair Mystery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Gabby Cowan. A Fair Mystery by Bertha M. Clay. Chapter 79. What Happened After Midnight. "My demands are few, Lady Studley. You are to be married tomorrow to Earle Moray, according to your arrangement. According to mine, nothing of the sort will happen, but you will give your poet his dismissal and marry me instead." "I shall do nothing of the kind, my lord," she replied. "Yes, you will. You will find that alternative, bad as it is, better than the fate that awaits you if you refuse. I grant that it is a thousand pities matters have gone so far. It is your own fault. You will find yourself in a great dilemma. You should have been more straightforward. Tomorrow, instead of being married, you must tell the earl, your father, who indulged you so absurdly in everything, that you have altered your mind, that there will be no wedding, after all. He cannot possibly be surprised at any caprice of yours. It will cause no alteration in any one's plans, as no one has been told of the marriage." "You have planned it all easily," she said haughtily. "Yes, when one sees such determined opposition to a settled plan, it is time to make arrangements. I must confess that, coming along, I planned it all, so as to give you the least trouble." "You are indeed kind," she said sarcastically. "Ah, my lady, I do not mind your sneers, not the least in the world. You must send for the earl in the morning. Tell him the wedding must be deferred, that you have been thinking matters over, and you have come to the conclusion that your happiness is at stake. If you do not like to stay here after such a grand expose, then ask him to take you abroad, or anywhere else. I'll join you in a few weeks. Then my wooing can begin, and I will marry you." She laughed a mocking, bitter, satirical laugh that drove him half mad. "I shall do nothing of the kind," she said. "Now for your alternative. If you refuse, I shall go away now. Tomorrow I shall return, and before the man who is to be your husband.
Before your parents and friends, I will tell what you were to me, and what my claim on you is." "Very well," she replied calmly. "I accept the alternative. Tell them. I cannot answer for the earl and countess. What they will do is, of course, a mystery to me. But Earle will forgive me. I feel quite sure of it. He loves me so dearly. He will forgive me and make me his wife. You will have proved yourself a villain and coward for nothing." "Earle will never marry you," he said. "No man in his senses would, when he knows what I can tell him." "I will risk it," she replied. "Do you know that it is even a relief to me that the worst is come? I do not know what I have dreaded, but I am quite sure of one thing. You will do your worst, and you have told me what it is. Let the sword fall. It has hung over my head long enough. Earle loves me. Earle is just as noble and generous as you are the reverse. Earle is forgiving. He will be hurt and angry, but when I tell him how vain I was, and how you tempted me, he will forgive me." "I do not think so, Lady Studley." "Because you don't know him. You judge him by yourself. Even if he refuses to pardon me at first, if he thinks me beyond forgiveness, I will be patient and humble and wait. He will love me again in time, and my sorrow will purify me from my sin." A tender, beautiful light came over her white face. A sweet smile played round her lips. She raised her eyes fearlessly to his. "You see," she said, "how little you can do, after all. You might kill me, but you could not bend my pride. You could not incline my heart to one loving thought of you." "So I perceive. Then you positively prefer open shame and disgrace, the scorn and mocking of the world?" "Yes," she said, "I prefer it." "You must hate me very much, Lady Studley." Sudden passion flamed in her eyes. "I do indeed," she replied. "No woman ever hated man more." "And yet I love you." She turned from him with an air of haughtiest indignation. He followed her. Suddenly his eyes fell upon the white glittering bridal costume. "What is that?" he cried, and his whole face worked with fury, indignation, and anger. Before she could interfere to stop him, he had taken the wreath and veil in his hands. He laughed as he held them in derision. "Oh, fair, pure, and spotless bride!" he cried. "Well, may they robe you in bridal white, hide your face with a bridal veil, crown you with orange blossoms. They will do well." She made a step forward, and would have taken the veil from his hands, but he would not release it. "See," he cried, "how I serve your bridal veil. I would do the same to your heart and his, if I could." His face was transformed with rage. His eyes flashed fire. Sudden fury leaped from his heart to his lips. Sudden murder sprung like a flame of fire that seemed to scorch him. He tore the beautiful veil into shreds. He trampled it underfoot. He stamped on it in the violence of his rage and anger. "So I would serve you," he cried. "So I would serve him if I could." She drew back as his violence increased, not frightened. She was physically too brave for that, but wondering where it would lead him to, what he would do or say next. "You are the falsest woman under heaven," he cried. "You ought not to live. You are a mortal enemy of man." A weaker or more cowardly woman would have taken alarm and have cried out for help. But she did not know fear. If she had but given the least alarm, there were brave hearts near who would have shed their last drop of blood in her defense, who would have died over and over again for her. But she stood still, with a calm, sorrowful smile on her face. "So much for your veil," he cried, with a mocking sneer. "Now for the wreath." He took the pretty scented flowers from the box where loving hands had so gently laid them, and crushed them into a shapeless dead heap. "That will never lie on your golden hair, my Lady Studley," he said. She made no effort to save the pretty wreath. His furious violence dismayed her and made her mute. She saw him stamp on the orange blossoms that should on the morrow have crowned her. She saw them lie crushed, torn, destroyed at his feet, and she looked on in a kind of trance. To her it was like a wild, weird, dark dream. Then he took the costly wedding dress, with its rich trimmings of white lace, and he laughed as he tore it asunder, flinging it under his feet, then pausing to look on his work of destruction with a smile. "There will be no wedding tomorrow, fair lady," he said. "Ah, Dora, why have you driven me mad? Why have you unmanned me? Why have you made me ashamed of myself?" There was a strange glitter in her eyes, and a strange expression on her face. "I did not mean to be so violent. You have driven me to it. Not that I regret destroying your wedding dress. I would do it over again 100 times. But I am sorry to have frightened you." "You could not frighten me," she replied. And if ever calm scorn was expressed by any human voice, it was by hers. There came a lull in the storm. He stood looking partly at the ruin he had caused, partly at her. She seemed, strange to say, almost to have forgotten him. She stood where the light of the lamp fell on her dishevelled hair and flushed face. The fragrant calm of the summer night reigned unbroken outside, a calm broken only by the musical rustle of the leaves. The moon shone bright as day. Its beams fell on the sleeping flowers and silvered the waving trees. They fell, too, on the beautiful face with its look of restless scorn. During that moment so strangely silent, she thought of Earle, whom she was to marry tomorrow, Earle, whom she would marry, let the morrow bring what it might. No matter if her wedding dress were torn into shreds, no matter if Lord Vivianne stood with a drawn sword in his hand to bar her progress to the altar, no matter if the whole world cried out with its clanging brazen voice that she was lost, she would marry him. She turned to her enemy with a flush on her face, a scornful light in her eyes. "You are but a coward, after all," she said, "a paltry, miserable coward. You can do me no real harm, and you cannot take me from Earle." "You did not always think me a coward, my Lady Dora. There was a time when you delighted to sun yourself in my eyes. You have not always held aloof from me as you do now. I have held you in my arms. I have kissed your lips. I have won you as no one else will ever win you. I like to look at you and remember it. I like to dwell on my recollections of those old days. Ah, your face flushes. Let me kiss you now." He hastened toward her, trampling in his hot haste on the torn shreds of the wedding dress. "Do not touch me," she cried. "Do not come near me." "I have kissed you before, and I will kiss you again," he said. "I will kill you if you dare to touch me." She snatched up the first thing that came to her hand. It was the long, shining, sharp knife that had been used to prune the overhanging branches. I will kill you, she repeated, with flaming eyes, if you come near me. He laughed, but the angry blood surged into his brain. He went nearer. He seized the white hand that held the knife. The beautiful face, the white, bare neck, were close to him. I hate you, she hissed. Only God, who sees all things, knows what followed. Her words may have angered him to murder heat. His passion of love and sense of wrong may have maddened him. Only God knows. There was a struggle for 1/2 minute, followed by a low, gasping cry. Oh, heaven, I am not fit to die. It may have been that in the struggle the point of the knife was turned accidentally against her, but the next moment she fell to the ground, with the blade buried deep in her white breast. The crimson life blood flowed. It stained his hands, still grasping her. It stained the torn wedding dress, the bridal veil. It soon formed a pool on the carpeted floor. He stood over her for a minute, stunned, horrified. Dora, he said in a low, hoarse voice. Oh, heaven, I did not mean to kill her. She opened her eyes, and her white lips framed one word, half sigh, half moan. Early. And then the soul of the unhappy girl went out to meet its judge. He made no attempt to raise her. He stood like a man lost. The crimson stain crept onward until it touched his feet. Oh, heaven, he cried again. I did not mean to kill her. Then his whole soul seemed to shrink and wither away with fear. He had killed her. It was the pallor of death blanching the lovely face. And, oh horror, the crimson stain had reached the golden hair. She was dead. He had slain her in his mad frenzy. He looked at the cruel knife buried in the white flesh. He dared not touch it. He looked at the face so rapidly growing cold in death. He dared not touch it. He would have given his life to have touched those cold, dead lips, but he dared not, because he had murdered her. He clenched his strong hands in an agony that knew no words. Oh, heaven, he cried again, I have slain her. He gave one hurried glance around on a scene he was never to forget. The luxurious boudoir, its hangings, its lights and flowers, the bridal costume, all torn into shreds, the crimson stain spreading so slowly, so horribly, the beautiful dead face upraised to the light, the white breast with its terrible wound, the quiet figure, the golden hair, and with a moan of unutterable remorse, he turned away. It just occurred to him that his only safety lay in flight. The door was open that led to the spiral staircase. The next moment he was creeping along under the shadow of the wall, and Lady Doris Studley lay dead and alone. End of chapter 79. Recorded by Gabby Cowan.
Section 80 of A Fair Mystery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Fair Mystery by Bertha M. Clay. Chapter 80. The Silent Bride. "Good night, Earl," said Lord Linleigh. "Now that is really the last time. You shall not draw me into another discussion. I will not say another word. Remember, you are to be married to-morrow." "I'm not likely to forget it," said Earl, with a happy laugh. "Let us have some rest," said Lord Linleigh. I am positively afraid to look at my watch. I know it is late." "It is not 2 o'clock," said Earle, "but I will be obedient. I will say no more." Yet they talked all the time as they went slowly up the grand staircase. "I hope Doris will cure you of liking to sit up late," said the earl, as he stood for one moment against the door of his room. "Hark!" said Earle, suddenly bending his head in a listening attitude. "Hark!" "What is it?" asked Lord Linleigh. "I fancied I heard a cry," said Earle, and the two listened intently. All was silent. "It must have been fancy," said the earl. "It may have been, but it really sounded like a sudden, half-choked cry. Some of the servants are about still. It is nothing. For the last time, good night, Earle." Then they parted, each going to his room. But Earle could not forget that cry. "How foolish I am," he thought. "But I shall not rest at all unless I know that Doris is all right." He went down the broad corridor that led to her suite of rooms. He saw that the outer door was closed. He listened. All was hushed and silent. There was not a stir, not a movement, not a sound. "Good night, my love," said Earle. "Fair dreams and sweet sleep. You will be mine to morrow." It was all right. He laughed at himself for the foolish fear, and went back to his own room. He never saw the white, despairing face and creeping figure of the wretched man who had done the atrocious deed. He slept soundly for some few hours. Then the kindly sun woke him, shining on his face, a warm, sweet greeting, and he thought heaven was blessing his wedding day. The birds were all singing in the trees, the flowers blooming, and the whole world was fair and smiling. "My love will be mine to day," he thought. "Shine on, blessed sun. There is no day like this." It would have gladdened his mother's heart, had she been there, to have seen him bend his head so reverently and pray heaven to shower down all blessings on Doris. They had arranged, in deference to her wishes, that no great difference should be made between this and other mornings. She would not go down to meet them at the early breakfast. She would not see Earle until they reached the church. But Lord Linleigh and the Countess Mattie and Earle had agreed to breakfast together. It was about the usual hour when Earle entered the breakfast room. Lady Estelle was there alone. She looked up with a charming smile on her gentle face. "Either we are up very early, or the others are very late," she said. She went up to him. "I am glad to see you for one moment alone on this happy day, Earle, to thank you for keeping my secret, and pray heaven to bless you and my darling, that you may lead the happiest of all lives together." Then she bent down and kissed him. Her fair hair drooped over him. It seemed to Earle as though a soft, fragrant cloud had suddenly enwrapped him. Then Mattie came in, and a message was brought from Lord Linleigh, praying them to wait 5 minutes for him. It seemed quite natural for Mattie and Earle to pass through the long open glass doors, and spend the 5 minutes among the flowers. "You have a glorious day for your wedding, Earle," said Mattie. "I think the sun knows all about it. It never shone so brightly before. The best wish that I can offer is that your life may be as bright as the sunshine." And it seemed only natural for him to turn to her and say, "Have you seen Doris this morning?" "No," she replied. She had been to the door of her room, but it was so silent she did not like to arouse her. Then Earle went to a moss rose tree and gathered a beautiful bud, all shrouded in its green leaves. "Mattie," he said, "will you take this to her with my love?" "What this love is," laughed Mattie, as she went on her errand. While she was gone, the earl came in, and they sat down to breakfast. It was some little surprise to Earle when Mattie came back with a rose in her hand. Doris is not awake yet, and her maid did not seem willing to call her. She was up late last night, I think. He said nothing, but he thought to himself it was strange Doris should sleep so soundly on this most eventful morning of her life. They took a hurried breakfast, and then Mattie said, "Now it is growing late. Our beautiful bride must be roused." Lady Estelle looked up hurriedly. "Is Doris still in her room?" she asked. "How strange that she sleeps so soundly." In the long corridor Mattie met the pretty Parisienne, Lady Doris's maid, Eugenia. "You must rouse Lady Studleigh. She'll be quite late if you do not." "My lady sleeps well," said the girl with a smile, as she tripped away. It was some short time before she returned. She looked pale and scared, half bewildered. "I cannot understand it, Miss Brace," she said. I have been rapping, making a great noise at my lady's door, but she does not hear, she does not answer." Mattie looked perplexed. The maid continued, "It is very strange, but it seems to me the lights are all burning. There is a streak of light from under the door." "Then Lady Doris must have sat up very late, and has forgotten to extinguish them. That is why she is sleeping so soundly this morning. I will go with you, and we will try again." Mattie and the maid went together. Just as Eugenia had said, the door was fastened inside, and underneath it was seen a broad, clear stream of lamplight. Mattie knocked. "Doris," she said, "you must wake up, dear. Earle is waiting. It'll be time to start for church soon." But the words never reached the dead ears. The cold lips made no answer. "Doris!" cried the foster sister again, and again that strange silence was the only response. "Let me try, Miss Brace," said Eugenia, and she rapped loud enough to have aroused the 7 sleepers. Still there came no reply. The 2 faces looked pale and startled, one at another. "I am afraid, Miss Brace," said the maid, "that there is something wrong." "What can be wrong? Has Lady Studleigh gone out, do you think, and taken the key of the room with her? If so, why should she leave the lamps burning? Oh, my lady, Lady Studleigh, do you not hear us?" Then Mattie began to fear. What had happened? She waited some time longer, but the same dead silence reigned. "What shall we do, Miss Brace?" said Eugenia. Her face grew very pale as she spoke. "I am quite sure there is really something the matter. Lady Studleigh must be ill. Shall I fetch the countess?" A vision of the fair, gentle face of Lady Estelle, with its sweet lips and tender eyes, seemed to rise before her. "No," she replied. "If you really think there is anything wrong, you had better find the earl. But what can it be? Doris, my darling sister, do you not hear? Will you not unfasten the door?" "I will go at once," said Eugenia. Mattie begged that she would say nothing to the countess. The maid hastened away, and Mattie kept her lonely watch by the room door. She listened intently, but there was no sound, no faint rustle of a dress, no murmur of a voice. Nothing but the glare of lamplight came from underneath. In spite of herself, the dead silence frightened her. What could have happened? Even if Doris were ill, she could have rung her bell and opened the door. There was little likelihood of her being ill. It was not many hours since they had parted, and then she was in the best of health and spirits. The earl came quickly down the corridor. "What's the matter, Mattie?" he asked in a loud, cheery voice. "Eugenia is telling me some wonderful story about not being able to wake my daughter. What does it mean? Doris ought to be dressed and ready." He started when his eyes fell on Mattie's bewildered face. "You do not mean to say there is anything wrong?" he cried. "I hope not, Lord Linleigh, but we've been here nearly half an hour, doing all that is possible to wake Doris, and we cannot even make her hear." He looked wonderfully relieved. "Is that all? I will soon wake her." He applied himself vigorously to the task with so much zeal that Mattie was half deafened. "That will do," he said laughingly. "Doris, you heard that, I am sure?" There was no reply. Mattie laid her hand on his arm. "Lord Linleigh," she asked, "do you see the gleam of the lamplight under the door? The night lights are still burning." Then he looked a little startled. "Mattie," he said hurriedly, "young ladies live so fast nowadays. Do you think Doris takes opiates of any kind, anything to make her sleep?" "I do not think so," she replied. Then again, with all his force, the earl called to her, and again there was no response. "This is horrible," he said, beating with his hands on the door. "Why, Mattie, Mattie, it's like the silence of death." "Shall you break the door open?" she asked. "No, my dear Mattie," he said aghast. "Is there any need? There cannot be anything really serious the matter. To break open the door would be to presuppose something terrible. How foolish I am! There is the staircase. I had forgotten that." He stopped abruptly and turned very pale. "Surely to heaven," he cried, "nothing has happened through that staircase door being left open. I have always felt nervous over it. Stay here, Mattie. Say nothing. I will run round." As he passed hurriedly along, he saw Earle, who, looking at his face, cried, "What is the matter, Lord Linleigh?" "Nothing," was the hurried reply, and the earl hastened on. He passed through the hall, through the broad terrace to the staircase leading to his daughter's suit of rooms. The door was open. He saw that at one glance. Open, so that in all probability she had risen and gone out in the grounds. His heart gave a great bound of relief. She was out of doors, there could be no doubt of it, gone probably to enjoy one last glimpse of her home. There was a strange feeling of oppression, a strange heaviness at his heart. He raised his hand to his brow and wondered to feel the great drops there. "I will go to her room," he said to himself. "She'll be there soon. She's dreaming her time away, I suppose." Yet he went very slowly. Ah, dear heaven, what is that? A thin crimson stain stealing gently along the floor. A horrible crimson stain. Great heaven, what did it mean? The next moment he is standing, with a white, terrible face, looking at the ghastly sight that he is never to forget again, let him live long as he may. The lurid light of the lamp contrasts with the sweet light of day. There on the floor lies the wedding dress, the veil and wreath, torn, destroyed, out of all shape, stained with that fearful crimson, and lying on them, her golden hair all wet and stained, her white neck bare, her dead face calm and still, was Doris, his beautiful, beloved daughter. He uttered no cry. He fell on his knees by the fair dead girl and looked at her. Murdered, dead, lying there with her heart's blood flowing round her, dead, murdered while he had slept. All the sudden shock and terror of his bereavement came over him in a sudden passion of despair, and he uttered one long, low cry and fled from the room. End of section 80. Section 81 of A Fair Mystery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Fair Mystery by Bertha M. Clay. Chapter 81. How the News Was Told. Lord Linleigh rushed from the room like one mad. He was utterly lost. That his beautiful daughter, who was to have been married that day, lay there murdered and dead, was an idea too terrible to contemplate. He fled from the place, but he could not fly from reality. How in heaven's name was he to confront the mother of this unhappy girl? How was he to tell her lover? What was he to do? For once the courage of the Studleys, oh fatal boast, failed him. He sank down on the last step of that fatal staircase, white, sick, trembling, and unmanned. "What shall I do?" he moaned to himself. "Oh, heaven, what shall I do?" It must be told. There was no time to lose. Even now he could hear a hurried murmur, as of expectation and fear. When he rose to return, his limbs trembled like those of a little child. He was compelled to clutch the iron rail and the boughs of the trees for support. It was not sorrow. He had not realized yet that it was his daughter, his only child, who lay dead. He was simply stunned with horror. The dead face, the crimson-stained hair, the bare white breast with its terrible wound, the sun shining over the ghastly scene. The hall door was open as he had left it, and he saw the servants hurrying on their different affairs. No murmur of dread had reached them. There was to be a wedding, and on the strength of it they had each of them received a handsome present. Their faces were all smiles, but one or two, passing along, looked aghast at the master of that superb mansion, with his white face and horror-stricken eyes, came in. The library was the nearest room at hand. He went in. "Tell Miss Brace I want to see her directly," he said. And in a few minutes Mattie stood trembling before him. "There is something the matter," she said in a low voice, "and Lord Linleigh, you are afraid to tell me what it is." He could only hold out his hands toward her with a trembling cry. "Oh, great heaven, how shall I tell her?" She knelt down by his side and held both his hands in hers. She felt that he was trembling. The strong figure was almost falling. "Tell me," she cried calmly. "I am strong. You can trust me. I will help you all I can." The good kindly face grew almost beautiful in its look of high, patient resolve. He raised his haggard eyes to her face. "Mattie, he said in a low, hoarse voice. "Doris is dead." She grew very pale, but no word passed her lips. She saw that so much would depend on her. She must not lose her self-control for 1 minute. "Doris is dead," he repeated, "and that is not all. She has been foully, terribly murdered, and she was to have been married to-day." She was quite silent for some minutes, trying to realize the meaning of his words, and then her old prayer stole to her lips. "We must try to spare Earle," she said. "Heaven save Earle." Lord Linleigh caught hold of her. "Mattie," he said in a low, gasping voice, quite unlike his own, "I have not realized yet that it is my child, Doris. I can only understand a murder has been done. Have I lost my reason?" "No, you must be brave," she said. "Think of Lady Linleigh. Such a blow is enough to kill her." His head fell on his hands with a low moan. "You do not know. You do not know all," he said. Just at that moment they heard the voice of Lady Estelle in the hall. He started up, everything forgotten except the wife he loved so dearly, the mother whose child lay dead. "Do one thing for me, Mattie," he gasped. "Go to her on some pretext or other. Take her to her own room. She must not see. She must not know. Keep her there. I must tell Earle." Mattie hastened to obey him. Lady Estelle was speaking to one of the servants in the hall. "Mattie," she said, "I do not understand this delay. If someone does not hurry matters a little, we shall have no wedding to-day." Then the girl's anxious face and pale lips struck her. "Surely," she said, "there is nothing wrong? Has Doris changed her mind?" "No, dear Lady Linleigh, she is not quite well, and probably there will be no wedding to-day. I want you to come with me to your own room. I want to talk to you." "I shall go to Doris," said the countess. "If she is not well, my place is with her." But Mattie caught her hands, and the countess, always yielding, went with her. "Is she really ill, Mattie? Is it some terrible fever, some terrible plague? Never mind, I will go and kiss it from her lips. I must be with her." The poor lady wrung her hands in a paroxysm of despair. Her face quivered with grief. Mattie tried all that was possible to console her. What could she do? It was the heart-broken cry of a mother for a child, but she could not tell. "We must be patient, dear lady," she said, "and wait until Lord Linleigh sends or comes." She persuaded the countess to lie on the couch. She complied, trembling and weeping. "You must be hiding something from me," she said. "She was to have been married this morning. Oh, Mattie, tell me what it is." Mattie Brace passed through many hours of sorrow and sadness, but none so dark as that which she spent shut up with Lady Linleigh. She could hear the sound of hurried footsteps. Once or twice she heard a cry of fear or dismay. She heard the rapid galloping of horses, and she knew that they were in search of the doer of the deed. And yet all that time she had to sit with assumed calm by the side of Lady Estelle. No one came near them. The silence of death seemed to reign over that part of the house, while from Mattie's heart, if not from her lips, went every minute the prayer, "Heaven save Earle." What had passed was like a terrible dream to all those who shared in it. Lord Linleigh had gone in search of Earle. He found him busied in his preparations, happy and light of heart, as he was never to be again. He turned with a musical laugh to the earl. "We have just 10 minutes," he said. "I hope Doris is ready." Then the smile died on his lips, for he caught one glimpse of the white face and terrified eyes. With one bound he had cleared the distance between them, and stood impatiently clutching Lord Linleigh's arm. "What is that in your face?" he cried. "What is it? What is the matter?" "Heaven help you, my poor boy," said the earl in a broken voice. "It would seem better to take away your life at once than to tell you what I have to tell. Doris is ill. No, she cannot have changed her mind again. She cannot have gone away." "You will not be married to-day," said the earl sadly. "My poor Earle." "I cannot believe it," he cried. "Is heaven so cruel? Would God let that sun shine, those birds sing, those sweet flowers bloom? Yes, kill me, slay me, take my love away. I will not believe it." "Hush," said the earl, laying his hand on the quivering lips. "Hush, my poor Earle. Whatever happens, we must not rail against heaven." "It's not heaven," he cried. "I tell you, God would not do it. He would not take my darling from me. You're afraid to say what has happened. I know she's gone away and left me as she did before. Oh, my love, you shall not cheat me. I'll follow you over the wide world. I'll find you and love you and make you my own. Oh, speak to me, for mercy's sake. Speak. Has she gone?" "My dear Earl, I do not know how to tell you. Words seem to fail me. Try to bear it like a man, though it's hard to bear. Doris is dead." He saw the young lover's face grow gray, as with the pallor of death. "Dead?" he repeated slowly. "Dead? Yes, but that is not all. She has been you must bear it bravely, Earl, she has been cruelly murdered." He repeated the word with the air of one who did not thoroughly understand. "Murdered? Doris? You cannot be speaking earnestly. Who could? Who would murder her?" Lord Linleigh saw that he must give him time to realize, to understand, and they both sat in silence for some minutes, that ghastly gray pallor deepening on the young lover's face. Suddenly the true meaning of the words occurred to him, and he buried his face in his hands with a cry that Lord Linleigh never forgot. And so they remained for some time, and then Lord Linleigh touched him gently. "Earl," he said, "you have all your life to grieve in. We have two things to do now." The white lips did not move, but the haggard eyes seemed to ask, "What?" "We have to bury her and avenge her. We have to find out who murdered her while we slept so near." The word murder seemed to come home to him then in its full significance. His face flushed. A flame of fire came into his eyes. He clutched the earl's hand as with an iron grasp. "I was bewildered," he said. "I did not really understand. Do you mean that some one has killed Doris?" "Yes. She lies in her own room there, with a knife in her white breast. Listen, Earl, I have my own theory, my own idea. I was always most uncomfortable about that staircase. The door opens right into her room. I have so often begged of her to be sure and keep it locked. I fancy that, by some oversight, the door was left open, and someone, intent on stealing her jewelry perhaps, made his way to her room. She was no coward. She would try to save it. She would perhaps defy and exasperate the burglar, and he, in sudden fury, stabbed her, and then, frightened at his own deed, he hastened away. There are signs of a struggle in the room, but I cannot say if there is anything missing." "I must go to her," said Earl. "Nay," replied Lord Linleigh gently, "the sight will kill you." "Then let me die. I have nothing to live for now. Oh, my darling, my dear lost love!" He knelt down on the ground, sobbing like a child. Lord Linleigh stole away gently, leaving him there. In another 5 minutes the whole household was aroused, and the dismay, the fear, the consternation could never be told in words. The servants at first seemed inclined to lose themselves, to wander backwards and forwards without aim, weeping, wringing their hands, crying out to each other that their lady had been murdered while they slept. But Lord Linleigh pointed out forcibly that some one must have done the deed, and it behooved them to search before the murderer could make good his escape. No one was to enter the room until the detectives had arrived, and men were to mount the fleetest horses, to gallop over to Anderley, and bring the police officers back with them. Then, when all directions were given, he went back to Earl. He was no coward, but he could not yet face the wife whose only child lay dead. Earl was waiting for him. Terrible as the moment was, he could not help noticing the awful change that had come over that young face. The youth and the brightness had all died from it. It was haggard and restless, and he looked up as the earl entered the room. "Lord Linleigh," he said, and every trace of music had died from his voice, "it was no fancy of mine last night. That sound I heard last night was from Doris. It was her smothered cry for help, perhaps her last sound. Oh, heaven, if I had but flown when I heard it, flown to her aid! Yet I did not go. I went to the very door of her room, and all was perfect silence. Let me go to her. Do not be hard upon me. I must look upon the face of my love again." "So you shall, but not yet." Lord Linleigh shuddered. "I would to heaven that I had never seen the terrible sight," he said. "But you, Earl, believe me, you could not see it and live." Section 82. Section 82 of A Fair Mystery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Fair Mystery by Bertha M. Clay. Chapter 82. The Captain Asks Strange Questions. 2 hours had passed. It was the full glowing noon now of the summer day. The sun shone so brightly and warmly it was difficult to bear its rays. The air was faint with the rich odor of countless flowers. It was musical with the song of 1,000 birds, and the bright-winged butterfly hovered round the roses. Then the sweet summer silence was broken by the gallop of horses and the tramp of men. Captain Ayrley had arrived with 2 clever officers. The whole town of Anderley was astir in the silence of the soft summer night. Red-handed murder had been among them, and robbed them of the fairest girl the sun had ever shone on. Foul, sneaking, red-handed murder. The whole town was roused. Some went to the church where the rector awaited the bride, and told him the beautiful girl who was to have been married that day had been found dead, with a knife in her heart. Up the broad staircase leading to the grand corridor they went slowly, that little procession of strong men. Captain Ayrley would not use the spiral staircase. He wished to see the place just as it was. "If the outer door is locked," he said, "we will soon force it." The next sound heard in that lordly mansion was the violent breaking open of a door. Then, the earl being with them, they entered, accompanied by the doctor. He could do nothing but declare how many hours she had been dead. Since 2 in the morning, he believed, and the earl shivered as he listened. That was the time when Earl had heard the stifled cry. Captain Ayrley was shrewd and keen, a man of great penetration. Nothing ever escaped him. He asked each person to stand quite still while he looked round the room. "There has been no violent entrance," he said. "The murderer must have come up the spiral staircase gently enough. There is not a leaf of the foliage destroyed. He evidently entered no other room but this. Strange, if he came for the purpose of robbery, for there in the sleeping chamber I see costly jewels that would have repaid any mere burglar." He looked round again. "There are no less than 3 bells," he said. "Where do they sound?" "One went to the maid's room, another to the servants' hall, and the third to the housekeeper's room." It was a strange thing, said Captain Ayrley, that the young lady, having these bells at hand, did not sound an alarm. She had plenty of time. "How do you know," asked the earl, "that she had plenty of time?" The officer pointed to the bridal costume, all lying in shreds upon the floor. "It must have taken some time to destroy those," he said. "They could not have been so completely destroyed in one single instant. Look again. You'll find that they have been done with clean hands. There is not a mark upon them. That was done before the murder. The proof is that the lady has fallen, as you perceive, on the debris." "You're right," said Lord Linleigh. Then, with the same skill and care, he examined every other detail. The earl told him about the knife. "It is, you perceive," he said, "a pruning knife. It was fetched from one of the hothouses yesterday to cut some branches Lady Studleigh said darkened her room. I saw it yesterday afternoon lying on that table when I had come to speak to my daughter. Would to heaven that I had taken it away with me." Captain Ayrley looked very thoughtful. "If that be the case, then it is quite evident that person did not come prepared to do murder. It must have been an afterthought. Perhaps my daughter made some resistance, tried to call for help, or something of that kind," said the earl. Still the captain looked puzzled. "Why not have called for help while these things were being destroyed?" he said. "I'm sure there's a mystery in it, something that does not quite meet the eye at the first glance. Will you call Lady Studleigh's maid? Throw a sheet over there first. That is not a fitting sight for any woman's eye." Then came Eugenia, with many tears and wailing cries. She had nothing to tell, except that last evening her lady had for the first time spoken to her of her marriage, and had shown her the wedding costume. "I took up the dress and looked at it," she said. Then I laid it over that chair. My lady wanted to see how large the veil was. I opened it, and we placed it on this chair. The wreath lay in a small scented box on the table. I remember seeing the knife there. It was left yesterday after the branches were cut. My lady told me to take it back, but I forgot it." She knew no more, only that she had tried her hardest to open the door that morning, and had not succeeded. She was evidently ignorant and unconscious enough. "Had your lady any enemy?" asked the earl. "No," replied the maid. "I believe every one who saw her worshipped her." "Was there any tramp or poacher to whom she had refused alms, or anything of that kind?" asked the captain. "I should say not. My lady always had an open hand." "She expressed no fear last evening, but seemed just as usual?" asked the earl. "She was happier than usual, if anything, my lord," was the reply. Then the medical details were taken down, and the body of the dead girl was raised from the ground. The doctor and the maid washed the stains from the golden hair. The housekeeper was summoned, and the two women with bitter tears laid the fair limbs to rest. She was so lovely even in death. The cruel wound could not be seen. They would have arrayed her in her wedding dress had it not been destroyed. They found a robe of plain white muslin and put it on her. They brushed out the shining ripples of golden hair, and let it lie like a long veil around her. They crossed the perfect arms, and laid them over the quiet breast. Though she had died so terrible a death, there was no trace of pain on that beautiful face. It was calm and smiling, as though the last whisper from her lips had been anything than the terrible words, "O God, I am not fit to die." Anything rather than that. Eugenia went down into the garden and gathered fair white roses. She crowned the golden head with them. She laid them on the white breast, and over the silent figure, perfect in its pale loveliness as sculptured marble. So beautiful, so calm. Oh, cruel death to have claimed her! Then the maid wept bitter tears over her. She could not tear herself from the room where the beautiful figure lay. Silently the earl entered and bowed his head over the cold face. Hot tears fell from his eyes upon it. "I will avenge you, my darling," he said. "I will hunt your murderer down." He went back to the room where Captain Ayrley awaited him with a strange expression on his face. "I do not like to own myself defeated, Lord Linleigh," he said, "but I must own I am baffled here. I can see no motive for this most cruel murder." "Robbery?" said the earl shortly. "No, I cannot think so. The maid, who evidently understands her business, tells me there is not so much as a ring or an inch of lace missing. Whatever the motive may have been, it was certainly not robbery. If so, when the victim lay helpless and dead, why not have carried off the plunder? There is jewelry enough here to have made a man's fortune. If any one risked murder for it, why not have taken it away? Perhaps there was some noise, some interruption. The man grew frightened and ran away. I see no sign of it. There is nothing disturbed. Besides, my lord, there is another thing that puzzles me more than all. Why should a man, whose object was simply plunder, employ himself in tearing a wedding dress and bridal veil to pieces? Why should he have delayed in order to crush her wedding wreath in his hand and trample it underneath his feet? Especially when, as circumstantial evidence goes to prove, his victim must have been in his presence, must, if she had any fear, have had plenty of time to have rung for help. I do not understand it." "It certainly seems very mysterious," said Lord Linleigh. "I do not at all understand the destruction of the wedding costume." "Do not think me impertinent, my lord, if I ask whether there was any rival in the case. This is not a common murder. I would stake the whole of my professional skill on it. It is far more like a crime committed under the maddening influence of jealousy than anything else." "I do not see that is possible. My daughter, as was only natural for a beautiful girl in her position, had many admirers, but there was no one who would be likely to be jealous. Another thing is, by her own especial wish and desire, the fact of her marriage was to be kept a profound secret. No one knew one single word about it except ourselves." "And that was by her own especial desire?" said Captain Ayrley. "Yes, it was her whim, her caprice." "She may have had a reason for it," said the captain gravely. I should imagine she had." "And what would you imagine that reason to be?" asked the earl. "I should say that, for some reason or other, she was afraid of its being known. There are many things hidden in lives that seem calm and tranquil. It seems to me that the unfortunate young lady was afraid of someone, and perhaps had reason for it." The earl sat in silence for some minutes, trying to think over all his daughter's past life. He could not remember anything that seemed to give the least color to the officer's suspicions. He raised his eyes gravely to the shrewd, keen face. "You may be right, Captain Ayrley," he said. "It is within the bounds of possibility, but frankly, on the honor of a gentleman, I know of nothing in my daughter's life that bears out your suspicions. Therefore I should wish you not to mention them to anyone else. They can only give pain. For my part, not understanding the destruction of the wedding dress, I firmly believe that it is a case of intended burglary, and that either while trying to defend herself or to give the alarm, she was cruelly murdered. I believe that, and nothing more. At the same time, if you like to follow out any clue, I will do all in my power to help you. For the present we will not add to horror and grief by assuming that such a crime can be the result of jealous or misspent love. Try by all means to catch the murderer, never mind who or what he is." Captain Ayrley promised to obey. Yet though they searched and searched well, there was not the least trace, no mark of footsteps, no broken boughs, no stains of red finger marks, nor could they find any trace in the neighborhood of tramps, vagrants, or burglars. It seemed to Captain Ayrley that the Linleigh Court murder would be handed down as a mystery to all time. Lord Linleigh did not enter the room where lay the beautiful silent dead with Earl. He dreaded the sight of his grief. He could not bear the thought of his sorrow. Earl went in alone, closing the door behind him, that none might hear or see when he bade his love farewell. Those who watched in the outer room heard a sound of weeping and wild words. They heard sobs so deep and bitter that it was heart-rending to remember it was a strong man weeping there in his agony. They did not disturb him. Perhaps Heaven in its mercy sent him some comfort. None came from earth. Nothing came to soften the madness of anguish when he remembered this was to have been his wedding day. And now his beautiful golden-haired darling lay dead, cold, silent, smiling, dead. What could lessen such anguish as his? End of section 82. Section 83 of A Fair Mystery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Fair Mystery by Bertha M. Clay. Chapter 83. A Mother's Anguish. They wondered why Lord Linleigh allowed no one to take the fatal news to his wife but himself. The secret of her early, ill-starred love and marriage had been so well kept all those years, it was useless to betray it now. He knew well what her anguish would be. He dreaded all scenes of sorrow, but he loved his wife, and no one must be with her in the first hour of her supreme trouble and bereavement. He went to her room when the detectives left, and found Mattie still keeping watch over her. Before speaking one word to his wife, he turned to Mattie. "Thank you, my dear," he said gently. "You have carried out my wishes most faithfully. Will you go to Earl? Eugenia will take you where he is." Then, when she had quitted the room, Lady Estelle flung herself into his arms. "Ulrich," she cried, "tell me, what is the matter? I know that something terrible has happened to Doris. What is it?" "My darling wife," he said, "try to bear it. I have sad news for you, the saddest that I could bring you. Doris is dead." But even he, knowing how dearly the mother loved her child, was hardly prepared for the storm of anguish that broke over her. "Dead," she cried, "and never knew me as her mother. Dead, and never clasped her sweet arms round my neck. dead, without one word. I cannot believe it, Ulrich. How did it happen? Oh, my darling, my golden-haired child, come back to me, only just to call me mother. How did it happen, Ulrich? Oh, I cannot believe it." He was obliged to tell her the pitiful story. Not one word did he say of the wedding costume destroyed, or the captain's suspicion. Not one syllable, yet strange to say, the same idea occurred to her. His wife had laid her head on his breast. She was weeping bitterly, and he clasped his arms around her. He said in a grave voice quite unlike his own, it must have been some beggar or tramp who knew the secret of that spiral staircase, and had resolved upon breaking into the house by that means. Someone who had learned in all probability that our daughter's jewels were kept in her chamber. Perhaps she carelessly left the outer door unlocked, and while she was sitting dreaming, the burglar entered noiselessly, and then when she rose in her fright to give the alarm, he stabbed her. She did not think just then of asking if the jewels were stolen or not, but strange to say, she started up with a sudden cry. "Oh, Ulrich, Ulrich, was it all right with her, do you think? I have always been afraid, just a little afraid, since I heard how she begged for secrecy over her wedding. Do you think she was frightened at any one? Perhaps someone else loved her, and was madly jealous of her." He did not let her see how her words startled him, so like those used by Captain Ayrley. He tried to quiet her. "No, my darling Estelle. Doris had many lovers. We knew them, men of high repute and fair renown, but there was not one among them who would have slain her because she loved Earl. Remember yet one thing more. No one knew she was going to marry Earl. It had not even been whispered outside of our own house. It was a robbery and nothing else, carefully planned by someone who knew the only weak spot in the house. I have no doubt of it." Then she broke down again, and cried out with wild words and burning tears for her child, her only child, who had never known her as her mother. They wondered again why the Earl, with his own hand, led Lady Linleigh to the silent death chamber. He did not wish anyone to be near to see or to hear her. He lived long after, but he never forgot that terrible scene. He never forgot how the mother flung herself by the side of that silent figure, how caressingly her hands lingered on the golden hair, on the sweet dead face. He never forgot the passionate torrent of words that would have betrayed her secret over and over again 1,000 times, had anyone been present to hear them. She laid her face on the pale lips. "My darling," she cried, "come back to me, only for 1 hour. Come back while I tell you that I was your mother, darling, your own mother. My arms cradled you, my lips kissed you, my heart yearned over you. I am your own mother, darling. Come back and speak one word to me, only one word. Oh, Ulrich, is it death? See how beautiful she is. Her hair is like shining gold, and she is smiling. Oh, heaven, she is smiling. She is not dead." But he drew her back, telling her it was only a sunbeam shining on the dead face, that she was dead and would never smile again. "Only touch one hand," he said. "There is nothing so cold as death." She could only cry out, her darling, her darling. Oh, for the days that were gone, spent without her! How dearly she would love her if she would but come back again. Lord Linleigh was always thankful that he had brought her there alone, and though he knew such indulgence in violent sorrow to be bad for her, he would not ask her to go away until it was almost exhausted, and then he knelt down by her side. "Estelle," he said, "you remember that it was for your father's sake we resolved to keep this secret. Nay, we promised to do so. You must not break this promise now. You kept it while our darling lived. Keep it still. Control your sorrow for your father's sake. Kiss the quiet lips, love, and tell our darling that you will keep our secret for all time." She had exhausted herself by passionate weeping and passionate cries. She obeyed him humbly and simply, as though she had been a child. She laid her quivering lips on the cold white ones, and said, "I shall keep our secret, Doris." And then he led her away. That same day Lord Linleigh sent telegrams to the Duke and Duchess of Downsbury and to Brackenside, and before the noon of the next day the Duke and Duchess had reached Linleigh Court. The Duke took an active part in all the preparations for the ceremony of interment. The Duchess shut herself up in her daughter's room and would not leave her. Later on in the day Mark and Mrs. Brace came. Their grief was intense. Lord Linleigh little knew how near he was then to the solving of the mystery, but the same carefully prepared story was told to them as was told to every one else. A burglar had broken into her room, and in the effort to give an alarm, Lady Doris Studleigh had been cruelly murdered. Nothing was said of the crushed bridal wreath or the torn wedding dress. Honest Mark never heard that there was any other mystery connected with the murder than the wonder of who had done it. Perhaps had he told the story of Lord Vivian's visit to Brackenside, it would have furnished some clue. But the earl was deeply engrossed and troubled. Mark never even remembered the incident. Had he heard anything of the captain's suspicions, he might have done so. It did not seem to him improbable that the young girl had been slain in the effort to save her jewelry, and jewel robberies, he read, were common enough. Though the summer sun shone and the flowers bloomed, the darkest gloom hung over Linleigh Court. Who could have believed that so lately it had been gay with preparations for a wedding? Lady Doris lay white, still, and beautiful in her silent room. Earl had shut himself up in the solitude of his chamber, and refused to come out into the light of day. Lady Estelle was really ill, and the Duchess never left her. The one source of all help and comfort, the universal consoler, was Mattie. In after times they wondered what they should have done without her. The Duke and Lord Linleigh were incessantly engaged. For many long years nothing had made so great a sensation as this murder. All England rang with it. So young, so beautiful, so highly accomplished, heiress to great wealth, and on the point of marriage with the man she loved best in all the world. It was surely the most sad and pathetic affair within the memory of man. There was a suspicion of romance in it, too, murdered on the eve of her marriage. Some of the best detective skill in England was employed to trace out the murderer, but it was all in vain. The Duke offered an unprecedented reward, the Earl another, and the government another, but it was all in vain. There did not seem to be the slightest clue. No handkerchief with the murderer's name, no weapon bearing his initials, no trace of any kind could be discovered of one of the most horrible crimes in the whole annals of the country. There had been an inquest. The maid Eugenia, Mattie Brace, Earl, and Lord Linleigh all gave their evidence, but when it was sifted and arranged, there was absolutely nothing in it, so that the verdict given was, found murdered by some person or persons unknown. Nothing remained then but to bury her. The brief life was ended. There was no more joy, no more sorrow for her. It was all over. Neither her youth, her beauty, nor her wealth could save her. Her sin had found her out, and the price of her sin was death. There could have been no keener, swifter punishment than hers, and sin always brings it. It seems so easy. The temptation, like that of Doris, is so sudden, so swift, so sweet. The retribution seems so far off. But sure as night follows day, surely as the golden wheat ripens under the summer sun, it comes at last. Until the hour she was taken from the sight of men, she never lost any of her marvelous loveliness. Until the last she looked like a marble sculpture, the highest perfection of beauty. They wondered, those who loved her best, as they knelt by her side and kissed her for the last time, why such wondrous loveliness had been given to her. It had brought her no good. It had given her swift, terrible death. Rank, wealth, position, all have their perils, but it seemed to those who watched her that surely the greatest peril of all is the peril of beauty. She had been so vain of her fair face. It seemed to her that fair, fragile beauty was the chief thing in life. It had led her to vanity, and from vanity to sin of the deepest, deadliest dye. She had paid the price now. Her life was the forfeit. the sheen of her golden hair, the light of the proud eyes, the beauty of the radiant face, the grace of the perfect figure, were all hidden away. That for which she had sinned and suffered, for which she had neglected her heart, mind, and soul, for which she had neglected heaven, was already a thing of the past. Let poets and artists rave of beauty. Let the dead girl answer, what had beauty done for her? End of section 83. Section 84 of A Fair Mystery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Fair Mystery by Bertha M. Clay. Chapter 84. A Surprise for Lord Linleigh. The funeral at Linleigh Court is still talked of in the county. There had not been for many generations such a scene. The whole countryside were present, the rich and noble to sympathize and assist, the poor to look on in wonder. They stood in groups under the trees discussing the event. They told each other that she had been beautiful as an angel, with hair that shone like the sun, that when she was younger, and before she had come into possession of her fortune, she had loved someone very much, a handsome young poet, and after she came into her fortune she had been true to him, and had refused some of the greatest men in England to marry him. Tears stood in the eyes of those simple men and women as they told each other the story, that the night before her wedding day she had been so cruelly murdered by a burglar who wanted her jewelry. Was there ever a story so sad? They stood bareheaded as that mournful procession passed by, pointing out to each other the chief mourners. There was the young poet, they said, but who would have recognized Earl? His face was quite changed. The youth, the beauty, had died from it. It was white with the pallor of despair. The eyes were haggard and wild. The lips quivered piteously, as the lips of a grieving child. It was hard to believe that he had ever been handsome, gallant, and gay. Women wept as they looked at him, and men stood bareheaded, mute, silent, before a great sorrow that they could so well understand. There was the Earl. He looked very sad, grieved, and anxious, but he was a Studley, and on that debonair race trouble always sat lightly. They had grand capabilities for throwing off sorrow. They showed each other the stately Duke of Downsbury, one of the noblest men in England, who was not ashamed to take his station by the side of Mark Brace, the honest farmer, and then followed a long train of nobles, gentlemen, and friends. The long procession wound its way through the park. The leaves fell, the flowers stirred idly in the summer wind, as though recognizing the fact that a fairer flower had been laid low. The birds sang joyously, as though death and sorrow were not passing through their midst, and the bright sun shone warm and golden as they carried the beautiful Lady Doris to her last home. Oh, sweet summer and fragrant flowers, singing birds and humming bees, no sadder sight than this ever passed through your midst. The same minister who was to have married her read the funeral service over her. She was to be buried in the family vault of the Studleys, but at the last Lady Estelle had clung to her, declaring that she could not endure her darling buried out of her sight, that she must sleep in the sunshine and flowers where she could see her grave, and the Duke begged Lord Linleigh to grant her prayer. So it was done, and in the pretty churchyard, so green and silent, with its tall trees and flowers, she sleeps the long sleep that knows no waking. The sparrows build their nests there. The great church tower is a home for the rooks. The wood pigeons coo in the tall trees. The nightingale sings her sweetest songs, and the fairest blossoms grow over her grave. The white marble cross gleams through the trees, and on it one may read the short, sad story of Lady Doris Studley. That same summer day guests and friends returned home, the Duke and Duchess alone remaining with Mattie Brace. Mark and his wife took their leave. "I shall never forget her," said honest Mark, as he wrung Earl's hand. "She was the most winsome lass I ever saw. I shall never look up at the skies without thinking I see her sweet face there." Some months afterward, he did not attend to it just then, Lord Linleigh settled a handsome annuity on the farmer and his wife. They lived, honoured, esteemed, and respected, to a good old age, but they never forgot the child who had come to them in the wind and the rain, the beautiful girl whose tragical end cast a shadow over their lives. A deep settled gloom fell over Linleigh. Many thought that Earl would never recover. The spring of his life seemed broken. It would have been hard for him if he had never found her in Florence. But having so found her, having won her love, her heart, her wild, graceful fancy, having made so sure that she would one day be his wife, it was harder still. Every resource, every energy, every hope seemed crushed and dead. He remained at Linleigh Court through the winter. Lord Linleigh would say to him at times, "We must think about your future, Earl. It is time something was done." His only answer was that he wanted no future, that the only mercy which could be shown to him now was an early death, and a speedy one. They had great patience with him, knowing that youth is impatient with sorrow, with despair, knowing that time would lessen the terrible grief and give back some of its lost brightness to life. At the end of the autumn even his physical strength seemed to fail him, and the doctors, summoned by Lord Linleigh in alarm, said he must positively spend the winter in some warmer climate. "Let me stay and die here," he said to the earl. But Lord Linleigh had grown warmly attached to him. He was intent on saving him if possible. The Duchess came to the rescue. She said that after the terrible shock some change was needful for all. If Lady Estelle did not feel equal to going abroad, let her spend the winter at Downsbury Castle with them, while Lord Linleigh and Earl went abroad together. Though Lady Estelle demurred at being separated from her husband, she saw that the change of scene and travel would be most beneficial for him, so she consented. She went to Downsbury Castle with the Duchess, and Lord Linleigh took Earl to Spain. They were absent nearly 5 months, but time and travel did much for them. Earl recovered his lost strength and much of his lost energy. Once more his genius reasserted itself. Once more grand, beautiful, noble ideas shaped themselves before him. Once more the strong, manly desire to be first and foremost in the battle of life came over him. Together they planned great deeds. Earl was to take his place in Parliament again. He was to be Lord Linleigh's right hand. "You will always be like an elder son to me," said Lord Linleigh one day. "I shall have no one to study but you." Then Earl was doubly fortunate. The Duke had an excellent civil appointment in his power. When it became vacant, he offered it to Earl, who gratefully accepted it. "Now," said Lord Linleigh to him, "your position is secure, your fortune is made." And Earl sighed deeply, remembering how happy this might have made him once. They were to return to England in April, and then a grand surprise awaited the earl. He received a letter to say that Lady Estelle, having grown tired of Downsbury Castle, had gone to a pretty estate of his in Wales, Gymglas, and that on his return he was to join her there. "What a strange whim," said Lord Linleigh to Earl. "Gone to Gymglas! I have not been in Wales for some time. It'll be quite pleasant, quite a treat to me." When he returned to England, they went at once to Gymglas. They reached the Hall one fine day in April, when the world was all fair with the coming spring. Lord Linleigh thought he had never seen his wife looking so young or so fair. He had left her pale, with a quiet, languid sadness that seemed almost like despair. Now her face was flushed with a dainty color. Her eyes were bright. She was animated, joyous, and happy. It was a strange, subtle change that he hardly understood. "My darling Estelle," he said, "how happy I am to see you looking so bright. Has anything happened while I have been away?" "Am I looking so well?" she asked, in a voice so full of heart's music he hardly recognized it. "Do you love me better than ever, Ulrich?" "Yes, 1,000 times, if it be possible," he replied. "Come with me," she said. He half hesitated. He was tired, hungry, and longing for rest and refreshment. She laughed in a gay, saucy fashion, quite unlike her own. "I know," she said, "you think a glass of sherry would be far better than any little sentimental surprise I could give you. Wait and see. Follow me." She looked so charming and irresistible, he forgot all that he wanted, and went after her. He expected to see a new conservatory, or some pretty improvement in the old hall, but rather to his surprise she led the way upstairs. He had almost forgotten the house, it was so large and old-fashioned. The beautiful countess stood quite still as they reached a large door, and placed her finger mysteriously on her lips. "I am quite sure that you will be more pleased than ever you have been in your life before," she said. She opened the door, and he followed her into a large, lofty, beautifully furnished room. In the midst of it stood a cosy and costly cradle. His wife took his hand and led him to it. She drew the silken curtain aside, and there lay the loveliest babe the sun ever shone on. A little golden head, shining with curls, a face like a rosebud, with sweet little lips. One pretty hand lay outside on the silken coverlet. Lord Linleigh looked on in wonder too great for words. "What is this?" he said at last. His wife laughed a sweet, low, happy laugh, such as he had not heard from her lips since the days of her happy girlhood. "I will introduce you," she said. "Lord Linleigh, this is your son and heir, Lawrence Lord Studleigh, called in nursery parlance Laurie the Beautiful." The earl looked at his wife in a bewildered manner. "You do not mean to tell me that this is our son, Estelle?" "I do indeed, Ulric. I did not tell you before because I was afraid. I thought I should die. I never even had the hope of living that made me go home with my mother. Are you pleased?" "Why, my darling, how can I tell you? What am I to say to you? Pleased is not the word. I'm lost in delight. So I really have a little son. Raise him. He looks like a beautiful bird in a nest. Place him in my arms and let me kiss him. My own little son. Talk of a surprise! This is one. Call Earl, darling. Let Earl see him." And when Earl came, just as though he knew he was to be admired and worshipped, the baby opened a pair of beautiful eyes, and looked so good and sweet that they were charmed. Lord Linleigh could not recover himself to think that he, who had no hope of succession, should suddenly find this pretty little son. To the end of his life he persisted in teasing his wife by always calling his eldest son the Surprise. So that was indeed a happy homecoming. Earl went to London, and then to begin his life's work. The earl and the countess returned to Linleigh, where, in the smiles of her children, Lady Estelle grew young again. Fair-faced daughters and sturdy, noble boys made the walls of the court ring again. The earl was happy beyond measure, but neither he nor his wife ever forgot the hapless, beautiful girl whom they had lost. End of Section 84. Section 85 of A Fair Mystery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Fair Mystery by Bertha M. Clay. Chapter 85. Haunted by a Dead Face. 2 years after the birth of his son, the earl and countess went to London for the season. It so happened that the desire for a picture he had seen led him to the studio of Gregory Leslie. The artist was engaged for the moment, and asked Lord Linleigh to wait. While so waiting, he occupied himself in looking round at the pictures on the wall. He stopped before one as though spellbound. If ever he had seen the face of his daughter at all, it was shining there on the canvas, beautiful as the radiant dawn of the morning, with the sunlight on her hair, and in her eyes a light that seemed to be from heaven. She was standing in the midst of flowers, and his own face grew pale as he looked at the radiant loveliness of hers. "Doris," he said to himself, "but how comes she here?" He saw the white hands that he remembered last as folded in death. He saw the white, graceful breast that had been disfigured by that terrible wound. "My darling Doris," he said, "how came you here?" He was standing there with tears in his eyes when Mr. Leslie entered the room. "I should like to ask a few questions about that picture, Mr. Leslie," he said courteously. "Is it for sale?" "I can hardly say. I have had a very large bid for it. It was purchased some time since by one of our merchant princes, who has since failed, and I bought the picture at his sale. Since then I have been offered a large sum for it." "It's my daughter's portrait," said the earl calmly. "I cannot see how it came into your possession." "I painted it," said Mr. Leslie. "You did? Where did you see my daughter?" Then the artist told him the whole story of his going to Brackenside, and the earl told him the story of Lady Doris Studley's childhood. "I never believed that she was Mark Brace's daughter," said Gregory Leslie. "She was so daintily beautiful, her grace was so complete, so high bred, I could not fancy that she belonged to them." "Was the mystery of her journey to Florence ever explained?" "What mystery?" asked the earl quickly, so quickly that Mr. Leslie thought that he had been wrong in naming it at all. "There was some little confusion," he said. "Her face is very beautiful. It attracted great attention, and one of my fellow artists assured me that he had seen her in Florence, and that she was married." "Nothing of the kind," said the earl. Then an uncomfortable conviction seized upon him. Could there be any truth in this? Could there be any truth in the idea, the suspicion that his wife entertained that all had not been well with Doris? Could there have been a mystery in that young life, so soon, oh, so soon ended? The earl sighed deeply. It would be better perhaps to let it alone. If there had been anything wrong, it was too late to right it now. Let the dead past bury its dead. She was a Studley, and there were many of that race whose lives would not bear looking into. He dismissed the subject from his mind, and said to himself he would think of it no more. "Who wants this picture?" he asked abruptly. "I'm sure that Lady Linleigh would like it." "It's a strange coincidence that you should call this morning," said Mr. Leslie. "The gentleman who wishes so strongly for it appointed to meet me at 2. It wants but 10 minutes of the time. Will you wait and see him? Perhaps, under the circumstances, he might be willing for you to have the original, which I might copy." Lord Linleigh was perfectly willing. He was rather surprised, however, when the door opened to see, in the expected visitor, Lord Vivianne. Lord Vivianne, but so changed, so unlike himself, that it was with difficulty he recognized him. His hair was white as snow, his face furrowed with deep lines, haggard, careworn, and miserable. He looked like a man bowed down with care, wretched beyond words. When he saw Lord Linleigh, he grew even more ghastly pale, and all sound died away on his lips. The earl eagerly extended his hand. "Lord Vivianne," he cried, "what a stranger you are! I am heartily glad to meet you again." He did not understand why that great gasping sigh of relief came from the wretched lips. "I have thought of you," continued the earl. "Of course you heard the story of my terrible trouble." More ghastly still grew the white face. "Yes, I heard of it. Who did not?" "Poor child," sighed the earl. "It was a terrible blow to us, the very night before her wedding day, too." Ah, the night before the wedding day! He was not likely to forget that. He saw it all again, the beautiful defiant face, the wedding costume, the long sharp knife, the bare white breast. Ah, merciful God, was he never to forget? He groaned aloud, and then he saw the earl looking at him in wonder. "You did not know, Lord Linleigh," he said, "that I loved your daughter? If I had gone to Linleigh again in August, it would have been to ask her to be my wife." The earl held out his hand in silent sympathy. "It was a terrible blow," he said. Then he thought to himself that it was because he had loved his daughter that Lord Vivianne wished for the picture. "I fancied once or twice," he said, "that you admired her. I did not know that you loved her." "I did. If anyone had told me it was in my power to love any woman, or to mourn for any woman as I have done for her, I should have laughed at the notion. My life is blighted." They sat in silence for some time. Then the earl said, I am glad that I have met you. Lady Linleigh and I have often spoken of you. Will you pay us a visit at Linleigh Court?" "No," replied the wretched man with a shudder. "You are very kind, I thank you, but my visiting days are over. I am nothing but a curse to myself and to others." "You will get better in time," said the earl. It was a new idea to him to play the part of a comforter to a man of the world, and he did it awkwardly. "I grow worse, not better," was the desponding reply. "I suppose, Lord Linleigh, nothing more was heard of that dreadful occurrence? The crime was never traced?" "No, it was one of those mysteries that baffle solution," he replied. "The rewards offered have been enormous, and we have employed the best detectives in England without success." "It is very strange," said Lord Vivianne musingly. "Yes, it is strange. I am quite certain of one thing," said the earl with energy. "It will come to light. Murder always does. It will come to light." The white face grew even whiter. "You believe that?" said Lord Vivianne in a low, hoarse voice. "Yes," said the earl. "Although I am not what the world would call a religious man, I am quite sure that a just God will never allow such a crime to go unpunished. Now about the picture, Lord Vivianne. If you love my dear dead daughter, I can well understand that you want this." Then they finally agreed that Lord Linleigh should have the original, and Mr. Leslie should paint a copy for Lord Vivianne. Lord Linleigh at the same time ordered a copy for Earle, and then, looking at the picture, he saw the name. He looked at the artist with a smile. "Innocence," he said. "Why did you call that picture Innocence?" "Because the face was so fair, so fresh, so bright. I could think of no other name. There is in it the very innocence and beauty that angels wear. Look at the clear, sweet eyes, the perfect lips, the ideal brow." "Innocence," said Lord Vivianne in a strange voice. It was well named. They both looked at him quickly, but he was on his guard again. He shook hands with the earl. They never met again. He said adieu to Leslie, and begged that the portrait might be sent home as soon as possible. And then he went away. The earl and the artist looked after him. "That is a dying man," said Gregory Leslie slowly. "If he dies," said the earl, "it will be love for my daughter that has killed him." The earl was never any nearer to the solution of the mystery. That Lord Vivianne, who spoke so openly of having loved her, had any hand in her death, he never even faintly surmised. He took the picture home, and it hangs now in Linleigh Court, where the earl's children pause sometimes in their play to ask about their elder sister Doris, whose name the picture says was Innocence. It was not long afterward that the fashionable world was startled from its serenity by the sad intelligence of the suicide of Lord Vivianne. Then they heard a strange story, although no one could solve it. His servants told how dreadfully he had suffered. Let those who laugh at the retribution that follows sin believe. Slowly and in terrible torture had that wretched life ended. He had rushed from the scene of his crime, mad with baffled love, with fiercest passion, with regret and remorse, mad with the wild fury of his own passions, above all with a terrible knowledge of her death. For many days and nights he neither slept, rested, ate, nor drank. He went away to Paris. It was not exactly that he feared pursuit. He knew that it was not likely that any suspicion should attach itself to him. But wherever he went he saw that dead face, that golden web with a crimson stain. In Paris he plunged into the wildest dissipation. He tried drink, all possible resources in vain. Where the sun shone brightest, where the gaslight flared, where painted faces smiled, he saw the same sight, a white face looking up, still and cold in death. If by chance he were left alone or in the dark, his cries were awful. His servants talked about him, but they never thought crime or remorse was busy with him. They fancied he had drank himself into a fit of delirium. They could have told, and did tell after his death, of awful nights when he raved like a madman, when he was pursued by a dead woman, always holding a knife in her hand. They told of frantic fits of anguish when he lay groaning on the floor, biting his lips until they bled, so that one's heart ached to hear him. Let no man say that he can sin with impunity. Let no man say sin remains unpunished. The time came when he said to himself deliberately and with full purpose that he would not live. What was this tortured, blighted life to him? Less than nothing. Once and once only he asked himself if it were possible to repent of his sins, his unbridled passions, his selfish loves. Repent? He laughed aloud in scornful glee. It would indeed be a fine thing, a grand idea for him, a man of the world, he who had been complimented on being the Don Juan of the day. He? To repent? Nonsense! As he had lived, he would die. What mad folly had possessed him? He gnashed his teeth with rage when he thought of what he had done. Then something brought to his mind the remembrance of that picture, and his heart filled with hope. Perhaps, if he could buy it, could have the pictured face in its living, radiant beauty always before him, it might lay the spectre that haunted him, it might turn the current. He had forgotten almost what the lovely living face was like. He only remembered it cold and dead. He purchased the picture, but it only worked him deeper woe, deeper, darker woe. He fancied the eyes followed him and mocked him. He had a terrible dread that some time or other the lips would open and denounce him. Then, when he could bear it no longer, he determined to kill himself. He would have no more of it. All London was horrified to hear that Lord Vivianne had been found dead. He had shot himself. Even the journals that, as a rule, avoided details, told how he died with his face turned to a picture, the picture of a beautiful girl with a fair face, tender eyes, and sweet, proud lips, a picture called innocence. If anyone dare to believe that he can sin with impunity, let him stand for 1 minute while a sin-stained suicide is laid in his lonely grave. End of section 85. Section 86 of A Fair Mystery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Fair Mystery by Bertha M. Clay. Chapter 86. Silent Love Rewarded. 5 years have passed since the occurrence of the events recorded in the preceding chapter. Lord Vivianne's place was filled, his name forgotten. Flowers bloomed fair and fragrant on the grave of Lady Doris. The Earl and Countess had drawn themselves more from public life, and found their happiness in the midst of their children. The Duchess seemed to have renewed her youth in those same children, and was never so happy as when she could carry 1 or 2 of them off with her to Downsbury Castle. One autumn day Mattie Brace stood at the little gate that led from the garden to the meadow. The sun was shining, and the red-brown leaves were falling from the trees. She was thinking of Earl, how prosperous, how fortunate he had been during these last few years, when he had worked with all his heart to drown his sorrow. How he had worked! And now he reaped the reward of all industry, success. The critics and the public hailed him as the greatest poet of the day. In the House of Commons he was considered a brilliant leader, a brilliant speaker. He had speculated too, and all his speculations turned out well. He had sent his last poem to Mattie, and told her he should come to hear her opinion from her own lips. So it was not a great surprise to her, on that bright autumn day, to see him crossing the meadows. How many years had she waited for them there? She thought him altered. They had written to each other constantly, but they had not met since the tragedy. He was older. His face had more strength and power, with less brightness. She thought him handsomer, though so much of the light of youth had died away from him. He held out his hand to her in loving greeting, and then he bent down and kissed her face. "Such a kind, sweet face, Mattie," he said, "and it is sweeter than ever now." He spoke truly. Mattie Brace had never been a pretty girl, but she was not far from being a beautiful woman. The rich brown hair was smooth and shining as satin. The kindly face had an expression of noble resolve that made it beautiful. The brown eyes were clear and luminous, the lips were sensitive and sweet. Earle looked at her with critical eyes. "You please me very much, Mattie," he said. "Do you know what I've come all the way from London to ask you?" "No," she replied in all simplicity, "that I do not." "I want you to be my wife, dear. I know all that lies between us. If I cannot offer you the enthusiastic worship of a first love, I can and do offer you the truest and deepest affection that a man can give. I always liked you, but of late I've begun to think that you are the only woman in the world to me." "Can I make you happy, Earle?" she asked gently. "Yes, I'm sure of it. But I'm not beautiful," she said sadly. An expression of pain came over his face. "Beauty! Oh, Mattie, what is it? Besides, you are beautiful in my eyes. Be my wife, Mattie. I will make you very happy." It was not likely that she would refuse, seeing that she had loved him for years. They were married, much to the delight of Lord and Lady Linleigh. Now Earle has a beautiful house of his own. His name is honored in the land. His wife is the sweetest and kindest of women. His children are fair and wise. He has one golden-haired girl whom they call Doris, and if Earle loves one of the little band better than another, it is she. He has a spacious and well-adorned room opening on a flowery lawn. It is called a study, and here, sometimes at sunset, his children gather round him, and they stand before a picture on which the sunbeams fall, shining on a radiant face, with bright, proud eyes and sweet, smiling lips, a picture known to them by the name of Innocence. End of Section 86, and the end of A Fair Mystery by Bertha M. Clay.